Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by Huo Yang. Chapter 441-460. Just as described in the notes, shriveled or fresh corpses hung from a giant tree. From the fresh corpses, it was evident that the people hung there had suffered inhumane torture before their deaths. It is said that such emotions as pain, resentment, and fear can please higher-level demons. Hobert counted roughly 200 corpses already hanging from the tree, making the colossal tree creak and groan under the weight. Upon seeing this sight, Hobert, despite having some reservations about deities, still fully acknowledged the role of the Orthodox churches. Without the suppression from the Orthodox churches, many places might have been like the Teuton Viscount's territory, where the populace was numb and ignorant, and there could be countless such trees laden with corpses. When they arrived at the tree, Cretan Knight dismounted, prostrated himself devoutly, and then proudly introduced that he also had such a sacrificial tree in his territory, though he lamented that he had only managed to hang 30-odd corpses so far. For this, he expressed that he needed to work harder and strive to hang 100 corpses as soon as possible. While talking to him, Hobert subtly took a strand of hair from his clothes when he wasn't looking. "You won't get that chance, because tonight I'm going to kill you." As for why Hobert would do this when these hanged corpses were neither relatives nor friends of his, it was because Hobert had been beaten in Backland and was full of pent-up anger with nowhere to vent. They finally arrived at the Teuton Viscount's mansion. The Viscount, a man in his prime, politely greeted Hobert at the entrance and secretly glanced at Helen, who was dressed as a maid, sighing internally at Hobert's good fortune with women. The banquet began in a harmonious atmosphere, until Grov also arrived, at which point the atmosphere immediately became subtle. Grov deliberately approached Hobert, as if provoking him, and ambled around Hobert twice. He sneered, "I heard Baron Hobert plans to reclaim all the land in his territory under the Lord's Manor's name." That's right, Hobert, of course, didn't give him a pleasant look either. "It's precisely to prevent knights like you from running rampant in the countryside. You are sullying the dignity of nobles. It will not end well." Hobert, however, smiled, "Your son is now my male servant." Grov drew his sword and was about to charge at Hobert to fight him to the death. Fortunately, Teuton intervened, preventing the two from fighting at the banquet. After Grov left in a huff, the atmosphere of the banquet once again became harmonious, as if the brief interlude had never happened. Of course, such harmonious banquets usually consisted of idle chatter. Towards the end of the banquet, Teuton subtly expressed his hope that Hobert could once again help clear out the monsters in the lake. After Hobert beat the fish-head crocodile body beasts into not daring to go to Jeffrey Town, those fish-head crocodile body beasts began to incessantly attack Teuton Town. Hobert chuckled, neither agreeing nor refusing. The banquet ended in such a harmonious but distant and inefficient atmosphere and conversation. After Hobert and his party bid farewell, they rode their horses and departed unhurriedly. Cretan Knight still escorted them to the dock. At the dock, several well-dressed gentlemen were waiting. The leader, a man in his 30s with black hair and unruly eyes, seemed to be smirking no matter how he smiled. Cretan Knight quickly dismounted and prostrated himself before the man. "Mr. Yarling." Mr. Yarling, with his constant smirk, didn't even look at Cutton, but instead said to Hobert, "I've brought you a gift." He extended his hand, displaying the gift in his palm, an exquisite wooden box, carved with a demon's symbol. Hobert did not dismount, a gesture of goodwill from the demon family towards me. "It seems you know a bit about us." Yarling smirked, "This is a gift from the great Abyss, to you. You are the one he has chosen. Rejoice. The Abyss shall return to the earth." Hobert smiled, "Sorry, I am a devout follower of the Earth Mother." After speaking, he bypassed Yarling and the others, arrived at the dock, and boarded the boat while keeping an eye on Yarling and his group. Yarling caught up to continue offering the gift, while they stood there smiling, watching Hobert, their smiles sending shivers down one's spine. At this moment, town residents, one by one like zombies, arrived at the dock, bowing and cheering towards Hobert. This made Hobert briefly wonder if he had somehow been tricked by a high-level demon. However, He repeatedly checked his spirituality and mind and found no issues. Even when the small boat reached the center of Full Moon Lake, the demons and their followers on the dock were still watching Hobert. Hobert was also staring intently at them. Suddenly, he felt his pocket tighten. While still watching the dock opposite, he reached out his hand and pulled out an exquisite small wooden box, carved with a demon's symbol. It was the same small wooden box that Yarling had in his hand. Damn it! Hobert nearly fumbled, letting the wooden box drop into the boat. He glanced again at Yarling on the dock. Although he could no longer clearly see Yarling's face, he could still feel his sinister smile. Helen, beside him, said, "I never would have guessed you had a demonic essence, that these demons would offer you gifts the moment they saw you." Helen was actually the most nervous earlier. The Gnostic Society had some conflicts with members of the demon family before, and she had initially thought those people on the dock were coming for her. Hobert smiled. "Since you like it so much, this gift is for you." "I don't want it. Take it, don't be shy." Helen let out a pretty, soft giggle, and coyly hummed twice, "Don't try to fool me. This gift must not be anything good. Otherwise, you wouldn't give it to me. Since you don't want it, I'll throw it away." With that, Hobert tossed the small box into the lake, watching it sink into the water. Helen also sensed the unusual nature of this gift. She asked with some concern, "Should we ask Ms. Monica for help?" "No need." Hobert smiled, "I'm not afraid even if the abyss comes." "Liar." Helen giggled, "You're clearly already scared." Then she asked, "What is the abyss?" "I'll tell you once you become the captain of Jeffrey Territory's official Beyonders and achieve great merits for me," Hobert said, looking thoughtfully at the lake. He was a little puzzled as to why that demon said, the abyss chose him. Besides being a real place, symbolizing the source of all evil and corruption, the abyss is also the title for Sequence 0 of the demon pathway. Hobert didn't know if the demon was referring to the place called Abyss or the individual known as Abyss. No matter what was being expressed, Hobert found it strange. He had never before encountered anything related to demon or the Abyss pathway, so why would Abyss give him a gift? That oil painting. Hobert suddenly remembered that, according to the records in the notes of Colin Antigonus, that oil painting was obtained from the South Continent, supposedly from a demon family. Thinking of this, Hobert said to everyone, "I've recalled something important and need to go back first." Before a few people could respond, Hobert had already vanished from the wooden boat. A second or two later, the space in Hobert's bedroom suddenly became illusory, and Hobert stepped out of the illusion, glancing at the oil painting hanging on the wall. It was still the same landscape oil painting, with no changes. Hobert sat in the chair, continuing to ponder what was going on. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he glanced at the table nearby. At some point, a small wooden box, carved with a demon's symbol, had appeared in the center of the table. Hobert was not as surprised this time. He carefully examined the wooden box, then, using his method of praying to himself, he entered the country of disorder and inspected the small wooden box with true sight. It looked like an ordinary small wooden box, revealing no evil aura. Returning to the real world, Hobert simply opened the small wooden box. Since this small wooden box was destined to follow him, rather than ignoring it, he might as well investigate it proactively. Inside the small wooden box was an ancient ring carved with a demon's head. Perhaps due to its age, the platinum ring had turned somewhat black. Hobert did not touch the ring. He re-entered the country of disorder, and observed the ring with true sight. Under true sight, the demon on the ring seemed to come alive. Although it was only a head, its expression was sometimes ferocious, sometimes angry, and sometimes in a roaring state. Hobert dared not bring the ring into the country of disorder. He feared it was a trick by the abyss, a ploy to seize the country of disorder. Although the probability of the abyss, knowing he was the master of the country of disorder, was very small, what if the other party found out through some means? Demons and devils, besides being symbols of evil, are also known for their cunning. Hobert had not dealt with demons before, so of course, he had to be cautious. Returning to the real world, Hobert didn't even intend to touch the ring. He closed the box and placed it in a locked drawer, then locked the drawer. He knew that an ordinary lock certainly couldn't secure this box, or rather, this ring, but it made him feel a little more at ease. As for why the Abyss would give Hobert this ring, he planned to investigate it tonight. Because of the protection of the country of disorder, Hobert was not afraid of the Abyss. The current Abyss might still be Fabuti, the demon monarch of the second epoch. Speaking of those 8 ancient gods, all of them except this demon monarch had already fallen once. Although the blood ancestor and the dream dragon were not truly dead, they had, after all, fallen. Only Fabuti had no clear intelligence indicating his fall. On the contrary, Hobert remembered that in the current 5th epoch, he was still active as the cosmic dark side. This should be an ancient god who cherished his life very much and understood the essence of lying low. Hobert felt that he should not act recklessly. With a long sigh, Hobert took a note from his pocket. This was what Grave had secretly slipped to him earlier at the Teuton Viscount's mansion, when Grave entered the dining room and ambled around Hobert twice. Hobert opened the note and read its contents, which were Grave's previous suggestions to Teuton Viscount. First, to request aid from the king by leveraging Hobert as an unstable factor. Second, to use Hobert's power to strike at the demons in Teuton Viscount's territory that had long since lost control. After reading it, Hobert burned the note with spiritual flames. This is a good strategist. This note was both a report to Hobert and a bid for credit. Hobert pondered for a moment. These two strategies for Teuton Viscount were akin to getting something for nothing, requiring little cost but potentially yielding immense benefits. For Hobert, he could now freely strike at demons on the other side of Full Moon Lake without worrying about Teuton Viscount's territorial awareness. As for the king's aid, Hobert smiled. The more aid, the better, of course. Hobert then went to his study and wrote a letter to Bishop Simpson, recounting his encounter in Teuton Viscount's territory and inquiring about more detailed information regarding the demon family of South Colson. After another while, Seal and the others finally rushed back. Facing their worried gazes, Hobert told them, "It's fine, go about your business." Seal and Corwin couldn't help, and Hobert wasn't entirely comfortable letting Helen assist, so he simply lied, claiming the problem was already solved. As the several people were about to leave, Hobert called out to Corwin again, "You, come with me to the main hall." Seal and Helen were completely relieved when they saw their lord was about to start handling government affairs again. Arriving in the main hall, Hobert said, "I have an errand for you." Corwin said with some excitement, "Please tell me." It was generally a sign of being highly valued when the lord assigned an errand. "Go to Bugas City or Granada Port and hire a group of carpenters and decorators," Hobert said. "In a while, the territory will need a large number of decorators and carpenters. If they are unwilling to come, offer them a generous salary." Corwin nodded. "Yes. Go to Phillips to collect 500 gold leathers, take the ship Seal rented, and depart this afternoon." Hobert had previously asked Seal to rent a ship in Bugas City to guide Monliza and her party, and that ship had been docked in the port. "Yes." Corwin shouted again, full of spirit, and turned to leave. "Oh, right." Hobert stopped him. "Go call Grave's son." As soon as Corwin left, Alan reported, "Lord, Wayne is back." Hobert quickly called him in. Wayne joyfully greeted Hobert and reported the general experience of buying the ships. The ships sold well, but it took a few days to recruit all the crew members. They were all brand new steamships, as per Hobert's request. One cargo ship with a displacement of about 800 tons, and 4 passenger ships capable of carrying 32 people each. Hobert was very satisfied with the errand Wayne had completed. After hearing the report from the accompanying financial staff, he immediately conferred the title of Shipping Knight upon Wayne. Wayne was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. All the fatigue of that period was thrown to the back of his mind. Hobert said, "Rest for one night. Then you'll have to make another trip to Granada Port to purchase a batch of decorative materials. I'll have Royce send you the list later." As for the passenger ships, one will go with Corwin, and of the other 3, one will run to Granada port, one to Bugas city, and one to Fenaport city. Regardless of whether there are passengers, they will stay in port for 1 day and 1 night then return. Wayne said with difficulty, but we don't have the relevant procedures. No relevant procedures are needed. Someone will naturally send us the procedures in due time. Hobert smiled. If they can get into an argument with the port staff and attract a crowd, I will even give the captain a bonus. Oh, right, each ship must display a prominent banner. South Colson, Jeffrey Town welcomes you. Wayne didn't understand what his lord was trying to do. He was stunned for a few seconds, then reacted under CL's continuous winks. Yes. After sending Wayne to rest, Corwin soon brought 3 people. Because the lord hadn't specified which son to call, Corwin brought all 3 of Grov's sons. After dismissing Corwin, Hobert looked at the 3 men. Grov's eldest son was named Archie, broad-shouldered and long-bearded, looking like a crude warrior. The second son was named Edgar, also tall, but he hadn't grown a beard yet. The third son, Dennis, was still a teenager, thin and not as tall as his 2 brothers. However, only Dennis glared at Hobert with eyes full of anger, daring to meet Hobert's gaze, while Archie and Edgar were obsequious, showing sufficient submission. Hobert said, I need 2 servants recently. Archie and Edgar, stay and be my servants. As for Dennis, Hobert Jeffrey, this is an insult to a knight. Dennis only got halfway through his shout before Edgar quickly clapped a hand over his mouth. Archie quickly apologized. Lord, the child doesn't know how to speak. Please don't take offense. Dennis broke free from Edgar's hand. You're afraid of him, but I'm not. Hobert smiled. Since you're so brave, you can stay and be my male servant too. Thus, the news quickly spread throughout the town. The runaway Grov had angered the lord who went to the banquet, so the lord, upon returning, made all of Grov's sons his male servants to vent his anger. Grov on the other side naturally cursed again, and Teuton Viscount, while cursing along with Grov, trusted Grov even more. But to prevent Grov from being blackmailed by Hobert using his sons, Teuton Viscount gave Grov 5 beautiful women in hope that Grov, nearly 50 years old, would soon have a child in the Teuton territory who could inherit his current family fortune. In the evening, Hobert received a reply from Bishop Simpson. The bishop's letter stated, according to our understanding, the blood worship sect's forces are entrenched in 5 adjacent territories, including those of Teuton Viscount, Eugene Baron, and Felix Baron. They are mainly members of the North family, said to have a demigod presiding, but it is unclear in which domain. There are also some members of the Androlad family. The specific distribution of members from both families is also unclear, but there are at least 3 sequence 5s. Hobert, while having the kitchen bring raw meat to treat the drooling spirit world big dog, pondered the opponent's strength. When he was at sequence 6, Hobert still felt he couldn't afford to provoke them, but after his advancement and with several grade 1 sealed artifacts, Hobert's courage grew, and he felt he could completely cross over to the other side and have a fight. After dark, Hobert changed into a neat and agile outfit, brought his portable magical items and sealed artifacts, and guided by the Faceless Man Necklace, navigation, entered the spirit world. Hobert was looking for Cretan Knight, who had guided him earlier today. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Hobert emerged from the spirit world and saw Cretan devoutly worshipping a demon statue. Cretan was startled when he saw Hobert. Lord. Hobert deliberately did not change his appearance or wear a mask. He needed to distinguish between the 2 identities of Baron Hobert and God blessed. Both for himself to distinguish, and for others to distinguish. Cretan seemed to realize something and jumped to the weapon rack to grab a sword. Hobert stepped forward and slit Cretan's throat with a single slash. Amidst the gushing sound of blood, Hobert kicked over the demon statue, sat on a nearby chair, and watched Cretan, who was desperately clutching his neck, die in agony. Then Hobert began to conduct a séance with the psychic wine glass, the residences and strengths of the blood worship sect members you know. Quote. After silently reciting 7 times, Hobert saw the residences of various blood worship sect members. Their residences were easy to identify. Either there were words written in blood on the walls, or piles of human heads were stacked in front of their doors. As for their strength, Creton's knowledge was vague. He only knew that some could use curses, some liked to kill, and some could become gigantic, turning into demonized monsters. Hobert pondered for a moment. The one who could turn into a demonized monster should be a sequence 6. Then he discovered that among these people, Yarling, who had appeared at the dock today, was not present. However, Hobert didn't continue to ask, because there wasn't enough time. When he first started the seance, he estimated that these demons had already sensed someone posing a threat to them. If he didn't hurry, he might not catch a single demon. Travel had just cooled down, and Hobert once again stepped into the spirit world, arriving at the residence of the sequence 6 named Atwood. The doorstep of this demon was piled high with human heads, some still fresh, others already just skeletons. Hobert saw that the opponent's main door was open, so he quickly jumped onto the rooftop and indeed saw a figure rapidly escaping in the distance. He might have already felt that danger was very close, and was demonizing himself as he fled. Hobert immediately used flash and low flight to catch up chaos. Although the demon also had strong defensive capabilities against mental attacks, Hobert was one sequence higher than him, so Hobert's chaos made the demonized Atwood make a foolish choice. He kicked open the door of a nearby house, intending to add a few more to his collection. Hobert had already caught up divine light. Knowing he was dealing with a demon, Hobert put on the light priest ring. A huge pillar of light descended, completely engulfing Atwood. After the intense light, Atwood screamed and fell to the ground. The goat horns on his head, as well as his ears, nose, shoulders, and legs, had all melted to varying degrees, making him look like a melting wax figure. The attack of divine light indeed had an amplification effect against demons. Hobert was about to step forward and swing his blade to cut off this demon's head, but he suddenly stopped, because he realized he was surrounded. Hobert found himself surrounded by 7 or 8 demons. Each of them had goat horns and a playful smile on their faces, looking at Hobert and his fallen companions. The blood-patterned designs and demon statues scattered everywhere made Hobert feel as if he were in hell. Hobert smiled. I didn't expect demons' ability to foresee danger to be so sensitive. The demons' smiles deepened. A huge demon walked out from among them, grinning maliciously. Isn't this Baron Hobert? Did you get lost sleepwalking at night? The demons burst into laughter. Seeing the other party's wicked smile, Hobert knew it must be Yarling. Hobert said to himself, your ability is pretty good, it saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. Uncontrolled. An uncontrolled stone was thrown to the ground, and several sequence 6 inches demons immediately froze, struggling to resist the uncontrolled state. Fortunately, they were in a demonized state, and their control over themselves was significantly enhanced. They desperately burned the goat horns on their heads, trying to recover their state as quickly as possible. 20-odd blue fireballs suddenly appeared around Yarling, who was not greatly affected. The fireballs were controlled by Yarling's will and hurled one by one at Hobert. Hobert used a flash, appearing directly in front of Yarling, divine. Midway through using the ability, Hobert suddenly felt his heart pound twice. He felt uncomfortable all over, becoming extremely restless and anxious, and actually interrupted his own ability. This was the Apostle of Desire's detonation of desire. Hobert had always tried to restrain his desires, but just now he had the desire to kill Yarling, so Yarling seized the opportunity. Fortunately, the lawyer pathway is also known for blocking mental attacks, otherwise Hobert's heart would have suffered immense damage. Yarling couldn't smile either. He hadn't expected Hobert to be so fierce. He hadn't even thrown all his fireballs yet, and Hobert had charged over, wanting to fight him up close. Buzz. A broad, thick magma greatsword appeared in Yarling's hand and thrust towards Hobert, who was clutching his chest. Because of the high temperature, the thrust actually made a sound of cutting through the air. Unexpectedly, Hobert actually grabbed his magma greatsword with his bare hands and sent his black blade towards Yarling's heart. Jarling immediately released the hilt and dodged nimbly. Suddenly, Jarling felt Hobert's aura surge, and he immediately felt a fatal threat. Jarling then understood that Hobert had unsealed a sealed artifact. This time, to cope with potential dangers, Hobert brought 2 Sequence 1 sealed artifacts. One was a scepter he always carried, and the other came from a demigod of the Rose School. He dared not use the sealed artifact of the error pathway indiscriminately. The first use did not attract Aemon, which did not mean he would be so lucky in the future. To distinguish them easily, Hobert named this Sequence 1 sealed artifact from the Rose School as 1-103. Actually, according to the naming convention for sealed artifacts, it should have been named 1003, but that might expose the fact that the creator had very few Sequence 1 sealed artifacts, so it was simply named 103. The appearance of 1-103 was a moving human skin, and its ability was, it can turn inanimate, non-spiritual objects into monster puppets. These monsters will undergo unknown mutations, some can even possess extraordinary abilities, some will be controlled by the holder, some will not be controlled by the holder, and some can even attract powerful and evil gazes. The negative effect was, as long as it is worn, one will become insane and bloodthirsty, but can retain most of their sanity. Only by killing one person can the worn state be removed. Wearing it for more than 5 minutes has a certain probability of suffering an unknown curse. Some curses turn the holder into a slug, some make the holder lose their sanity, and some completely transform the holder into the appearance of a werewolf, but with corresponding sanity. Even a Sequence 2 ancient evil god cannot lift such a transformation curse. In other words, if he didn't kill an opponent within 5 minutes, Hobert was very likely to turn into a slug. Hobert dared to meet a white blade with bare hands. Just now because he was affected by the sealed artifact, his sanity went offline for a short while. The scorching greatsword, after losing Jarling's control, turned into a mass of orange-red magma. Hobert quickly withdrew his hand, but his hand was still severely burned. However, at this moment, Hobert seemed to be unaware of the pain. His mind was now filled with only one thought: to kill. Hobert's eyes were bloodshot, and he charged at Jarling with his blade. At this moment, the demons fighting against the uncontrolled state finally gradually recovered, but what greeted them was an army of monsters made of various objects. A small basket floated up and landed on the head of a demon. The demon struggled to break free, but surprisingly couldn't. Poof! The basket mimicked a dragon's fart, allowing the demon to experience being enveloped in a fart. A wall suddenly opened its arms and embraced a demon. The wall kept saying to itself, "I am a fossil, I am a fossil. You don't believe me. He, I have something inside." A piece of clothing hanging in the yard suddenly jumped off the clothesline by itself. Soon, it glowed with golden light, coiling around a demon, who let out a painful shriek. The clothes laughed. "You didn't expect it, did you? I'm actually a sunflower. Wherever I go, the sun follows." The demon, scalded by the sunlight, cursed, "Sunflowers always go looking for the sun. How can the sun go looking for a sunflower?" A stick standing by the wall hopped and skipped to poke a demon's butt. The stick slowly said, "I, actually, am a shit-stirring stick." The roof tiles threw themselves down, smashing towards a demon, shouting continuously, "I am a dart. I am a dart." Splat! The demon shattered a tile, and the tiles shouted, "Don't let our comrade's sacrifice be in vain. Charge!" The demon was covered by tiles. Even the blade in Hobert's hand gained life. "Friend, your swordsmanship is terrible, watch me." The black blade spun on its own, slashing at Jarling. Hobert quickly dodged backward. The black blade's attack almost cut Hobert. Chaos. Jarling paused briefly, and the black blade plunged into his chest. Simultaneously, he gripped hard, detonating Hobert's bloodthirsty desire. Distortion. Hobert gradually regained more sanity, having been wary of this from Jarling. He distorted the concept of himself and Jarling, making the other party also bear half of the desire's detonation. Veins bulged on Hobert's face, his eyes turned blood red, and he pounced on the nearest demon. The bloodthirsty desire once again overcame his sanity, and he again grabbed the demon's head with his bare hands. That demon's head was covered by a basket, making it impossible to dodge Hobert's attack. Hobert twisted hard, and with a crunch, he twisted the other party's head 360 degrees, leave none alive. Cough, 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 damn it, who farted? It stinks so much. He knew the demon wasn't dead yet, so he continued to twist, 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, then pulled hard, ripping off the demon's head. The demon, gushing dark red blood, clawed with both hands as if searching for its head, while its head was kicked away by Hobert like a ball, hitting another demon. The headless demon clawed a few times, then fell straight to the ground. Yarling was not in much better shape. He was already bloodthirsty and cold-blooded, so he was affected no less than Hobert. He punched the wall he believed to be a fossil, and seeing a demon struggling to get out from inside, he exclaimed, "It really is a fossil." As he spoke, a magma greatsword appeared in Yarling's hand. He took a stance and swung a horizontal cut, severing both the wall that considered itself a fossil and the demon at the waist. Hobert and Yarling, each having killed a life, found their bloodthirsty state somewhat diminished. Hobert regained most of his sanity. Corrosion. The inherently dark minds of the surrounding demons were immediately severely corroded by this skill. The demons, who were originally resisting the bizarre monsters, immediately lost most of their sanity. Some stood in place, deeply engrossed in singing a song no one had ever heard, letting monsters poke their butts. At this moment, he was truly insane. Some squatted on the ground drawing circles, allowing clothes emanating a sunny aura to envelop them. Curse you. Even Yarling picked up the upper half of the demon's body he had cut in half. How about we dance? Hobert seized this opportunity, quickly took off, 1 to 103, and resealed it. Why is this battle so strange? He quickly went to pick up the black blade nearby, preparing to go on a killing spree while the demons were in a temporarily irrational state. Hobert had long suspected that corrosion would be the most effective attack method against demons. So when he realized he was surrounded, he began to brew the corrosion of the demons' minds. However, Hobert's intelligence was occasionally offline due to the influence of the sealed artifact. Only after he regained most of his sanity did he recall his arrangement for corrosion. Before Hobert could get close to Yarling, he felt a huge wave of malice attack. It was as if an invisible tentacle was coiling around Hobert's emotions, his desires. Hobert immediately used Flash to retrieve the uncontrolled stone, then, carrying the demon corpse whose head he had twisted off, used travel to leave. Hobert's figure disappeared, and after only 3 or 4 seconds, an expressionless middle-aged man walked out of the shadows. He glanced at the grotesque demons, and said, "Fools." At this moment, Yarling was the first to regain his sanity. He dropped the half-corpse he had been holding and reverted to his normal human state, Archbishop Bowen. Although the demon forces are inherited in a family-like manner, because they collectively form the loose blood worship sect, even if Yarling and Bowen are relatives, he must address the other party as Archbishop. Bowen glanced at the monsters that were gradually losing their vitality, transforming back into cloves, wooden sticks, and ordinary tiles. "Was that you summoning me just now?" Yarling, sensing that the situation was not right, immediately summoned this demigod. However, such convenient summoning could only be used at close range. Fortunately, this demigod had not left South Colson tonight. He said, "Your Grace, the Archbishop, before the battle began, I did not sense a fatal threat from the other party." If he had sensed that Hobert was carrying a Grade 1 sealed artifact, Yarling would have watched his companions die from afar and then devised a trap to deal with Hobert. Bowen took a deep breath. "His sealing of the sealed artifact is very special, which is why you didn't sense it beforehand." At this moment, more and more demons regained their sanity. They all ended their demonization state and became ordinary people. Bowen glanced at the wound on Yarling's body and sneered, "This wound is unusual. If you don't want to die, don't move." Without waiting for Yarling's reply, Bowen grabbed towards the wound, and a thick stream of magma emerged from Yarling's body. These magmas immediately cooled upon hitting the ground, emitting the aura of death. Yarling felt as if a part of his soul had been pulled out. He knelt weakly on the ground, sweating profusely, trying to mend the damage to his spiritual body. Thank you, Archbishop. The demon whose butt was still throbbing from being poked by a stick asked, Archbishop, should we go to the other side and kill that hateful Baron Hobert? Bowen, however, sneered, he is the chosen one. We don't need to act, he will eventually fall into the endless abyss. Hobert was surprised to find that he had not returned to his own territory, but had arrived at Cretan Knight's room. At this moment, the extraordinary characteristic within Cutton's body had already precipitated. It was an arbitrator's extraordinary characteristic. Hobert knew Cutton was a Sequence 9 Beander, but he had left in a hurry to attack one of the demons faster, so he hadn't had time to accelerate the precipitation of the extraordinary characteristic. Hobert threw the headless demon's corpse on the ground and, after a moment of thought, understood what had happened. This was the negative effect of 1 to 104. 1 to 104 was the scepter Hobert always carried. 1 to 101 was a grade 1 sealed artifact from the error pathway, and 1 to 102 was another grade 1 sealed artifact from the Rose School. Although Hobert did not use 1 to 104 this time, he had released its seal, so he was naturally affected by its negative effects. One of the scepter's negative effects was to make its wielder abnormally greedy. Fortunately, 1 to 104 had been resealed by Hobert using the power of the Country of Disorder. Within 10 minutes of use, one would only become relatively greedy, not abnormally greedy. So Hobert unconsciously returned to Cutton's place, wanting to collect his extraordinary characteristic and see if there was anything valuable there. Since he was already there, he certainly couldn't leave empty-handed. Hobert picked up Cutton's extraordinary characteristic, then used the psychic wine glass to commune with the demon's corpse. Arriving once again in the spiritual communion space formed by gray fog, a man around 30 years old stood before Hobert, staring straight ahead with vacant eyes. Hobert asked, why did the abyss give Hobert a gift? After asking 7 times, the gray fog before Hobert parted, revealing a sacrificial scene in a cave. In the cave, there was much magma bubbling outwards, and on the altar, there was a sacrifice, still twitching and bleeding. A middle-aged man in a priestly robe, with an expressionless face, stood before the altar and said, our sacrifice has finally pleased the abyss. Lee's Duke's idea is correct. The abyss is our demon monarch. He is trapped somewhere and needs our sacrifices to provide him with the power to escape his predicament. So, as long as we continue to sacrifice to the abyss, our monarch will return to the earth. After the cheers of the demons, a demon asked, Your Grace, the Archbishop, what instructions did the abyss give us? The Archbishop said, the abyss told me that tomorrow, a baron named Hobert will come to Teuton Viscount's mansion for a banquet. We must give the monarch's ring to Hobert. The monarch's ring. Oh my, that was the ring the monarch once wore. Exactly. The expressionless Archbishop sneered. Hobert is the one chosen by the abyss. He can help the abyss further escape its predicament. Another person asked, is Hobert also a demon? The Archbishop sneered, his spiritual body and life are useful to the abyss. The spiritual communion scene ended. Hobert crossed his arms and pondered, they have been sacrificing to the abyss. If the demon monarch Fabuti, or rather the cosmic dark side, still holds the uniqueness of that pathway, then these sacrifices directed at the abyss were also directed at Fabuti. But why would the abyss know my movements so clearly? Is it just because of the oil painting's effect? Then Hobert found it somewhat strange. Why wasn't such an important plan subjected to anti-divination or anti-spiritual communion measures? After thinking for a while and not getting the answer he wanted, Hobert asked the spirit before him again, your understanding of the abyss. After silently repeating it 7 times, the spiritual communion scene changed multiple times, flashing through various moments of the other party discussing the abyss with his companions. Most demons' understanding of the abyss was even less than Hobert's, they only knew it was their deity. Through their discussions of the abyss, Hobert learned some internal affairs of the blood worship sect. Over 1,000 years ago, after the appearance of the cosmic dark side, the high-ranking members of the blood worship sect had a huge disagreement. Some high-ranking demons believed that it was the incarnation of the demon monarch and that they should sacrifice to and pledge allegiance to the cosmic dark side. However, more high-ranking demons claimed they had received instructions from the demon monarch, stating that the cosmic dark side was not him and urging everyone not to worship the cosmic dark side. These demons later had further disagreements. Some continued to worship the demon monarch Fabuti, as the demon monarch occasionally responded to their sacrifices. Others began to directly worship the abyss, believing that as long as their sacrifices were directed at the uniqueness of the abyss, they could still contact the demon monarch. Moreover, they believed that the demon monarch was clearly in some predicament, and sacrificing directly to the abyss could effectively bypass the forces troubling the demon monarch and directly contact their deity. Seeing that the demon's spiritual body had begun to fade, Hobert immediately asked all the sequence 5s of the blood worship sect in South Colson and the information on that demigod. After silently reciting it 7 times, the appearances of the sequence 5s and that demigod, along with their names or some information about them, appeared one after another. That demigod was named Bowen, who was the archbishop who had presided over the sacrifice earlier. Additionally, there were not 3 sequence 5s, but 5. 3 of them were the smirking Yarling, the somewhat dull-looking Shandy, and a curvaceous female demon named Gloria. The other 2 sequence 5s this demon had not seen, only knowing their names were Wazsorth and Whites. The demon's spiritual body was already very faint. Hobert, not wanting to waste anything, inquired about the Abyss Pathways potion formula from this demon. However, it only displayed the sequence 7 potion formula before the spirit completely dissipated, and Hobert was forced to withdraw from the spiritual communion. Hobert accelerated the precipitation of the extraordinary characteristic, then quickly searched Cretan Knight's place. As he was about to leave, Hobert had an idea. He found a rope and hung Cutton's body on the so-called sacrificial tree, then used blood to write the phrase, tyranny, on his body. Then he used travel to return to his room. Hobert first sacrificed his gains from tonight, a sequence 6 inches demon, extraordinary characteristic, an arbitrator, extraordinary characteristic, and the 1-103, which he usually didn't use, to the country of disorder. Then he returned to the real world, pondered the information obtained from the spiritual communion, and fell asleep amidst his thoughts and conjectures. As he slept, Hobert clearly felt some power invading his dream. Ever since Hobert was last corrupted by an outer god and almost died in his dream, he would wear a bracelet made of an order crystal to sleep every night. The order crystal bracelet would keep Hobert conscious in his dreams and allow him to awaken at any time with the help of the country of disorder's power. In his dream, Hobert wandered through a beautiful meadow. At the end of the meadow was a black hall that gave off a tremendous sense of oppression. Inside the hall was a sea of flowers, and in the midst of the flowers was a stone throne. Hobert entered the hall and came before the throne. He recalled that this was the hall deep within the oil painting, and in that hall, there was also a sea of flowers and a throne. The difference was that on the throne in Hobert's dream at this moment sat a thin, short-haired middle-aged man with a short beard on his chin. The middle-aged man was dressed in classical attire, with 2 thin, long arms resting on the armrests of the throne. He had the aura of a monarch, looking down at Hobert with an expressionless face like a statue. Phlegre divined you, descendant of Trensust. You will help me escape my predicament and help me eliminate my greatest enemy. Hobert smiled. By occupying my body. He guessed that the other party should be the demon monarch Fabuti. The middle-aged man on the throne spoke with a tone somewhat like a charlatan. Even if I don't actively seek you out, you will defeat my greatest enemy in the future. Now I am actively seeking you out because I need your help. What help? Kill those annoying demons on the other side. An extra chapter for everyone's monthly votes. Hobert was stunned for a second or two, You're not the demon monarch, Fabuti. The middle-aged man on the throne said, for a long time, that's what I was called. Hobert was even more confused. You're not a sequence 0 of the Abyss pathway. The demons, deity. I am. Hobert smiled. Then why are you killing those demons? Because these fools have been trying to awaken me. Fabuti's statue-like face finally showed some impatience. 2,000 years ago, I told them that I voluntarily entered a state of slumber to evade my enemies. But they were only well-behaved for a few hundred years, and then they started sacrificing to me non-stop. As a result, my enemies found me again, and I had to make some sacrifices to escape them again. I simply stopped responding to their prayers as the demon monarch, and these fools actually started sacrificing directly to the abyss. In a fit of pique, I took back the Blood Duke's extraordinary characteristics from the Andorod family and the Belial family, but why did they never learn? Not long after, they started sacrificing to the abyss again. Hobert recalled Elder Bowen's confident speech before the altar, never expecting there to be such clever demons. Then he thought, the mystery is solved. No wonder the Andorod family and the Belial family gradually declined over 1,000 years ago and became vassals of the North family. It turns out Fabuti directly eliminated their leaders. Fabuti continued, kill those demons on the other side, stop them from continuing their sacrifices, and that ring will be yours. That ring accompanied me for a long time. Finally, one day, it gained demigod-level abilities. I can help you reseal it to make its negative effects almost negligible. Additionally, I can help you strengthen the oil painting's abilities. How about it? Descendant of Trensust. This is a very good deal, isn't it? It was indeed a very good deal, but Hobert didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked, who is your enemy? Telling you would only harm you. The Desire Mother Tree, right? Hobert discovered that in this dream, he possessed some memories of outer gods sealed in his subconscious. Fabuti said, as expected, you are the one Flegre divined, and though you know the Desire Mother Tree, you have not been corrupted by her. Yes, she has always been my greatest enemy. She has constantly been trying to corrupt me, so I had to hide by sealing myself. Waiting for the person Flegre divine to appear and drive her into the depths of the starry sky. Hobert then asked, what is your relationship with the destruction magic wolf, Flegre? Not enemies. Hobert nodded. The cosmic dark side that appeared over 1,000 years ago is. Fabuti showed a faint smile. That is the battlefield of my game with the Desire Mother Tree. Over 1,000 years ago, because too many demons sacrificed to me, the Desire Mother Tree found me again. This time, she successfully corrupted me. Hobert's eyes narrowed, ready to leave the dream at any moment. Fortunately, Fabuti continued, so I made the corrupted part of myself fallen, turning him into a separate entity. This entity possesses all my characteristics, and even some of my authority and divinity, both in a realistic and mystical sense. This entity is me, but he is not the complete me. As long as the me in front of you still exists, even if he is completely corrupted, the demon monarch is still the demon monarch. The Desire Mother Tree was indeed fooled and began to contend with me for control of that entity. This battle, so far, I certainly have no hope of winning, but I also haven't lost. Later, that entity called himself the Cosmic Dark Side and began to respond to the demons, sacrifices himself. That's another matter. Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. Hey, your clone has its own will. Don't you feel any sense of crisis? Or did you give all your emotions to the Cosmic Dark Side? This reminded Hobert of the concept of a firewall. The Cosmic Dark Side was Fabuti's firewall. Then he thought, at the level of a true god, it's indeed very difficult to be killed. Even if the Desire Mother Tree's status is one level higher than the demon monarch's, as long as Fabuti is careful and avoids direct confrontation, with the protection of a barrier, he can still contend with her for 1,000 or 2,000 years. Thinking this, Hobert asked again, the scene in the oil painting is your dream. Your true body isn't hiding in its own dream, is it? Fabuti looked deeply at Hobert. That is indeed a part of my dream. The Desire Mother Tree does not possess this authority, so she cannot find me at all. He then added, you know too much. This is not a good thing. I just don't want to die in someone else's conspiracy in a daze. Hobert smiled innocently. Sorry, I wasn't talking about you. I can feel your sincerity. Haha, sincerity from a devil. Hobert paused and asked again, how is your current state? It can be maintained for a considerable period of time. Then I'm relieved. Hobert smiled. You trust Phlegre's divination that much? To be honest, I don't want to drive away the Desire Mother Tree for you right now. And sometimes, the divination results interpreted by a diviner are not necessarily accurate, let alone a divination from thousands of years ago. Fabuti said expressionlessly, firstly, you are not driving away the Desire Mother Tree for me, but for yourself. Secondly, the reason Phlegre's divination is credible is because you have an unimaginably close relationship with the true God later known as the Fool, or the Lord of the Mysteries. Even a divination from thousands of years ago, when it involves the uniqueness of the same pathway, will ensure sufficient accuracy. Hobert was slightly stunned, not expecting the diviner's ability to be so abnormal. Other pathways basically always suffer various influences or obstacles when involving uniqueness. The diviner pathway, after involving uniqueness, was also affected, but this effect was that the divination of the uniqueness holder became more and more accurate. One last question. Hobert said, if I drive away the Desire Mother Tree and you regain your freedom, what will you bring to this world? Of course, fallen, filth, and corrosion. Hobert shook his head. If that's the case, I don't want you to regain your freedom. Fabuti's face still showed no emotion. You say this only because your level is not high enough, and you don't know enough. This world needs balance, and extraordinary characteristics also need balance. One day you will wish for my freedom. Hobert thought. The Black Emperor also wields some authority over fallen and corrosion. Could it be that at a certain level, I really need the abyss to help me balance these authorities? Hobert shook his head. This theory sounded plausible, but a closer look revealed it was full of deception. All right, Fabuti said. After all this talk, we can continue our previous transaction. I have already endowed that ring with some high-level demon abilities. As long as you wear it, demons will not perceive your malice towards them, nor will they be able to tamper with your emotions and desires. Once you kill all the demons on the other side, these abilities will automatically disappear, and the ring will manifest its original abilities, those of a sequence 4 devil. Hobert, however, said, I want to kill those demons simply because I want to, not as a transaction with you. He still didn't dare to make a deal with Fabuti. This was a deal with a devil, no, with the head of devils. Who knew what the consequences would be once the deal was made? Whatever you say, Fabuti said. Hobert then asked, you're using an oil painting to open your dream. Aren't you afraid the Desire Mother Tree will invade through here? Fabuti showed a faint smile. You should have explored it. This dream can only be entered by me actively. No one can find me through this dream. This is truly the last question. Hobert smiled. It's hard to imagine that as the demon monarch, your dream isn't a desolate land full of volcanoes and lava. Can I interpret this as meaning that even in a demon's mind, there are beautiful landscapes and flower seas? This question made Fabuti pause for a full 3 or 4 seconds before he slowly shook his head. You don't understand, you don't know. This used to be my home. Boom. The dream suddenly shattered, and Hobert, lying on the bed, opened his eyes. It was just about beautiful scenery and flower seas. Was it really necessary? This used to be my home. This sentence echoed in Hobert's mind. Did my words just now make the demon monarch homesick? Smiling silently, Hobert, fully awake, suddenly felt as if he was wearing a ring on his left ring finger. He raised his hand to look, and it was indeed the ring Fabuti had given him. Hobert immediately sat up and tried to pull it off, but he couldn't remove it. He was about to enter the country of disorder, but then he suddenly seemed to remember something and glanced at the oil painting on the wall. Taking a few deep breaths, Hobert completely calmed down, got up and went to the study, leaving the oil painting's perception range, then briefly prayed to the Creator, and then entered the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert let his spirituality spread to his own star, and using true sight, he saw his left hand covered by a layer of black mist, the source of which was the ring. If he looked closely, the inside of the ring seemed to have some sharp, tooth-like structures piercing into his spiritual body. From a realistic point of view, this ring could be taken off, but from a mystical or extraordinary perspective, this ring firmly bit Hobert's spiritual body, becoming an inseparable part of him. So it wasn't that Hobert lacked strength just now, it was that his subconscious believed that he and the ring were one entity. Hobert pondered for a moment, then boldly used the power of distortion to distort the objects bitten by those teeth. When the teeth loosened, Hobert immediately wrapped the ring with the power of order. Immediately after, Hobert returned to the real world, and with a gentle tug, it came right off. Hobert immediately sacrificed this ring to the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert held the ring in his palm and could clearly see some black, sharp teeth inside the ring. They moved like they were alive, wriggling occasionally. Using the authority of the country of disorder, Hobert learned the abilities of this ring. As Fabuti said, it did indeed have the effect of masking demon perception and blocking one's desires and emotions. However, it also had a hidden ability: it could gradually turn the wearer into a demon. Not a metaphorical demon, but ultimately into the tall, horned demon he had seen tonight. Even if Hobert wasn't a Beyander of the Abyss pathway, he would still turn into a demon. At the same time, Hobert discovered that the last ability might have been secretly bestowed by Fabuti, and it felt somewhat out of place with the ring. More precisely, it was somewhat similar to the blessing of the Desire Mother tree on the sealed artifact that Elliot had previously sacrificed to Hobert. After advancing to Sequence 5, Hobert's operations within the country of disorder became more diverse. He used the power of distortion to try and extract this ability, and it was surprisingly easy to pull out. Hobert reached out and summoned a rock from the country of disorder, attaching this ability to it. The patterns on the rock twisted, forming a demon's face. This stone was similar to the previous cursed jade stone, but it was a blessing of the abyss. Beyonders blessed by it would permanently transform into a demon, and could use demon abilities, but would unconsciously be drawn to the abyss, eventually falling into its embrace. The difference was that Hobert's power in the country of disorder was now more precise. He extracted this blessing without harming the ring. Hobert stroked his chin and thought, so, Fabuti's proposed deal indeed had a problem. Perhaps contaminating me was just one of his goals. However, Fabuti probably couldn't have imagined that the devil may be cunning, but the righteous path is even more so. His contamination hidden in the ring was thus exposed by me and dealt with accordingly. Hobert smiled, named this stone, which could be used 3 times, Gift of the Abyss, and then placed it on the stone platform where sealed artifacts were kept. Then Hobert sat on the Iron Throne and thought of the destruction magic wolf, Phlegre. Perhaps because this ancient god wielded authority related to darkness, Hobert didn't have much of an impression of him. If he really had given such a divination to Fabuti, then he should have also divined his own fall. Did he not leave any contingencies for his own resurrection? That couldn't be. Even the mystic servant Cheritu had contingencies for resurrection. Phlegre, who mastered the fool's uniqueness, should also have his own arrangements. Furthermore, he possessed authority related to secrecy, so very few people could discover his arrangements. Ha 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 ha, just thinking about it is terrifying. Immediately, Hobert thought that this was something Kay had to worry about. He should worry about himself first. He had already fought with the blood worship sect members tonight. Hobert hadn't intended to hide his identity at the time. He was actually looking forward to them taking the initiative to attack him, coming to his home turf to fight. Although the residents of the territory couldn't help, Hobert could boldly use methods like the Order would, fighting with all his might without worrying about issues like recovery. Since he had already killed one demon, he would just have to kill all these demons before Hobert could rest assured. But now was not the time for an all-out war with the demons. It wouldn't be too late to launch a full-scale war after the people from the Earth Mother Church, the Gnostic Society, and the Tudor family had all arrived. An extra chapter for everyone's monthly votes. Thank you all for your votes. Here's an extra chapter as a token of my appreciation. Finally, Hobert thought of the transaction with Fabuti again, and he still felt that the transaction was shrouded in suspicion. His suspicion began with the previous spiritualism. Those messages seemed to have been deliberately left unprocessed by Fabuti or high-ranking demons to mislead him. Moreover, during their conversation, Fabuti repeatedly mentioned the concept of transaction, which also put Hobert on alert. Whether in stories from the Ad era or in this extraordinary world, those who had made deals with devils never came to a good end. There was also one more thing Hobert had thought of in his dream but hadn't said. Could the demons' sacrifices be influenced by the Desire Mother Tree? This might be how the Desire Mother Tree sought Fabuti. Regarding this point, Hobert felt that Fabuti shouldn't have failed to consider it. Since that was the case, and Fabuti still wanted to kill those demons, it was clear that Fabuti was hiding something on this issue. Furthermore, Fabuti was previously able to retrieve the extraordinary characteristics of two angels, the Blood Duke. Now, he couldn't even retrieve the extraordinary characteristics of one demigod and several Sequence 5s. Hobert guessed that Fabuti entrusted this matter to him for 3 reasons. The first reason was that he had split himself once, and his condition should not be good. The second reason was that if he made another move, he might be detected by the Desire Mother Tree. The third reason might be that he discovered the aura of the country of disorder on Hobert and used this transaction to set a trap for Hobert. Hobert believed that Fabuti's actions were related to all 3 of these reasons. Ultimately, Hobert decided not to be influenced by Fabuti and to do what he needed to do. However, Hobert also didn't intend to completely fall out with Fabuti. He planned to deal with Fabuti in a fight but not break manner. After all, this was the arch-enemy of the Desire Mother Tree, and Hobert believed that if the Bach family wanted to grow stronger, they would inevitably have significant conflicts with the Rose School. The Desire Mother Tree was also Hobert's potential enemy. The enemy of an enemy is a force that can be used and united. Having figured this out, Hobert left the country of disorder and returned to his bedroom to continue sleeping. He deliberately did not bring the ring into the real world. If the oil painting was part of Fabuti's perception, this was a deterrent to him. A layer of mist hung over the Tadigia River in the early morning, making the entire Fernbati port somewhat hazy. This morning, many people came to the port, looking downriver on the Tadigia River. Most of them were from shipping companies or freight companies, and they came here simply because they had heard a piece of news. The Tadigia River's shipping route seemed to have reopened. They're here. They're here. A huge figure broke through the mist and appeared in everyone's sight. Its appearance gradually became clear, and it finally docked slowly. This was precisely the know-how, which everyone had expected to be severely overdue but arrived at Feniport ahead of schedule. The pier was already noisy with people discussing amongst themselves. As soon as Captain Dean and others disembarked, reporters and colleagues immediately swarmed them, asking various questions. But most reporters were asking, "Did you encounter any accidents along the way? How do you feel now?" Questions of this nature. Among the crowd, a young man in his 20s, dressed as a reporter, shook his head. As expected, they were hired with money, they didn't ask the key questions at all. It was not as good as the questions asked by some colleagues from freight companies. How many days did this voyage save in total? Dean smiled and replied, "As you all know, even though we sailed cautiously all the way, it only took half the time. Were there any supply ports along the way? Did you encounter any dangers?" The young reporter finally couldn't stand it anymore. "Captain Dean, how did you defeat those bandits?" "It wasn't us who defeated them," Dean smiled. "It was Baron Hobert, with his retainers, who easily defeated those bandits." The young reporter continued to ask, "Why did Baron Hobert help you?" Dean pointed to the flag planted at the bow of the ship. "This is the protection promised by Lord Hobert." As long as the flag of Jeffrey territory is planted at the bow, if you encounter any danger in the South Coulson region, you can fire a flare for help. Lord Hobert's assistance will arrive promptly. Flags, help, protection. The invited reporters then realized that all of this was full of legendary color and was indeed a newsworthy story. It was then that the reporters opened their shorthand notebooks and began to record furiously. Once in professional mode, the reporters finally got to the point. Is this Baron Hobert the gentleman for whom the Ruined King offered a reward of £10,000? After he went to Jeffrey territory, have there been any new changes in that territory? What? The waterway was opened by Baron Hobert. Has that place become so chaotic that bandits are the rulers? There was no need for the young reporter to guide them further. The reporters gradually uncovered the current situation of South Coulson and Jeffrey territory, and the surrounding people showed enough surprise, which made the reporters even more convinced that this would be a report attractive enough to readers. The young reporter stepped out of the crowd and went to a corner. His appearance quickly changed, eventually transforming into Baron Hobert himself, who was currently in a heated discussion on the pier. Then a layer of illusion seemed to appear around Hobert, causing everyone to unconsciously overlook him. Soon, Hobert actually vanished into thin air, but the people around him seemed not to have noticed this. Just at this moment, a small warship docked, and Ethel, in military uniform and looking valiant, disembarked from the warship and saw the lively scene at the cargo pier. Ethel was a little curious and called her adjutant, "Go ask what's going on there." Just as Ethel was getting into the carriage, the adjutant had already found out. "General, the Tadijia River's waterway has reopened." "Oh." Ethel smiled. "In that case, future freight transport will be much more convenient." She didn't take it too seriously, thinking it was the royal family who had reopened the waterway. Ethel arrived at the palace unhindered and met Fernando II in the spacious and luxurious Cascia Hall. Cascia Hall was part of Fernando II's private quarters, roughly the size of a large assembly hall, and was where Fernando II met with trusted confidants to discuss internal royal matters. Routine official business was handled in his office. The father and daughter first exchanged words of longing, and then Ethel reported on the process of previously commending the high-ranking spy. However, she did not mention the Crown Prince's attempt to harm her. She only said that Intis Republic spies had obtained relevant intelligence, which exposed her whereabouts and the identity of the high-ranking spy. She had completely destroyed the Intis Republic's intelligence network in the Northern War Zone, and so on. After discussing official business, the father and daughter chatted. Ethel had noticed from earlier that a map of Coulson County hung on the wall. "Father, I heard at the pier that the Tadijia River's waterway has reopened." "Yes," Fernando II said. "Hobert just submitted a related report 2 days ago. I had someone investigate, and there is indeed news that a cargo ship docked this morning." Hobert Jeffrey. That betrayer. Ethel had no good feelings for these traitors. Fernando II suddenly laughed. "George III, that fool. It's one thing that Christine, whom he always suppressed, is a talent, but Christine's son is also very capable. He actually sealed the pollution of Full Moon Lake and cleared the Tadijia River's waterway." This surprised Ethel a little. "I remember the pollution of Full Moon Lake could even corrode demigods, right?" Fernando II nodded. Hobert said in his report that he found inspiration from a sealing array in his family's ancient texts and attempted to complete the seal. The king paused and then said, "I am preparing to send someone to understand the specific situation." He looked at the map of Coulson County, took a deep breath, and said, "Next, we need to find a way to reclaim the administrative power of these local nobles." The Fenaport Kingdom had many such successful cases before, so it was not difficult for Fernando II. "I wonder where Hobert gets so much money." Fernando II had a strong desire to talk about this matter. "This morning, I just received a report from Teuton Viscount. Hobert seems to be planning to expand Jeffrey Town into a small city." Ethel smiled. "Then let him build it. When the fruit is ripe, it will be time to pick it. We can also invest in Teuton Viscount's territory and cultivate Teuton Viscount. using this excuse to send our people and prepare to reclaim administrative power there. Fernando II nodded. Neither of your 2 elder brothers are as good as you. Jeffrey territory. Hobert, who had strolled around Fernbati port early in the morning, drank a large bowl of hot porridge in the restaurant. The Fenaport kingdom did not have the custom of eating porridge in the morning, but now Hobert no longer cared about fitting in, he did whatever made him comfortable. After breakfast, Hobert went to the study to continue teaching Freya vocabulary. After the learning process, Hobert asked, "You went out for half a day yesterday, what did you feel?" Freya's eyes suddenly reddened. "Teacher, why is there no organization in Backland to protect the poor? I only remember that the patrolmen were terrifying, they would hit people at the slightest provocation, and whoever paid more money, they would make a judgment favorable to them. No one cared about whether we lived or died, no one shared a little bit of the rich people's money with us, even a tiny bit, and then people wouldn't die every day." Hobert smiled. "The situations in Backland and Jeffrey territory are different. If there's an opportunity later, I'll tell you about Backland's problems. Today we'll only talk about the problems in Jeffrey territory. Do you think that after I equally distributed the land, the villagers' lives would be good? Would those bullies in the village disappear?" Freya pondered for a moment. "They should. I asked Miss Donna to help me translate and ask the villagers some questions. Everyone was only dependent on the bullies because the bullies were fierce and the villagers owed the bullies some grain. The land was divided, the bullies lost a lot of their food sources, and gradually everyone no longer owed the bullies anything, so the bullies couldn't be as fierce as before." Hobert nodded in satisfaction. "Your initiative in investigating this exceeded my expectations. Your approach is very correct, and you should continue to do so in the future. Without investigation, there is no right to speak. Many policies in the countries of the North Continent today provoke great conflicts precisely because the government's investigation is insufficient, and the responses made are full of the self-righteous assumptions of some officials. However, analysis after investigation is equally important. You must be good at finding the essence of the problem and the root of the conflict." Hobert couldn't recall many of the exact words from On Contradiction, but many of its theories remained fresh in his memory. He continued, "Superficially, the relationship between bullies and villagers is one of interest, but it actually also involves the issue of the right to handle civil disputes. A large part of the reason villagers depend on village bullies is that these bullies can resolve civil disputes in the village relatively fairly, and their solutions are both timely and binding. Because it's only relatively fair, village bullies will naturally favor those close to them, so everyone has no choice but to rely on them, trying to become one of the village bullies' close associates. The so-called timeliness means they can flexibly resolve issues based on the situation at hand. The so-called binding force means that after resolving an issue, they can provide sufficient binding power to both parties, ensuring that both parties implement their solution." Freya thought for a long while before saying, "So, the problem of village bullies still can't be completely solved, and the villagers will still be oppressed by them. This is precisely what I'm going to talk about next, the third step after clearly investigating and clarifying the main contradiction." Hobert smiled. "Properly resolving the problem. The main contradiction has been clarified, so wouldn't it be good to reclaim the power to handle civil disputes? However, solving problems requires methods and approaches. It's unrealistic for villagers to come to the Lord's Manor to handle disputes. Then, the staff of the Lord's Manor can go to the countryside." Corwin's previous joint effort to promote simplified regulations was a start. In the future, there will be a civil court in Jeffrey Town, and there will also be 3 patrol teams whose task will be to visit various villages daily to resolve the villagers' various disputes. In at most 3 months, the last breeding ground for bullies will completely disappear. The more Freya listened, the brighter her eyes became. "I knew it, teacher must have a solution." Hobert smiled. "Others can only learn the pattern of problem solving, but you must learn the process of problem solving." Freya seemed to tremble all over, suddenly understanding many things. She then immediately stood up, said nothing, and bowed deeply to Hobert. For the first time, Hobert felt signs of the potion being digested. Although it wasn't much, perhaps only a tenth or even a twelfth, digestion starting was a good sign. Hobert let Freya continue practicing words, while he calmly considered the problem. This should be digestion from the mentor aspect. Teaching a few words cannot be called a mentor. Teaching the operating rules of society or methods of dealing with people is what makes a mentor. And, Chaos Mentor, is more than just that. Before, I tried to teach Freya to establish her own positioning, but at that time, there were no signs of the potion digesting. This time, there were. The only difference is that this time, I provided a brand new, copied from the ad era, and used for the first time in this era, method for a grassroots problem that has plagued the North Continent's governments since ancient times. In this regard, Rosal constructed a Western colonial system, bringing both its advantages and disadvantages to this era. The biggest logical problem with this system is that it advocates human rights but does not respect personal dignity. The biggest problem in terms of government operation is that the central government cannot reach the lowest levels. Although some villages in the North Continent today have administrative bodies similar to village governments or village councils, there are no positions like village party secretaries, and the central government has almost no control over these bodies. This governing philosophy might be due to their lack of a unified ideology, which is another issue. The problem I need to consider now is, I taught students new governing philosophies and concepts, and thus the potion was digested. This not only encompasses the mentor aspect but also involves interaction with an explanation of the signs of a certain degree of chaos appearing in the territory, as well as proposing distinctive solutions. In other words, Chaos Mentor cannot be split like Corrupted Baron. In terms of potion digestion, Chaos Mentor is mostly a whole. Explaining to students why this society is in chaos, or the root cause of chaos, that is the mentor of chaos. Hobert's thoughts became clearer. He continued to think, it's not that the path of creating chaos is unworkable, but rather that chaos must be created with purpose, and there must be a certain degree of control over the chaos created. Chaos Mentor is by no means merely a destroyer of rules. Chaos itself can facilitate the formation of new rules. One can only be called a mentor if they understand the meaning and function of chaos. Simply understanding is not enough. One must also teach this knowledge to students, forming an interaction between mentor and student, or a collision in the spirit world, to truly complete a digestion process. The most direct evidence for these ideas is that more than 800 people throughout the territory have been mobilized to participate in the territory's construction. Old men like Doffus have said that they have never seen an operation mobilizing so many people at once in their memory. This caused no small amount of chaos in the territory, but such chaos did not show signs of the potion loosening, because this kind of chaos was basically emotional chaos, not chaos of order. The redistribution of land, although everyone was happy, caused chaos in order. After my interaction with Freya, this chaos interacted with me, so the potion was digested. It is estimated that after completely reclaiming the power to handle grassroots civil disputes, the potion will be further digested. As he thought of these things, a smile gradually spread across his face, because he suddenly realized that even if he did nothing after defeating the demons on the opposite bank, it would still be equivalent to establishing a new ruling system, and the potion should also be digested accordingly. Just as Hobert finished considering the problem and let out a long sigh of relief, he heard a commotion from the courtyard. Freya looked outside, then at Hobert, then put down her pen and opened the study door. It turned out that Alan and Dennis, who was on his first day of work, had gotten into an argument, and the two were wrestling. When Alan saw the door open, he immediately released Dennis and respectfully stepped aside, while Dennis was still somewhat unyielding, trying to grab Alan's collar. Hobert stood at the doorway and asked, "What's going on?" Alan reported, "It was time for Lord to drink tea, and I told Dennis to get the tea from the kitchen. He refused, said I insulted him, and hit me. I had no choice but to wrestle with him." Dennis retorted indignantly, "Why didn't you go?" Alan, very cleverly, said nothing. Hobert asked Dennis, wasn't it made clear to you before you came? Alan is the senior valet, and all three of you brothers must obey his command. Dennis was unconvinced. Why? I know you're unconvinced. Hobert smiled instead of getting angry. How about this, I'll give you a chance. You attack me with the most powerful method you've learned. As long as you can touch my clothes, I lose, and you three brothers won't have to be valets anymore. And I will only use the index finger of my right hand to block your attack. If I use even one more finger, I lose. Dennis laughed. You said it. Alan had already shaken his head and stepped aside. Of course I said it. Hobert smiled. Everyone in the courtyard is a witness. Good. Then I won't be polite. Dennis was quite clever. He didn't expect to defeat Hobert head-on, but instead attacked with agile movements, his only goal being to touch Hobert's clothes. But when he rushed close to Hobert, Hobert's hand suddenly appeared in front of him. The index finger of that hand slightly bent, then flicked, hitting Dennis squarely on the forehead, directly sending him flying. The servants in the courtyard and Freya in the study were all stunned. Of course, they knew Dennis was no match for Hobert, but no one expected Lord to defeat Dennis so easily. Hobert stood at the study door, waiting for Dennis, whose forehead was bright red, to get up before asking, convinced now. He had just pushed Dennis away, not concentrating all his force on a single point on his forehead, otherwise Dennis's forehead would have been shattered long ago. Dennis suddenly knelt down with a thud. Lord, please teach me combat. As a knight's son, he had learned combat with his father since childhood, but just now, he knew that even if he learned from his father and elder brother for a lifetime, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Hobert. Hobert smiled. You'll learn combat from me, and then come back to defeat me, is that it? Dennis's face was flushed. No, no. Hobert chuckled. You little brat, your thoughts are written all over your face. I can teach you, but every day you must clean the study spotlessly, and as long as Alan is the head valet, you must obey his orders. Dennis nodded repeatedly. Okay, okay. Hobert finally said, also, every night, prepare my foot bath. Around 10 o'clock, Baron Hobert, accompanied by Philip, Alan, and Dennis, whose forehead was bright red, arrived at the pier to welcome the delegation sent by the Earth Mother Church. The pier was once again crowded with people, many of whom were seeing people dressed in church attire for the first time. No priests had preached here, and no bishops had held ceremonies for over 50 years, but most people still believed in the Earth Mother. For them, faith had become a habit. Originally, they thought they would be very excited to see the bishop and priests, but when Baron Hobert appeared with his butler and 2 footmen, their excitement gradually faded. Because they finally realized that the Earth Mother Church had sent priests and bishops not because there were many believers here, but because Lord had defeated the monster in Full Moon Lake. Without Lord, they might never have seen clergy in their lives. So, when Bishop Dick and his entourage disembarked, they found the atmosphere at the pier was off. All along the way, they had been warmly welcomed at every port. Arriving at the port of Jeffrey Town, if they weren't welcome, why were so many people present? If they were welcome, why did their eyes and body language show no signs of welcome? No one had come to spread the gospel of the Mother for so many years. Logically, they should have been excited, even teary-eyed, right? But they just watched quietly, rather than welcoming. It was more like watching a play. Baron Hobert merely offered a polite greeting before handing over the reception duties to his butler. Butler Philip took them to visit the already renovated church and promised some donations to the church, but when asked about Full Moon Lake, he claimed to know nothing. This made Bishop Dick a little depressed. It was the first time he had encountered such a cold reception. That night, major newspapers in Feniport City rushed to report the news of the Tati-Gia River's reopening. Due to the railway's reach, over the next 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, major cities in the Kingdom of Feniport learned of this news. The first to react were the cities along the Yue River in the west. They all invited reporters and influential experts in the shipping industry to publish reports, emphasizing that even if the Tati-Gia River waterway reopened, it would be very dangerous, and there were no supply ports along the way. In short, they depicted the Tati-Gia River waterway as a very dangerous route, where not even 1 out of 10 ships might reach Fenoport City. These newspaper debates had almost no impact on Jeffrey territory deep in the mountains, as there were no newspapers here at all. The entire territory operated routinely for 2 or 3 days, and Baron Hobert finally enjoyed a belated holiday. He personally went to the kitchen and made a meal of dumplings, dipping them in vinegar and minced garlic, eating more than 50 in one go. During the Ad era, dumplings were eaten on almost every festival, and he had grown completely tired of them. Now, being able to eat a mouthful, tears almost fell. This was the taste of the new year. Furs and Donna also thought the taste was very good, much better than meat buns and pies. Baron Hobert spent the entire morning making them, and the 3 of them quickly finished them all. After lunch, Furs returned to Backland early because she had to attend the Tarot Club. Baron Hobert had Donna refer to the tax laws of the Kingdom of Fenoport and the Kingdom of Ruin to draft a dozen or so tax regulations applicable to Jeffrey territory. Theoretically, as a baron, Baron Hobert had no right to formulate and promulgate laws, so he found a loophole and issued some detailed rules. Donna was also incredibly busy now. After lunch, she returned to her room to continue poring over the tax laws of both countries. After sunbathing in the yard for a while, Baron Hobert also returned to his room to prepare for the Tarot Club. At 3 o'clock sharp, Baron Hobert's vision was covered by gray fog, and he once again arrived at the giant hall above the gray fog. As soon as everyone's figures appeared, Baron Hobert noticed an extra person in his row. Just by looking at the other party's physique, Baron Hobert guessed that it was the Moon, Emlyn White, the current High Priest of the Harvest Church, and the witness to Baron Hobert's baptism. "Good afternoon, Mr. the Fool." "Justice," Audrey's greeting always rang out first. "You have saved Backland once again." The Moon, Emlyn, attending the gathering for the first time, was bewildered. "Huh? What? When was I, again, saved?" Even though, the Hanged Man, Alger was drifting at sea, he had received news of the Backland smog event. He firmly believed that since this matter had attracted the attention of the Fool, it definitely involved a struggle between evil gods. So, hearing Audrey say this, he was not surprised. Furs was also quite concerned about this matter. She had been busy writing manuscripts these past few days and rarely appeared in Backland, but Zio was still in Backland, and it seemed she received tasks daily, making it difficult for her to leave for a while. While thanking the Fool, Audrey also observed the others. She saw surprise in the body language of the new member and Furs, anticipation in Mr. the Hanged Man, and Mr. the World, and Baron Hobert seemed not surprised by it. Audrey was a little curious. Did Baron Hobert also know some inside information? Then she thanked the World, "Mr. the World, if it weren't for your prior warning, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people in Backland would have died in this great smog. In fact, I also saved myself," Klein said with a smile, manipulating the World. Immediately after, as the Fool, he responded with a smile, "I merely provided a little insignificant help. No, it was precisely because of your dependence's reminder that the Church of the Night Goddess was prepared, preventing the awakening of the original witch and keeping the pollution level of the Great Smog within a controllable range," Audrey described, revealing news that surprised the other members once again. He also destroyed the Aurora Order's ritual, once again cutting off the true creator, who was attempting to descend through it, from the real world. Emlyn nearly jumped up. The original witch wanted to awaken. The true creator attempted to descend. How is this different from the information released within the bloodline? Wasn't it a disaster caused by a despair witch attempting to advance? Alger leaned back in his chair. "I told you, this must involve the struggle of deities." Furs was also both shocked and scared. Wasn't this said to be a disaster caused by a prince and a witch? How does it involve two evil gods? Oh my god, if any one of them were to descend, the entire Backland would be destroyed. Fortunately, the Fool stopped all of this. Seeing that someone knew and remembered his contributions, Klein felt a moment of relief. Unfortunately, he had to leave Backland because of it. Audrey stood up and bowed sincerely. Please convey my thanks to him. Klein maintained his image, made no response, only nodded. Furthermore, regarding the matter of preventing the original witch, Emperor made an outstanding contribution. Everyone turned their gaze to Emperor. Baron Hobert originally didn't want to bring up this matter, but since the fool had brought it up to this extent, he couldn't help but respond. Moreover, Baron Hobert suddenly thought that he should describe this inhumane slaughter to everyone and remind Audrey to pay attention to the movements of the royal family. So Baron Hobert said, after the Creator received relevant information, he detected the witch church's actions, so he sent me and 2 saints to stop that despair witch, who was spreading disaster. Audrey was somewhat surprised internally. This was information she didn't know. Baron Hobert actually participated in this event. I didn't expect the Creator to even send saints. Why didn't the church make this information public? Alger's face showed surprise. This was a joint operation between the Creator and the fool. Yes, they both seem to harbor hostility towards some evil gods, but it's unclear what they gain by doing so. At the last gathering, everyone had just learned that Emperor was a dependence of the Creator. Just 1 day later, the 2 deities joined forces for an operation. They had anticipated it. As a relatively well-informed bloodline member, Emlyn had also just heard 2 days ago about the relevant information regarding the Creator in the South Continent. Every bloodline member was overjoyed after hearing about that battle. It was said that many followers of the original Moon died in that battle. He thought, this Tarot Club member, codenamed Emperor, knows some inside information about the Creator. Is he a follower of the Creator? Why would the Creator want to prevent the descent of an evil god? Furs was first surprised, then smiled helplessly. I had previously told Baron Hobert with certainty that the Backland Smog event was a disaster caused by a prince and a witch. I didn't expect there to be so much information I didn't know. Fortunately, Baron Hobert knows even less, so he won't think I'm deceiving him. The son, Derek, also had a similar conjecture to Alger, believing it was a joint operation between the Creator and the fool. He, who was originally unconcerned, also began to pay attention to this event. Even Klein was somewhat surprised. There were even saints involved. When Baron Hobert met me in the suburbs of Backland, he spoke so lightly, I thought he had come to Backland alone. Baron Hobert continued, but under the influence of 008, 2 opposing saints, coincidentally, appeared. Klein, Audrey, and Alger recalled the abilities of 008, and couldn't help but feel a chill for Emperor. Especially Klein, who had almost been killed by a meteorite this time, once again felt the power of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Furs and Emlyn did not know the specific details of 008, they only knew that on the day of the Backland Smog event, a battle between saints had also occurred. Audrey asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, what was the final outcome of the battle? Baron Hobert, however, counter-questioned, how many people died in this great smog? According to statistics, over 30,000 people. Audrey's figure was from internal statistics, the number published in major newspapers was 3,000. Baron Hobert was slightly stunned before realizing that his actions had also had an effect. He remembered that in the original work, it seemed 60 or 70,000 people had died. This made him feel less heavy-hearted. We effectively hindered the despair witch, who was spreading disaster. Unfortunately, once the 2 opposing saints were in position, the despair witch began spreading disaster again. Alger followed up on this topic. If it weren't for your obstruction, I believe the death toll would have at least doubled. The fool, Klein, who was manipulating the world, calmly said, that's right. If it weren't for Emperor and his companions, the disaster would have been even more terrifying. Audrey nodded, she thought so too. And Klein finally understood Hobert's helplessness. If he were a demigod, he indeed would have had a chance to stop this disaster. Derek also noticed this. Mr. Emperor, so the battle at that time developed into 2 saints plus a despair witch, against 2 saints plus you. Audrey also finally realized this. Oh my, Mr. Emperor, so you had to deal with a demigod. Hobert smiled. Exactly, I almost died in Backland. Everyone fell silent for a few seconds. The Emperor's previous understatement made them think the focus of the battle should have been on those saints. Only at this moment did they truly understand the intensity of this battle. Especially Alger, who had acted with Hobert. He believed he was the person among all members who best understood how powerful the Emperor was, but even so, the Emperor almost died in this battle. This made Alger sigh. If I encountered a battle of this level, I probably wouldn't last 3 seconds. Hobert said, I think I should let you see the tragic situation in the East District at that time, so you will have the most direct understanding and feeling of this disaster. After obtaining the fool's consent, Hobert presented the scene he saw at the time, the streets of the East District filled with corpses. Everyone saw that in the swirling dense fog, many parents and children died embracing each other, with parents, in the last moments of their lives, still using their arms to shield their children from the dense fog. They also knew that such a shield was useless, but what could they do? This was the only way to protect the lives they cherished most. There were also young lovers who died embracing each other. Their lives had just begun to be exciting, but they fell on the cold streets. More were elderly people. Calling them elderly was a bit inappropriate, as they were only around 40 years old. Perhaps they once had happy families, perhaps a small house that could shelter them from wind and rain, a decent, relatively respectable job. But for various ridiculous and helpless reasons, they lost their good lives, could only live from hand to mouth, and could only sleep on the streets. No, sleeping on the streets was not allowed either, because parks and streets were not for vagrants to sleep in. The key was that once one fell into this situation, it was like falling into a desperate situation, and only a very few people regained their original lives. In fact, the members present were not at the bottom of society in this era. Even Audrey, who knew the most about this event, only knew some statistics. Although Klein was directly involved in this operation, he was not clear about the situation in Backland. Although Furs and Emlyn were in Backland at the time, they were not at the scene and only knew that many people had died. Alger was at sea, so he had even less direct experience. Even Derek, in the God-forsaken land, seeing so many people dead, especially so many ordinary people, also felt a heavy heart. The Tarot Club members fell silent after seeing these images. For the first time, they so intuitively felt the sorrow of this era, and the insignificance of life under extraordinary power. Improve your strength quickly. Hobert said. When we become stronger, perhaps if we encounter similar things again, we can prevent such tragedies from happening. Everyone looked at Hobert together. At this moment, everyone deeply agreed with his words. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this event is finally over. No, Hobert said. The cooperation between the royal family and the Witch Church and the Aurora Order is still ongoing. They need a large number of slaves and innocent young girls. For ordinary people, this in itself is a disaster. A disaster like the Backland smog event might reappear, and it might even trigger a greater disaster. The royal family. Audrey was somewhat surprised. Isn't the royal family also a victim? No, Hobert explained. It was because there was a possibility of the cooperation between the royal family and the Witch Church being leaked, that the despair which used the Backland smog event and the true creator's descent to divert everyone's attention. Audrey could no longer maintain her spectator state. This was information she did not know. The others were also surprised that this incident was actually linked to the royal family. Furs simply asked, why would the royal family cooperate with these two cults? Because the royal family's ongoing conspiracy may not receive the support of the Orthodox churches, Hobert replied. The world suddenly said, this reminds me of something. Then he said to the hanged man, I found that Baron you mentioned. Previously, Alger had posted a mission to find the slave trader Baron during the information exchange phase of the Tarot Club, but had not had any success. Alger, somewhat disbelieving, asked in return, Baron, who was involved in multiple slave cases on colonial islands. Yes, reddish-brown skin, South Continent race, Backland accent, the third tooth on the left is a false tooth, the world replied hoarsely. It's him. Alger recalled for 2 seconds and then asked, where is he? What is his current identity? The world replied, Baron is in Backland. Someone saw him meeting with a military intelligence Section 9 agent loyal to the royal family. I don't know who it was specifically, because the other party was wearing a mask. The world's words served as corroboration for what the emperor had just said. The royal family was indeed in contact with some slave traders. And besides Emlyn, who had just joined the club, the other members all thought of the capping incident, in which there was also a shadow of a royal family member. Audrey asked Hobert, Mr. Emperor, what conspiracy is the royal family brewing? Although she didn't particularly like royal family members who disrespected women, before this, she always felt that the royal family should be on the side of justice. However, some recent news had severely shaken this idea of hers. Hobert did not hide it. George III fantasizes about becoming a god. Even Klein, from above the gray fog, was stunned, becoming a god. I could guess that there must be a bigger conspiracy behind the Backland smog event, but I never imagined that it would be related to becoming a god. Alger was first surprised, then a little excited, so that's it. The creator and the fool both don't want George III to become a god, which is why they repeatedly sabotage their actions. It must be like this. Ha ha. The other members must not have thought of this yet. Audrey's surprise today was almost more than what she had felt in the past week, becoming a god. The king actually wants to become a god. How is this possible? Furs. Did I hear correctly? The Backland smog event can actually be linked to becoming a god. Fortunately, Hobert doesn't know too many inside stories, otherwise my previous explanation would have been too embarrassing. At this moment, she suddenly thought, Hobert said that a friend asked him for help to save people. Would he have learned more information from his friend? Derek was quite excited. Before, they were always discussing historical gods, or gods who had already ascended to godhood before this. Today was the first time they talked about a person who was in the process of becoming a god. Emlyn, on the other hand, smiled and leaned back in his chair. Nonsense. In the long records of our blood race, the last time someone became a god seems to date back more than 1,000 years ago. There has been no record of becoming a god since the 5th epoch. The emperor must be talking nonsense, but why do the other members all believe him? Are they a bunch of fools? It must be so, they were deceived by the emperor's lies, only I saw through everything. So Emlyn prepared to expose this lie. He asked with a somewhat arrogant smile, Mr. Emperor, is that right? Why are you so sure? I mean about George III becoming a god. Hobert glanced at him, because I am a meander of the lawyer pathway. This answer completely exceeded Emlyn's expectations. He was about to tell everyone how difficult the process of becoming a god was. What does this have to do with your pathway? Hobert asked with a smile. Want to know the answer? Emlyn answered honestly, yes. 2,000 pounds. Cough cough cough. I'll consider it. Klein understood many issues based on the emperor's words. No wonder Hobert was so clear about the conspiracy behind it. It turns out that the creator and George III are on the same pathway or adjacent pathways. The possibility of adjacent pathways is greater. Hobert is a meander of the lawyer pathway, and the Augustus family is a meander of the arbitrator pathway. If George III wants to become a god, as a god of an adjacent pathway, the creator would definitely pay more attention to this matter, and as a favored one of the creator, he would definitely know more. Klein currently did not know that George III was to become the Black Emperor, so he had this conjecture. Alger, Audrey, and Derek, members who knew the laws related to extraordinary characteristics, also had similar conjectures. Furs and Emlyn, however, were completely confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. Audrey asked again, Mr. Emperor, why does the king, George III becoming a god, require a large number of slaves and innocent young girls? I'm not clear about the specific situation. Hobert intended to stop there. Explaining the problem too clearly would also reveal some key information about himself. Moreover, it concerned the creator. If he knew too much detail, it would also seem a bit disrespectful to the creator. Klein, who knew the sequence 5 potion formula, guessed, could this involve a ritual? A ritual for becoming a god. The others had not yet encountered the rituals required for advancement, so they had no relevant conjectures. After this topic ended, Klein pointed at Emlyn and smiled. This is the new member, Mr. Moon. Audrey was stunned. Why would a gentleman choose the Moon card? Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. To reward everyone for urging me to update before. After introducing the new members, it was time for the ritual of sacrificing Rosal's diary. However, this week, Audrey and Alger had no new findings. Furs, on the other hand, obtained 3 pages of the diary through her teacher. Emlyn, observing from the side, was both surprised and amazed. That was Rosal's diary. Mr. the Fool actually understood the mystical symbols invented by Emperor Rosal. Of course, he understood. He was an omnipotent god. Haha, as expected, this was a gathering that the ancestor guided him to join. Just by listening, he had gained a large amount of high-level information. Audrey, meanwhile, enjoyed Mr. Moon's expressions, which alternated between surprise, excitement, and trembling. This Mr. Moon was not a gentleman who knew how to hide his emotions. All his thoughts were written on his face and body. Klein spent a few minutes reading the diary. You may begin. Audrey immediately asked, Little son, Derek, have you escaped that cycle? Derek first nodded, then bowed to the head of the bronze long table. Great Mr. the Fool, thank you for your guidance, which allowed the chief to find clues from the mural containing the Rose Redemption. The Fool, Klein, a little bewildered, responded with a smile, very good. Then Derek bowed to Hobert. Mr. Emperor, thank you for the information about the Angel of Fate. The information you provided was identical to what the chief found in ancient texts, allowing us to completely resolve the problem after only 2 cycles. Hobert smiled. Don't thank me, you paid for extraordinary materials for it. This is a transaction. Not only was the Fool bewildered, but Emlyn was equally confused. What, Rose Redemption? What, Angel of Fate? What, escaping the cycle? These terms were all outside his scope of knowledge. He could understand every single word, but when put together, he had no idea what they meant. Emlyn wondered, could it be that the son, who appeared to be young, had just escaped the pursuit of an angel? A liar. He must be lying. But Emlyn, having learned his lesson from before, did not immediately expose the son, because he noticed that the other members all believed him. He decided to wait, and once the other party revealed a bigger flaw, he would expose him. Upon hearing Emperor's words, Derek immediately responded, Mr. Emperor, although we have successfully resolved the problem, we have not yet returned to Silver City. Once we return, I will immediately pay you all the outstanding extraordinary materials. Hobert nodded. No rush. Audrey then asked, what exactly happened? Derek did not hide anything. During the 6th exploration, I tried. He described in detail all the actions he took and the corresponding results, emphasizing the fact that the little boy Jack was from Enmat Port and the specific details of the mural where the Rose Redemption was located. Alger clearly told Derek, Enmat Port is a port in the North Continent. Except for Emlyn, everyone else was somewhat excited, as this proved that the outside world still maintained a certain connection with the forsaken land of the gods. Emlyn, however, found it strange. What are you so excited about? Who hasn't heard of Enmat Port? It's one of the most famous seaports in Central Ruin Kingdom. Together with Pritz Harbor, one in the south and one in the north, they collectively support over half of Backland's material supply. This is common sense, isn't it? Derek continued. The chief told me that he had read in an ancient text that it was rumored that when the Lord who created everything, the Almighty God, gazed upon this land. He was surrounded by many angels, and among the leaders of these angels, the 8 closest to the divine throne, were also the children of God. They are the angel king mentioned by Mr. Emperor. The chief suspects that Amun is the angel of time among the angel kings, and the one in the mural is the angel of fate, Ouroboros the tail swallower. Everyone had heard Hobert explain the angel king before, so at this point, except for Emlyn, no one was particularly surprised by this concept. They just hadn't expected there to be as many as 8 angel kings. Audrey asked curiously, "Mr. Sun, what are the titles and names of the other 6 angel kings?" The chief didn't say, and I didn't dare to ask. Derek responded somewhat ashamed, "I really want to know the answer." Audrey subconsciously looked at Hobert. Hobert smiled. "This information is very valuable, worth £5,000. He added an explanation. "The reason it's worth so much is because by telling you this information, the previous intelligence worth £20,000 will be significantly devalued." "Deal," Audrey said. "Dia." Hobert suddenly thought he had misheard. Previous transactions with similar prices had all fallen through without exception. Unexpectedly, this time Audrey took the initiative and said, "I am willing to pay £2,000 for this information. Are you willing to collectively pay the remaining £3,000? After the new year, she had completely paid off her previous debts. At the same time, because she had received many adult gifts, including gift money, Audrey had no problem paying this amount herself. Furthermore, because of her role in the Backland Smog event, Rohal personally promised that she could be reimbursed for magical items or mystical transactions totaling no more than £10,000 from him. So, for Audrey after the new year, her financial situation was not just good, but excellent. However, having gone through the financial difficulties of the past 3 consecutive months, Audrey still decided to be frugal with her money. In addition, she invited everyone to participate in the transaction, and others might raise some questions that she might easily overlook. Derek, who also wanted to know the answer, said, "I am willing to pay for 7 main materials of sequence 8 level. Mr. Emperor, can that substitute for £1,500? He had gained a lot of merits from this operation, and combined with his previous accumulation, he could completely exchange for 1 main material of a Sun Divine official, and then exchange for the main materials from stock to pay off his debt to Mr. Emperor, as well as the 7 items promised this time." Before Hobert could say anything, Alger immediately said, "I'll pay £500. Since his exploration of the island deep in the raging sea with Emperor, which left him with the main materials for advancing to sequence 6, his financial situation had been consistently good. Furs, I'll also pay £500. She had originally planned to save money to buy a main material for an astrologer, but because of a certain person's New Year's gift, she no longer had to worry about the astrologer main material, as teacher Dari had promised that as long as one astrologer main material was found, Dari would provide the other. However, Furs had not yet fully digested the magician potion, so she temporarily had no intention of telling Dari that she had obtained the lava octopus blood crystal. Only £500 remained, and everyone looked at the world. Klein, who had intended to get it for free, somewhat helplessly manipulated the world to say, "All right, I'll pay the last £500. Klein had just advanced to sequence 6 and was forced to leave Backland, where he had already established a certain network. His financial situation was not very optimistic. Originally, his financial situation would have been even worse, but when he purchased one of the main materials from Hobert, he received a discount on the base price. Also, because he had completed a very profitable mission with Hobert a long time ago, after these additions and subtractions, he still had £809 in savings. Audrey looked at Hobert and smiled. "Mr. Emperor, £5,000 has been collected." Hobert smiled. "I haven't even had a chance to initiate a group purchase, and you've already helped with crowdfunding. Truly the daughter of a banker." He asked Emlyn, "Mr. Moon, are you participating in this transaction?" Emlyn's money had all been spent on dolls. He couldn't even produce £500 now. I'll think about it. Then please, Mr. the Fool, block Mr. Moon's sight and hearing so we can begin the transaction, Hobert said. Klein nodded slightly, and after blocking Emlyn's sight and hearing, everyone looked at Emperor. Hobert said, "The other 6 angel kings are Dark Angel, Saslier, Pure White Angel, Osikus, Wind Angel, Leoduro." Upon hearing this, Klein and Alger and the others were almost unable to sit still. Hobert continued, "Wisdom Angel, Harabergen, Dream Angel, Adam, Red Angel, Medici. Except for information regarding the origin and current status of Dark Angel, Saslier, which is a separate question, most of the information about the other angel kings is included in this transaction. You can think about how to phrase your questions. But for fairness, Miss Magician, Mr. Hanged Man, and Mr. the World can only ask one question each." Alger was the first to ask. He stammered for a long time before taking a deep breath and calming his nervous emotions. "Leoduro, is he the current Lord of Storms?" That was the true name of the Storm Church's true god. When Alger read this name in the Book of Storms, he didn't feel much, but when he actually tried to say it aloud, Alger realized how difficult it was. "That's right," Hobert said. "Not only is Leoduro the current Lord of Storms, but Osikus is the current eternal blazing sun, and Harabergen is the current god of knowledge and wisdom. Their process of becoming a god is a separate question. Today we only discuss their information as angel kings or before that." Alger felt more nervous attending the tarot club than ever before. It's really like that. After attending the tarot club and learning the relevant information, he already knew in advance that the Lord of Storms was also a Beyonder before becoming a god. But it was only when he truly came into contact with this knowledge that he understood how serious a blasphemy it was to hear this knowledge itself. Klein, behind the gray fog, leaned back in his chair. Emperor truly didn't disappoint. Information worth £5,000 actually involved 3 true gods in one go, and the remaining 5 angel kings were certainly not to be trifled with. Besides Aemon and other angels, this was the second time he had heard Emperor mention Medici. Only he and Dark Angel were relatively unfamiliar. If there was an opportunity, he would ask about this Red Angel. Audrey was somewhat excited. This was information worth £5,000. It really was different from the 2000 level information. Furs. Oh my goodness, I only spent £500 and heard about the origins of 3 true gods. Derek, however, felt an inexpressible sadness. The Almighty God was surrounded by so many powerful angels, yet he still fell. Did he encounter a more powerful enemy? But why haven't I heard of the Almighty God having an opponent after reclaiming his authority? Audrey followed up on this topic and asked, "Mr. Emperor, please tell us about the origins of these 3 angel kings who later became gods." Hobert said, "Wind Angel and Pure White Angel left few records before they pledged allegiance to the ancient sun god. Angels were not as rare in that era as they are now. Angel-level battles often occurred, and they should have been 2 who emerged from these battles. And Harabergen, also known as the Dragon of Wisdom, was a subordinate god of Dream Dragon, Angerwade during the Second Epoch. After the ancient sun god awakened, he betrayed Dream Dragon and pledged allegiance to the ancient sun god, becoming the Wisdom Angel." Klein took a deep breath. After the ancient sun god awakened. That question shouldn't be included in this one. Furz's eyes widened. So, the true form of the god of knowledge and wisdom is a giant dragon. This is too incredible. Derek. This was an angel from the enemy camp of the former giant court. Audrey asked in surprise, can subordinate gods still betray their main god? Hobert casually explained, yes, because subordinate gods at that time had great autonomy. At this moment, Derek asked, Mr. Emperor, can you explain the origin of the Angel of Time? Is he really a descendant of the ancient sun god? Yes, Hobert said. Angel of Time and Dream Angel are both descendants of the ancient sun god. To prevent you from encountering danger, after this question is answered, I will sacrifice a magical item of the spectator pathway to Mr. the Fool to hypnotize you, so that you will forget the relevant information after leaving the tarot club. Everyone nodded, looking at Emperor with anticipation. Finally, they were going to learn some information about Aemon. As expected, the power of 5,000 pounds was infinite. Before this, Emperor had insisted that Miss Justice become a psychologist before discussing such matters. Hobert first asked everyone a question. What should you do if you take too many potions, resulting in an excess of extraordinary characteristics in your body? Audrey and Furs frowned together. This indeed seemed to be a difficult problem. Alger, who had recovered from the Leodoro question, answered, the best way is to have children and pass on the excess extraordinary characteristics to them. Some children are born half a sequence 9, that's how it happens. Furs immediately thought, Zio is exactly like that. Then she was somewhat surprised, you can even do that. Fortunately, I don't have any excess extraordinary characteristics in my body. As she thought about it, she blushed a little. Alger continued, I heard that high sequence beyonders also expel excess extraordinary characteristics from their bodies by having children. Some children are born as sequence 5. That's right. Hobert smiled and nodded. Then, if there are too many extraordinary characteristics in a god's body, how should they be expelled? Everyone was slightly stunned, and almost simultaneously thought of the answer, by having children too. They then realized that this was the origin of Adam and Aemon. First, author wants to clarify that not every request for an update can result in an extra chapter, it mainly depends on author's time. Author also finds it strange why there are always a few days each month when I have to take time out to deal with some things. This makes it impossible for author to save drafts, so even if I want to add more chapters, I can only write them when I have time. However, author will try my best to write and update more. This is author's promise and I will try to uphold it. Finally, thank you all for your continued support and encouragement. *******. Hobert further explained, Adam and Aemon were born with the uniqueness of the spectator pathway and the thief pathway, respectively. One could say they were angel kings from birth. The other members felt a sudden realization, followed by immense envy. Who wouldn't be envious? To be born just one step away from true godhood. Alger sighed, my lifelong efforts might not even reach the starting point of some people. Klein also sighed, indeed, the difference in starting lines in the extraordinary world is even greater. Derek then asked, what about their current situation? They both served the Solomon Empire and the Tudor Empire during the Fourth Epoch, Hobert mused before adding. Currently, Amon's main body should be in the God-forsaken land, while Adam formed the Twilight Hermit Club. Hobert temporarily did not reveal the information about the ancient sun god's divinity awakening in Adam's body. This intelligence was too valuable, far exceeding the 5,000 gold pounds range. Klein, behind the gray fog, narrowed his eyes. He had just learned today from Rosel's diary that the mysterious organization Rosel had previously joined was the Twilight Hermit Club. At one gathering, Rosel had even met an old man suspected to be Hermes. However, Klein did not immediately inquire about the Twilight Hermit Club. He planned to ask the Emperor privately later. As everyone processed the newly acquired knowledge, the world, in a hoarse voice, said to the Emperor, please describe the relevant information about Red Angel Medici. Hobert smiled. He joined the Rose Redemption at the end of the Third Epoch and fell in Backland during the Fourth Epoch. Furs and the others were momentarily stunned. They had been listening to a high-level extraordinary history from the Third Epoch, and the sudden mention of Backland felt a bit jarring. Audrey asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, how did he fall? Hobert replied, this is a hidden history from the Fourth Epoch. Because it involves one of the four emperors, it belongs to another question. Klein, behind the gray fog, had some conjectures. I remember when the emperor helped organize information about various angel families, he mentioned that the Medici family had once served the Solomon Empire. At that time, I guessed it might be because the angel of that family had fallen early, which is why the current Medici family is obscure. Now, hearing the Emperor, it seems to involve a hidden secret from the fourth epoch. The other members also had their own conjectures, but none could find the key point. Finally, Audrey and the others' gazes turned to Furs. It was then that Furs remembered she still had one question left. However, she felt that she didn't really need to ask, simply listening in had already been incredibly worthwhile. But since everyone was looking at her, Furs cleared her throat and asked, "Mr. Emperor, please describe the information about Dark Angel Saslier that can be disclosed in this transaction." Of the other 7 angel kings, Ouroboros, the angel of fate, had been described in detail at the last gathering. The other 6 angel kings had also been described successively. Now, only the Dark Angel remained without a description. "I can only tell you that he was the angel king of the secret supplicant pathway at that time," Hobert said with a smile. Alger couldn't help but shift his sitting posture. "I remember that the true creator is the true god of the secret supplicant pathway." Klein immediately had a similar guess. Could the Dark Angel be the current true creator? Hiss, "I've never heard the true creator's true name until now, and I can't confirm such a guess." Derek simply asked, "Mr. Emperor, when a pathway already has an angel king, can there still be a true god?" "In terms of the concept of power levels, no, there cannot be," Hobert said with a smile. "I know what you want to ask. I can only tell you that the situation of the Dark Angel is quite special. As of now, the true god and angel king of the secret supplicant pathway have not appeared simultaneously. The angel king here represents a level concept. Although all of the secret supplicants sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics are currently with the true creator, Saslier is still sleeping on the second blasphemy slate formed by the ancient sun god's remains and will. Saslier, in his current sleeping state, certainly does not possess the level of an angel king, but it still made Hobert somewhat difficult to define. Are the true god and angel king of this pathway in the same frame? Furthermore, this was a question about the ancient sun god's fall, which also greatly exceeded the 5,000 gold pounds range, so Hobert did not intend to go into too much detail. After hearing Hobert's words, the others successively negated their own guesses. They finally understood why the Emperor had stated from the beginning that the Dark Angel belonged to another question. It turned out he was connected to the currently active evil god, and he held many secrets. With the end of the transaction, Hobert, with the fool's permission, first returned to the real world, sacrificed the psychological spoon to the fool, and hypnotized several other members, making them forget the information about Eamon and Adam after leaving the gray fog. After this transaction concluded, it was time for the free trade segment. Audrey asked, "Everyone, has anyone noticed the elder tree's fruit for me?" The other members remained silent. Furs had asked her teacher, and Dorian did not have the elder tree's fruit. Derek knew where there were mirror dragons, but because he had previously entered a loop, his return journey was delayed, so this transaction was completed by Miss Magician ahead of schedule. Alger and Klein had also kept an eye out at some extraordinary gatherings but had not received any relevant information. And Hobert simply hadn't paid attention to this matter. At this moment, Emlyn suddenly said, "I remember a blood race marquis who has an elder tree's fruit, but the main material for sequence 7 will definitely have a premium, probably needing over 800 gold pounds. And because I'm taking on some risk, I also need to charge a certain commission, so the total value will be around 900 gold pounds. Blood race. Alger immediately caught the key point in those words, the new member is a vampire. Audrey happily said, "No problem, can we complete the transaction this week?" After the Backland Smog event, Audrey urgently hoped to improve her strength to protect her parents and family. Meanwhile, Furs felt a bit ashamed, because just last week she had sold the mirror dragon's eyes to Miss Justice for 1,000 gold pounds. However, Audrey didn't mind these things. In her opinion, it was normal for 2 main materials of sequence 7 level to be inflated to around 2,000 gold pounds. Emlyn replied, "I think so." Audrey couldn't hide her joy, which meant she had a good chance of becoming a psychologist this week. Through her daily acting, the mind reader potion was already mostly digested. With the main material, she could attempt to advance as long as her condition was good. After completing a transaction, Emlyn regained his confidence. He eagerly asked, "Everyone, who knows how the blood race can improve their strength? I mean, without relying on grants from elders." No sooner had he spoken than he felt gazes directed his way. Now all members noticed Emlyn's description of the blood race. Audrey's eyes lit up as she re-examined Mr. Moon. Blood race. Vampires from legends. As a novelist, Furs undoubtedly had various beautiful or bizarre imaginations about the blood race, and her eyes were equally bright and spirited. Derek thought of the vampires hidden in the deep darkness, covered in pus, moving like the wind. Klein and Hobert, however, had the urge to shake their heads and chuckle, just as incautious as Derek when he first joined. Emlyn, watched by all these gazes, was a little at a loss, vaguely realizing that he seemed to have asked something he shouldn't have. "Why are you looking at me? Am I not allowed to have a blood race friend? Should I explain a bit?" But then he thought, what's wrong with being blood race? I am blood race, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Our blood race has a long history, long lives, abundant accumulation, and we are a noble race. Thinking this, Emlyn lifted his chin and proudly added, "Yes, I am a pure-blooded blood race." Hobert couldn't help but chuckle. What's there to be so proud of? Mr. God's attendant of the Harvest Church. Audrey also pursed her lips and chuckled. No one asked if you were. Mr. Moon is a bit guilty, so he's overreacting. Hobert said, vampires can also. It's blood race. Emlyn corrected. Hobert deliberately said, okay, Mr. Vampire. Blood. Emlyn took a deep breath. Never mind, you say it. Vampires who want to improve their strength, besides inheriting legacies from their elders, can also advance by consuming potions like humans, Hobert said. Emlyn immediately rejected this method, but the main ingredients for those potions are my own kind. Alger chuckled. If a blood race baron dies in a sudden conflict, without time to find an inheritor, and you accept this inheritance through a potion, it prevents the loss of blood race power. It benefits the entire blood race. A great pirate Alger knew possessed the blood race baron, extraordinary characteristic, which he had never been able to sell, so he tried to peddle it to Emlyn. Hobert also added, or the extraordinary characteristics left by the original Moon's believers, they should be your mortal enemies, right? Emlyn admitted, that's right, we often hunt the original Moon's believers. Don't the blood race use their extraordinary characteristics to improve themselves? Hobert said directly, as far as I know, vampires can consume the extraordinary characteristics of the pharmacist pathway. I happen to have a sequence 6 feet potion professor, extraordinary characteristic, which you call blood race baron, confiscated from a believer of the original Moon. If you need it, I'll sell it to you for 3,500 gold pounds. Alger did not continue to participate in this transaction. He understood that the Emperor was clearly selling the spoils of the previous battle, and he still needed to contact that great pirate regarding the extraordinary characteristic of the vampire baron. He had no pricing power. 3,500. Emlyn knew that for a sequence 6 extraordinary characteristic, this was a basic price. But if he had that much money, he would have long since moved the several dolls he had admired for so long back home, and he could even get new clothes for all of them. Emlyn's first reaction was to abandon the transaction, but then he thought of the ancestors' favor, and the glory of the blood race, making him somewhat hesitant. This time, Hobert simply snatched the answer, saying, you can go back and think about it. Okay. Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief. Hobert then said, additionally, I have a batch of extraordinary characteristics that I want to sell to the blood race. I wonder if you would be willing to contact your blood race's high-ranking members for me. Emlyn casually asked, how many exactly, and what sequence are they? 7 vampire extraordinary characteristics, Hobert introduced, 3 potion professor, which are vampire baron extraordinary characteristics, and 1 crimson scholar, which is a vampire viscount extraordinary characteristic. Hobert still had uses for extraordinary characteristics below vampire, and the blood race didn't need them either. Emlyn was a little surprised that many. Klein and Alger were not surprised. They both knew that the Emperor was helping the Creator's dependents deal with the spoils of war. Audrey and Furs did not know that the Rose School also had followers of the original moon, so they both secretly marveled at the Emperor's wealth. However, they also guessed that this should be jointly owned by many of the Creator's dependents, and never imagined that it belonged solely to Hobert. After a brief moment of surprise, Emlyn quickly calmed himself down. How much do you plan to sell those extraordinary characteristics for? Hobert pondered for a moment and said, each vampire extraordinary characteristic is 2,000 gold pounds, and each vampire baron extraordinary characteristic is 4,500 gold pounds. If you want one, I can reserve one for you, and the price will still be 3,500 gold pounds. This is a benefit for Tarot Club members. If this transaction is successful, I can even sell it to you for 3,000 gold pounds directly. Finally, the Crimson Scholar extraordinary characteristic is 10,000 gold pounds. This price was a bit higher than the extraordinary characteristics sold to the Gnostic Society. After all, that was at least half a political ally, and Hobert was not very familiar with the blood race yet. Klein had already secretly calculated a detailed account. 14,000 gold pounds plus 13,500 gold pounds plus 10,000 gold pounds. A total of 37,500 gold pounds. If this transaction went through, it would be the highest value transaction in the Tarot Club, and one that would be difficult to surpass. Emlyn also did a quick calculation, marveling at the enormous sum, and then smiled helplessly. The high-ranking members of the blood race don't know that I'm part of the Tarot Club. Hobert had already thought of a solution. You can say that at a gathering, you met a dependent of the Creator, and he was selling spoils of war. If the blood race doesn't want them, he plans to sell them to the School of Life. Audrey asked curiously, School of Life? Hobert briefly explained, there are also followers of the original moon in the School of Life. Relatively speaking, they are not as evil as the followers of the original moon in the Rose School. Audrey nodded. Emlyn was still hesitating, because even with a good reason, it would be easy to expose the fact that he had a new channel, and Count Nebe might very well associate it with him receiving the Fool's attention. Hobert then said, the opportunity to strengthen the blood race, and the opportunity for you to demonstrate your strength and channels to your other brethren, is right in front of you. Whether you can seize it is up to you. As for whether he would be suspected by the blood race's high-ranking members, Hobert was not worried, because even without this transaction, the blood race's high-ranking members would still have some suspicions. These words resonated with Emlyn. The reason I received the ancestors' favor, isn't it because I have always taken the ideal of strengthening the blood race as my responsibility? As for demonstrating my strength in front of my brethren, that's not important. Yes, not important. Thinking of this, Emlyn said, I will report this transaction to the blood race's high-ranking members. Hobert smiled. I await your news. The payment for the third batch of building materials was settled. The other members of the Tarot Club had no transaction items recently. Audrey was preparing to advance to Sequence 7, and she was now an official member of the Psychological Alchemists, with a source for potion formulas, so she had no need in this regard. Alger was still digesting the Wind-Blessed potion, and he knew he could purchase the Ocean Songster extraordinary characteristic from the Emperor, so he didn't need to consider advancing for now. Derek and Furs were both still digesting their respective Sequence 8 potions, and both had Sequence 7 potion formulas, with the main ingredients also secured, so they didn't need to conduct transactions at the Tarot Club. So the free trade segment almost became the Emperor's exclusive show. Seeing that no one else had initiated a transaction, he then said, can anyone contact the Temperance faction of the Rose School? Everyone was stunned, guessing whether the Emperor was looking for allies for the Creator's forces in the South Continent. The World said in a hoarse voice, I can contact the Temperance faction. I just have a question for you, and we can exchange information. Klein believed that if Hobert was looking for allies, this would be a good opportunity for Sharon and Merrick. After all, the Creator's influence in the South Continent seemed very strong. Hobert was waiting for the world to speak, and he smiled. What information do you want to know? Everything about the Twilight Hermit Club. Hobert pondered for a moment. This is not information of the same level. The contact information for the Rose School that I need is only worth 200 gold pounds. I'll give you an extra 100 gold pounds, so let's say 300 gold pounds. But the information about the Twilight Hermit Club is worth at least 1800 gold pounds. If you want to trade, you'll need to pay me an additional 1500 gold pounds. The world smiled helplessly, and was about to say that he wouldn't proceed with the transaction for now, when Audrey suddenly said, Mr. Emperor, can I contribute 600 gold pounds to join the transaction? Does anyone else want to join? Hobert nodded and smiled. Of course. Klein also hoped for another crowdfunding or group purchase, so that he could learn about the Twilight Hermit Club with a small amount of money. Alger, Furs, and Derek, although also very curious about the information, had already spent money once today, and another transaction would be an unplanned expense for them. Moreover, they didn't particularly wish to know the answer like Audrey, so they had no intention of making a transaction. Emlyn, on the other hand, was a bit confused again. What Twilight Hermit Club? Is that a secret organization? Why haven't I heard of it? Seeing that no one else had any intention of transacting, Audrey simply said, then how about Mr. World and I each pay 900 gold pounds, and we too conduct the transaction? The World sighed. I'm sorry, I still won't participate in this transaction. Although Audrey couldn't quite discern the World's psychological activity, she could sense his embarrassment. So Audrey smiled and said, Mr. World, your reminder during the Backland Smog event should receive some tangible gratitude. I am willing to pay 1500 gold pounds for this transaction, you only need to pay 300 gold pounds. Mr. World, please don't decline, this is what you deserve. Hobert thought to himself, this is what you call high emotional intelligence. Helping isn't called helping, it's what you deserve. This made Klein, who is always stingy, no, always frugal, feel embarrassed. I can pay 600 gold pounds, of which 300 gold pounds will be paid for the contact information of the Rose School's temperance faction. Audrey did not refuse the World's request, because she knew that refusing a gentleman's payment was hurting his pride. And that gentleman regretted it a bit after saying he would pay 600 gold pounds, dying for face, suffering for it. She has a count's family fortune, do you? After a long sigh in his heart, Klein comforted himself. Never mind, 9 gold pounds in cash is enough for my boat ticket. Alger, beside him, sighed inwardly. The Emperor will get 5,000 gold pounds directly from this gathering, plus extraordinary materials worth no less than 1,500 gold pounds, to be precise, worth 1,700 to 2,000 gold pounds, and information worth 300 gold pounds. If he also facilitates the transaction with the blood race. Alger smiled bitterly. How great it would be if I had that much money. However, the thought that the proceeds from the transaction with the blood race would not belong to Hobert alone balanced his mind considerably. Emlyn, on the other hand, marveled, Miss Justice is really rich. She has already spent 3,200 gold pounds at this gathering and confirmed a transaction worth about 900 gold pounds with me. And she seems to have no pressure at all. After agreeing on the price, Hobert asked Mr. Fool to seal off the senses of the others. Hobert said to Klein and Audrey, as I said earlier, the leader of the Twilight Hermit Club is Adam. Let me list 2 more members of this secret organization, Hermes and Rosal. Audrey exclaimed in surprise, Rosal. Emperor Rosal. Klein, however, was a little disappointed because he already knew this information. Hobert continued, that's right. It's Emperor Rosal. He looked at Audrey's somewhat surprised expression and added, and the reason this information is worth this price is because Adam's current situation is quite special. He smiled. Adam is preparing to advance to a true god. The fool behind the gray fog almost jumped up. Adam is also preparing to become a god. After a brief silence, Hobert continued, over the long years, Adam, who originally possessed the uniqueness of that pathway, successively found and assimilated 2 sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics. Now he only needs to obtain the last sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic and complete the corresponding ritual, and theoretically, he can become a god. Klein, at this point, recovered from his surprise. He manipulated the world to ask, "So, what is the last extraordinary characteristic?" Hobert smiled. "That's right, it's 008. Although the world showed little emotion, Klein, behind the gray fog, suddenly felt an invisible force hovering around him. From his arrival in this world, his experiences in Tingen City, and his recent experiences in Backland, he felt as if an invisible hand was manipulating his destiny. Now Klein wondered if this invisible hand might be Adam. But then, Klein dismissed his idea, because he really couldn't think of what benefit Adam would gain from manipulating him. This gray fog space. If Adam were to obtain it now, it should be easy, right? Why would he still manipulate him? To make him stronger. Audrey, opposite him, also recovered from her surprise. "Mr. Emperor, are many angel kings trying to become gods recently?" "No," Hobert said. "Let's go back to the question about the Twilight Hermit Club members. Don't you find the name Hermes familiar?" Audrey then realized, Hermes. Is that a descendant of Hermes? Of course, she knew that Hermes had provided humans with a way to communicate with natural forces. It was precisely because this was common knowledge that she hadn't thought of it. Hobert smiled. "It is Hermes himself." He said, "I'll give you a piece of intelligence. The psychological alchemists have close ties with Hermes. In fact, it could be said that some members found the ruins left by Hermes, which laid the foundation for this organization." Audrey was surprised that Hermes was still alive and nodded slightly. "Thank you for the gift." She couldn't help but wonder, is Hermes the president of the psychological alchemists? Or was the psychological alchemists' establishment due to some psychological suggestion Hermes left in the ruins? Hobert smiled, indicating it was nothing, then continued, "To my knowledge, George III is also a member of this organization." This again surprised Klein and Audrey. Klein immediately had a guess, manipulating the world, and saying, George III's actions to become a god are closely related to Adam. "Yes," Hobert said, "according to reliable information I have, both the uniqueness and the sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic George III needed to become a god were provided by Adam." Klein asked with some surprise, "What is Adam's purpose?" Hobert did not answer directly but began to tell the story from another angle. For a long time, Adam has been trying to resurrect the ancient sun god. In the past few centuries, the Twilight Hermit Club's aim has always been to stir up a tide of the times, and George III's process of becoming a god will be a catalyst for this tide. Klein roughly understood Hobert's meaning. Adam supported George III's ascension to godhood for his own ascension, with the goal of stirring up a tide of the times. And Adam's goal in becoming a god is to resurrect the ancient sun god. With the world's explanation, Audrey finally understood Hobert's meaning. She felt as if these goals and processes of becoming a god were very distant from her, yet at the same time, they seemed very close. Hobert smiled and said, "You can understand it that way, but what I want to explain is that there is also a very hidden piece of information, which is just a guess, but it's highly probable. But I cannot tell you now, or rather, that information is beyond 1,800 gold pounds. Currently, the matter of the ancient sun god's divinity awakening within Adam's body is something even Aemon might not be able to confirm. If Hobert were to state this information with absolute certainty, that would be a big problem." Klein nodded. Such an answer had already exceeded his expectations. Audrey, opposite him, asked, "Mr. Emperor, why are you so knowledgeable about Adam's information?" Klein also looked at Hobert, as he had similar doubts. The information Hobert knew about the Twilight Hermit Club seemed to have surpassed Rosel's knowledge. Hobert was well prepared for this question. Just last week, Adam went to see the Creator. Because of the Creator's intervention in the Backland smog event, Adam was worried that the Creator would affect the tide of the times he had painstakingly created. Both Klein and Audrey were somewhat surprised, not expecting such a high-level meeting to have occurred just last week. Klein mused. So Hobert learned so much about the Twilight Hermit Club through the creator's attention to George III's process of becoming a god. Audrey asked curiously, what is the tide of the times Adam wants to create, or is currently creating? Hobert said, the creator believes it is. The improvement of the steam engine has ushered the whole world into a new era. The production capacity of various North Continent countries is gradually overflowing, and the wealth gap within each country is gradually widening. These unprecedented problems have triggered a series of conflicts. Klein was stunned. He felt as if he had heard a description of the Second Industrial Revolution. Audrey said with some concern, can't these problems be solved? Hobert smiled. Currently, no solution is visible. Specifically, the current policy strategies of the North-South continent simply cannot resolve such contradictions. Only by shifting the contradiction of overcapacity can there be a possibility of resolving it. Either it is external transfer, or it is internal transfer to the lower classes. External transfer will inevitably lead to war, while internal transfer will exacerbate domestic contradictions. Therefore, for the current rulers of the North-South continent, they are in a dilemma. Klein then asked, what role did George III play in this? Hobert smiled, I cannot answer that question. Klein was slightly stunned, but then he thought of George III's abolition of the Corn Laws and the implementation of many new policies in recent years, which seemed to have intensified domestic and international conflicts. Could Hobert's deliberate concealment be because it involved some crucial rituals? Audrey, however, acutely realized, Mr. Emperor, if Adam becomes a god, what impact will that have on me, who is on the same pathway? For now, you can at most become a sequence 2 of that pathway. Hobert said, in the future, you might have the chance to become a sequence 1 of that pathway. Audrey was a bit puzzled, why would there be these effects? Hobert smiled, that's another question. Klein, however, used his extensive knowledge of mysticism to guess. According to the conservation of extraordinary characteristics, once a pathway has a true god, there might no longer be a sequence 1. After all, to become a true god, 3 sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics of that pathway are needed. But why would Miss Justice still have the possibility of becoming a sequence 1 in the future? Is there some law I don't know about here? Hobert again used the psychological spoon to hypnosis Audrey and the world, making them forget the information about Adam once they left the gray fog above. The world then said, go to Brave Bar and order a beer. Tell the bartender you were looking for Miss Sharon, introduced by Detective Sherlock. Regardless of the bartender's reply, drink the beer and then leave by carriage. Miss Sharon of the Temperance faction will meet you in the carriage. Hobert nodded. In fact, he knew this method, but he also knew that Klein would return to Backland in the future and would still be in contact with Miss Sharon, so he had to spend 300 gold pounds to go through the motions. Audrey, on the other hand, keenly caught the name, Detective Sherlock, as this the world's identity in the real world. So he's a detective, no wonder he has such strong, anti-reconnaissance, abilities. All this time, I've barely been able to get any psychological information from him. Klein had already abandoned this identity, so he wasn't afraid of Miss Justice knowing. After this transaction ended, it was time for the final information exchange. Little Son proposed to establish a gesture for praying to the fool, but the experienced Alger objected. Compared to other secret organizations, our tarot club's most significant characteristic and advantage is that our members do not know each other. To give an extreme example, even if one of our members is arrested and interrogated, it will not affect the others. Once there is a complete set of secret codes, or distinctive gestures, a traitor's betrayal could allow hostile forces to use these methods to fish us out one by one. These words calmed everyone down, and they abandoned the idea of designing a prayer gesture. However, Audrey felt a little regretful, and not just Audrey, Klein also felt a bit regretful. I just came up with a special gesture. Hobert, however, thought to himself, this is the difference between a diviner and a lawyer. The diviner pathway habitually develops its power secretly, while the lawyer pathway, after reaching a certain level, cannot hide even if it wants to. As this proposal was shelved, Klein declared the end of this tarot club meeting. Backland, South Bridge District. Emlyn's vision returned to normal, and he saw the various dolls in the room. Phew. Emlyn let out a long breath, calmed down, and savored his first tarot club meeting. Besides Mr. the Fool, the other members' strength shouldn't be too strong. Are they all like me, chosen for some reason? I have the ancestor behind me, who do they have behind them? What's certain is that Emperor has the creator behind him. Emlyn thought of the transaction Emperor initiated at the gathering. What information could be worth 5,000 gold pounds? Why did the other members seem so convinced? They even started raising money immediately. He also thought of the extraordinary characteristic Emperor was selling him 3,000 to 3,500 gold pounds. The hope of becoming a baron in a short time, it really puts me in a difficult position. As for the transaction, Emperor, initiated with the blood race, he decided to discuss it with Lord Nabay at a gathering 2 days later, to see if Lord Nabay was interested. Although Emlyn didn't go out much, he occasionally attended some blood race gatherings and knew some knowledge about extraordinary characteristics. It was because of this that he knew that while Emperor's asking price had some premium, those premiums were within an acceptable range. The key was that it was an extraordinary characteristic from a follower of the original moon. He believed Lord Nabay should not refuse such a transaction. If the transaction was facilitated, he would effectively receive a 500 gold pounds commission. But it's still 3,000 gold pounds. Emlyn sighed internally, troubled by money for the first time. Then he began to fantasize. Emperor will earn over 30,000 gold pounds from this transaction. Although he knows it's not all his, if he had that much money, he'd be in the wealthy class in Backland. If I had that much money. Emlyn looked at the room full of dolls, a cheerful smile on his face. Above the gray fog, inside the ancient palace. Klein picked up the psychological spoon and hypnosis himself. The previous 2 times, Emperor had performed hypnosis on the world. For Klein, who couldn't yet swap with his marionette, such hypnosis had no effect on his main body. Fortunately, Hobert had to return to the real world to perform the bestowal ritual before he could regain the psychological spoon, which gave Klein room for maneuver. Then everyone began to make sacrifices to the fool. These sacrifices were basically all Emperor's gains. Klein then thought of his wallet, which would only have a pitiful 9 gold pounds left. Of course, besides paper money, he also had 5 gold coins, but that was all the money he had on him. When he first arrived in Backland, his financial situation was better than it was now. For now, he could only take it one step at a time and see what happened when he went to sea. There were plenty of villains at sea. If necessary, he would borrow a little from them. Returning to the real world, Klein sacrificed Hobert's remuneration to the gray fog above, then bestowed the psychological spoon, along with the gold pounds, upon Hobert, who had performed the corresponding ritual. Klein's plan was to rest for one night at the inn before embarking on his journey to Pritz Harbor. He sighed. Fortunately, the train ticket had already been bought in advance, otherwise that would have been another expense that made him feel heavy-hearted. Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert first put away the psychological spoon from the altar, then counted the gold pounds he had received. The income from this gathering was exactly 5,000 gold pounds, which included 3,200 gold pounds from Audrey's 2 transactions, 800 gold pounds from Klein's 2 transactions, and 500 gold pounds each from Furs and Alger. Additionally, there were 7 Sequence 8 extraordinary materials from Little Sun. During the final free exchange session, the two had already agreed that in the afternoon 2 days later, which would be Wednesday afternoon, Little Sun would pay Hobert a total of 17 extraordinary characteristics, including the outstanding debt and this time's remuneration. Then Hobert would give provoking Warhammer to Little Sun by sacrificing it to the fool. After Little Sun exchanged the weapon for enough merit, he would then redeem Hobert's asking price, 15 extraordinary materials. In other words, in the coming week, Hobert would receive 32 extraordinary materials. He smiled slightly. He made a small profit. Yesterday was a good day. In the morning, author was woken up early by the sound of firecrackers from a wedding in the neighborhood, so he got up early. This gave author time to write 10,000 words yesterday, ******. Author originally wanted to save the extra 4,000 words as a draft, but after thinking about it, he decided to publish them. After all, author has never had the habit of keeping drafts. This extra update is mainly about being willful, without any reason, just simply adding one more update. After this period of accumulation, Baron Hobert's gold pounds had now exceeded 10,000. He planned to use this money to buy locomotives and carriages, and because some modifications might be involved, the carriages had to be ordered in advance. As usual, Baron Hobert did not immediately put the cash into the country of disorder. He once again sketched the blueprint of his territory in his mind, and as he thought, time came to dusk. Baron Hobert came to the yard and stared blankly at Full Moon Lake under the setting sun. Golden ripples echoed on Full Moon Lake, adding a sense of tranquility to the lake's surface. People on the construction site began to go home, now showing long-lost smiles. Baron Hobert felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This is my territory. Tuesday morning, Ruined Kingdom, Tingen City train station. On the platform, Serena wiped her tears and said, "Melissa, remember to write to me." Melissa felt inexplicably sad seeing her friend cry. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "We're just temporarily separated. Maybe you'll come to Backland to work or study in the future." "No, I might go to Fenaport. I'm already teaching myself Fenaportian," Serena thought to herself. Whoosh! The departure time arrived. They said their final goodbyes. Serena watched the train gradually move away from the station, accelerate, and finally disappear from sight. Chris Wood, with red hair and gold-rimmed glasses, came over to comfort his sister. Separation is only for reunion. Tingen City is not far from Backland. If you miss each other, you can completely visit each other by train. Serena said tearfully, but, I'm the only one left in Tingen City. Chris patted his sister's shoulder. People always go through stages of loneliness. Serena wiped away the last bit of her tears and smiled. "Chris, you sound like a philosopher today." Chris also smiled. "Everyone says I have the temperament of a philosopher." "All right, we should get ready to leave too. Over there, Mr. Wood, Mrs. Wood, and Chris's fiancée Vienna all waved to Serena. Serena took a deep breath, trying to shift her mood to that of a New Year's holiday. The train to Baklung Manor departed half an hour later. The usually lively Serena stared blankly at the scenery flashing past the train window, as if it were her 18 years, never to return. The gregarious Mr. Wood and Chris had already mingled with the surrounding passengers. They talked about the global situation, the ruined kingdom's newly built steel dreadnoughts, and the Forsake Empire, their mortal enemy across the Intersea. Serena noticed the train entering the mountains and would pass through a tunnel in a few minutes. She asked her father, "Dad, are we almost there?" Mr. Wood looked at his pocket watch. "My dear, still about 10 minutes. A passenger in the front left asked, "If you get off at the next station, are you going to Baklung Manor for a holiday?" Mr. Wood smiled. "Yes, I heard the hot springs there are very good." "That's right, and you can go hunting." The passenger laughed. "I heard there are wild boars and sika deer there, but each time you can only bag 1 or 2 wild rabbits at most." Wood smiled. "Hunting is for young people." Suddenly, a passenger behind him, whose hat brim was pulled very low, said, "Don't go to Baklung Manor. Something bad has appeared there recently. If you go there, you will all turn into monsters." The Wood family looked at the passenger in surprise. Serena also turned her head to look at him. The passenger's overcoat collar was pulled up high, and his hat brim covered his entire face. Although she couldn't see the other person's face, Serena could feel the madness and distortion emanating from him. This feeling made Serena uncomfortable all over. Serena also noticed that he seemed to only have a left hand, no right hand. Chris Wood smiled and asked, "Sir, what has appeared there?" Why would we turn into monsters? The passenger, however, said, in short, don't go. Whoosh! The train's whistle woke Serena from her sleep. She saw her parents, brother, and sister-in-law all looking bewildered, as if they had just woken up from a dream. Serena immediately looked behind her, and the other family members also looked there. That seat was empty. Chris Wood laughed. You didn't all have a dream where a passenger advised us not to go to Baklung Manor, did you? The other family members all looked at Chris, with some surprise in their eyes. Chris's smile gradually disappeared, and the family fell silent for a few seconds. Serena swallowed. How about we don't go? It's hard to get a holiday, and staying at home is pretty good. Mr. Wood took out the Baklung Manor tickets and smiled helplessly. I've already bought the tickets. These were discounted tickets bought through a bank client's connection, and even with the discount, they cost a lot of money. Mrs. Wood said, we can't change our plans just because of a strange dream. We'll go to the manor and take a look first. If anything feels wrong, we'll go home immediately. Serena was also persuaded, as she really wanted to soak in the hot springs and see the snow scenery. About 10 minutes later, the train arrived at the station, and the Wood family then took a carriage directly to Baklung Manor. Everywhere here, spring water bubbled out. The temperature of the freshly emerged spring water could reach over 10 degrees Celsius. In winter, they made the entire valley misty, adding a touch of dreamlike color. The ice waterfalls and rime along the way made the family point and admire, and the interlude on the train was forgotten by everyone. After riding the carriage for over half an hour, the family arrived at Baklung Manor. There were many hot springs here, and the mist they produced seemed to envelop the entire manor. Entering the manor's reception hall, everything looked normal. Many guests were smoking and chatting in the hall. The manager enthusiastically greeted them. Hello, welcome to Baklung Manor. Serena felt that the manager was a bit strange. To be precise, his expression was a bit strange, a bit stiff. Or a bit artificial. None of the above. After pondering for a long time, Serena finally realized that it was like the expression of a puppet in a puppet show, a little exaggerated, a little unnatural. The manager seemed to notice Serena and showed her a puppet-like smile. Serena was about to tug on her father's clothes when a bearded man came in from outside. He held a hunting fork and wore clothes made of simply processed animal hides, looking all shaggy, as any gentleman interested in hunting. If you're lucky, you might bag a sika deer or a wild boar. Chris said excitedly, Father, I want to go see. Go, my child. Mr. Wood smiled. Enjoy your New Year's holiday, and I will settle down the 3 beautiful ladies. Watching Chris leave, Serena found that she had actually forgotten what she had been worried about. She opened her mouth, as if she had forgotten something very important, but she racked her brains and couldn't remember anything. Come on, Serena. Mrs. Wood smiled. I can't wait to enjoy the hot springs. Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Baron Hobert finally received Bishop Dick, but what made Bishop Dick somewhat dissatisfied again was that Baron Hobert sat at the head, while they, the clergy, could only stand, as if they were there to report on their work. Baron Hobert naturally saw Dick and the others' dissatisfaction. He smiled. Gentlemen, I am a baron conferred by the king, not by the Earth Mother Church, so there is no superior subordinate relationship between us. Because I am a devout follower of the Earth Mother and a friend of Bishop Simpson, I only greeted you out of courtesy. But that's all. What else are you expecting? Am I supposed to bow and scrape to report on the situation in Jeffrey Territory to you? These words left Dick and the others speechless. Baron Hobert then said, I can send a ship to let you go to the center of Full Moon Lake to see if there is indeed no pollution. I believe you have monitoring methods. All right, Alan, help me see off these distinguished guests. It was only after Dick and the others left the main hall that they realized they had almost been thrown out. Was this the custom of Jeffrey Territory for treating distinguished guests? Several people came to Full Moon Lake somewhat angrily, boarded the wooden boat provided by Baron Hobert for them, and indeed found no pollution in the center of Full Moon Lake. After getting this result, they boarded the ship and left immediately, as if unwilling to stay there for another minute. Baron Hobert watched their ship leave from the Lord's manor. Even Philip, who was beside him, asked with some concern, "Lord, will we offend these bishops and priests because of this?" Baron Hobert smiled. "I just want the people of the Earth Mother Church to see my attitude. Although I hope the church sends people, I didn't invite you. You only came eagerly after I solved the problem." The Earth Mother Church would never stop sending people because of the attitude towards the delegation. On the contrary, they would re-examine how to deal with their relationship with the local nobles. Baron Hobert did not dwell too much on this issue. He also had to take the soldiers to Shipyard Island for training today to see if there were any pirates to fight. At the same time, he sent the loggers and artisans to check the timber there. Baron Hobert planned to build a logging camp on the small island, because the construction of the territory required a large amount of wood, and building his own logging camp could save a lot of money. On Geoffrey territory's side, only a drying kiln for wood needed to be built. Because Baron Hobert and the Geoffrey army appeared too mysteriously last time, those small pirate groups no longer dared to come. The Black Whale and Skull pirate groups, knowing that their strength was too far from Baron Hobert's, chose to leave cautiously. So now, on Shipyard Island, there were only some small pirate groups with less informed news or those willing to take risks. Baron Hobert led his men in a charge, but unfortunately, he didn't catch any pirates with bounties, and the spoils were far less than last time, though they did capture more fish than last time. In the evening, Baron Hobert hosted another banquet in the yard, eating grilled fish and stewed fish with everyone, and gave rewards as he did last time. After deducting the spoils distributed to everyone and the bounties paid out, the haul this time was only about 200 gold pounds and some daily necessities. Things only usable at sea, such as fresh water, vegetables, and sextants, were simply not transported back. The biggest gain this time was probably that a few lumberjacks found a suitable logging area, and the artisans also believed that all the timber for building the territory could be supplied by Shipyard Island. Baron Hobert calculated that the money saved, after deducting the cost of drying the timber and the wages for logging, amounted to over 30,000 gold leathers. Later renovations and furniture making, which would use a large amount of timber, could save even more money, but this sum was not part of the construction funds, so it was difficult to calculate at present. For Hobert, money saved was money earned. While the atmosphere in the courtyard was joyous, a guest arrived at the entrance of the Lord's manor. It was a middle-aged man, dressed in bishop's robes, looking very amiable. Hobert spotted him at once. "Bishop Simpson, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Come, try these sea fish. It's hard to find such fresh sea fish even in Feniport." Bishop Simpson smiled and sat next to Hobert, readily accepting the grilled fish and wine glass offered to him. "I told Dick to report to me immediately once he had accurate news. Then, with the help of His Grace the Archbishop, I reached your territory as quickly as possible. I have already visited Full Moon Lake and confirmed the information you mentioned in your letter." Because there were still many ordinary people present, Bishop Simpson did not speak too explicitly. As expected, Simpson did not mention the cold reception Dick and his companions received. Hobert took a sip of wine and smiled. "I welcome the Bishop of the Earth Mother Church to preach again in this territory. However, as you can see, I plan to develop this place into a resort, and I will also attempt to implement some new policies which might interfere with your preaching." The implication was, "I have many things to do, so don't interfere with me." Bishop Simpson smiled. "His Grace the Archbishop instructed me to maintain a good cooperative relationship with you after arriving in Geoffrey territory." The implication was, "We have sufficient sincerity for cooperation." Hobert smiled slightly and said to Alan and Dennis, "Prepare a small stove in the side hall, bring a separate pot of fish, and also prepare a small grill with a few skewers of grilled fish." The two immediately went to work. Hobert then said to Seal, "Tonight, let everyone drink to their heart's content. If there's no wine, move it from the warehouse. I have something to discuss with Bishop Simpson." Seeing their lord about to leave, everyone stood up almost simultaneously to see him off. Hobert waved his hand to everyone, and only after he entered the side hall did the courtyard become lively again. Simpson observed all of this and thought, in less than 2 months, Hobert has completely established himself in an unfamiliar territory and has cultivated a group of highly loyal soldiers. He followed closely behind Hobert with his wine glass and grilled skewer. Utravsky's assessment of him was correct. This is a man with profound thoughts, whose abilities far exceed his current status. Even if Hobert were given a country, he could quickly establish rule. Before this, he simply lacked a platform, an opportunity. Upon arriving at the side hall, the pot of stewed fish was already gurgling and bubbling again. There was also a small dining table, with Hobert's usual cutlery like chopsticks, bowls, and plates on one side, and knives, forks, and dinner plates on the other. The grill for the fish would take a little longer. After Hobert and Simpson took their seats, Simpson smiled. "I heard from Utravsky that you received baptism from him." "Yes," Hobert smiled back, "Utravsky and I are good friends." He could feel that Bishop Simpson was trying to use the prestige of the Earth Mother Church to regain the initiative in the conversation. But Hobert did not give Simpson that chance. He said, "Last night, I launched a surprise attack on the demonic forces in Teuton Viscount's territory and received accurate information. The blood worship sect has a demigod and 5 sequence 5 Beyonders in South Colson. I plan to give you the extraordinary characteristic of that demigod and the credit for annihilating those demons. I imagine that with one of the sequence 4 main materials, you should have the opportunity to be promoted to a demigod by the church, right?" Simpson was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. You are confident you can kill the opposing demigod?" "As far as I know, demons have the ability of danger foresight, making them very difficult to kill." "Of course, I'm confident." Hobert took a shallow sip of wine, "but the premise is that you must agree to my plan for building the official extraordinary forces in Jeffrey territory." "Tell me. My family strongly supports my development in Jeffrey territory, so they sent me a sequence 6 and several assistants." Hobert continued, "And I, before this, had already made contact with the Gnostic Society. They have also largely agreed to my plan to strike at the demons and will send a sequence 6 and several assistants." Simpson frowned and said, "Cooperating with the Gnostic Society will get you killed." "Listen to me first." Hobert smiled. "South Colson is full of evil extraordinary forces. If it's just you and me, it would take a huge price to clear them out. We can completely use the Gnostic Society to exhaust the power of the blood worship sect and the Aurora Order." Simpson also took a sip of wine. "Will they be that foolish to be used by you like that?" "They are certainly not foolish." Hobert smiled. "I promised them that as long as this battle is over, I can retain a legitimate official Beyonder team for them. Of course, the price they need to pay is, they must dispatch a demigod to help kill the blood worship sect's demigod, and the sequence 4 Feet Devil, extraordinary characteristic will be given to you as your merit." The Gnostic Society had certainly not made such a promise, but Hobert was confident he could make them fulfill it. If all else failed, he would let the Ox Demon King take action. However, Hobert did not particularly wish for the Ox Demon King to appear in South Colson, as this could easily make some people associate him with the Creator. Bishop Simpson's heart was stirred. Of course it was stirred. That was an opportunity to become a demigod. Taking this step meant a qualitative change in oneself, becoming the legendary half-human, half-god. Bishop Simpson originally thought he would never have the chance in his life. Who would have thought that a turning point would come so suddenly? When Bishop Gabriel discussed this issue with him before, he still felt it was just a grand promise, but he never expected that this in-depth conversation with Hobert already had a concrete plan. Hobert continued from the side, "Without the help of the Gnostic Society, just the 2 of us, sequence 5 Beyonders, cannot kill the opposing demigod, and we don't have much chance of winning against this group of demons. I don't know the Church's promotion standards, but according to my idea, killing 10 sequence 5 Beyonders might not even equal the merit of killing 1 demigod, right?" Hobert's conjecture was very consistent with the actual situation. Bishop Simpson pondered for a while before saying, "I must report this matter to the Archbishop, but he may not agree." This was basically an agreement, but there were still some concerns. Hobert smiled. "Anyway, the Church currently doesn't have enough power to eradicate the evil extraordinary forces here. You can simply say that you are cooperating with some extraordinary civilian organizations, unofficial extraordinary organizations, to deal with the blood worship sect in the Aurora Order. The Archbishop doesn't even need to agree, he just needs to tacitly approve." Hobert would never say things like, "Since the Archbishop wants you to cooperate with me, this is my plan." That would be giving Bishop Simpson an excuse to blame him later. Simpson, not hearing the promise he hoped for, then expressed some concerns. What if, after we cooperate, the Gnostic Society recklessly causes massacres in South Colson? If such a massacre happens in my territory, Hobert sneered, I will make the Gnostic Society pay the price. On this point, Hobert dared to make a promise. Not only would he make a promise, but if such a thing happened, he would truly act on it. After a long period of thought, Bishop Simpson finally smiled, I will report to the Archbishop. But that did not include the transaction for the blood worship sect's demigod. Hobert raised his wine glass, and the two clinked glasses, happy cooperation. Hobert's plan was that as long as Bishop Simpson became a demigod with his help, the two of them would be an inseparable community of interests. Then, when discussing the issue of the Gnostic Society, their positions would be different. Although Dennis, who was nearby, didn't quite understand what the two were plotting, he had already mentally given Hobert a rating, a cunning baron. After seeing Simpson off, Hobert had Dennis bring him foot-washing water. After the foot-washing water was brought, Hobert asked, Do you know why I want you to do this? Of course, it's to humiliate me. But the words reached Dennis's lips, and he still didn't dare to say them. Hobert looked at the angry expression on Dennis's face. When you figure out this question, you won't have to bring me foot-washing water anymore. Dennis was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. I'll figure out this question by tomorrow. Hobert smiled, guessing that this boy wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Ruined Kingdom, Eastchester County, Bocklung Manor. Serena looked at the guests in the hall, smoking cigarettes or cigars, chatting away, and the swirling mist outside, blown by the wind. Something seemed off. Beautiful lady, welcome to Bocklung Manor. Serena saw the hall manager with an exaggerated and unnatural smile. You. Hey. Sinister laughter echoed around. The eerie laughter around Serena made all the hairs on her body stand on end. She looked around in a daze, unable to find her parents or sister-in-law. She only saw everyone around her staring at her, their faces contorted into exaggerated, unnatural smiles. Serena felt a chill run down her spine and stumbled out of the reception hall. Everyone in the hall watched Serena leave, their faces fixed with unnatural smiles, as if they were watching a play. As soon as Serena stepped outside, she realized it was already night. Suddenly, the reception hall plunged into darkness, and all the lights in the entire valley went out. All the buildings seemed to transform into monstrous beasts, as if ready to rush over and devour Serena at any moment. The warmth from her cheering gave Serena courage. She called out for her father and mother, trying to stay as far away from the buildings as possible. Just then, Serena finally saw two people in the snow, an adult and a child. Both wore hats, had red noses, and were wrapped in red scarves. Sir. Serena didn't see that unnatural smile on their faces, so she quickly approached and asked, Have you seen my parents? What's happening here? Why has everything become so strange? This used to be a very nice hot spring resort. The gentleman with wide eyes replied, A few days ago, a thick fog suddenly drifted in from the horizon. Since then, the staff and guests here have all become very strange. Serena asked, A thick fog? The child, who also had wide eyes, said, Yes, the fog seemed to be enveloping something terrifying. Look, the fog is coming. Serena looked in the direction they pointed. The thick fog there, as if alive, swirled and formed a human figure, which landed in front of the reception hall door. The figure saw Serena and quickly pursued her. Serena hurried into the forest. The wide-eyed child said, "Run. Escape. When you return here, look for Mr. Harold, he knows more of the inside story." Serena didn't have time to ask why the adult and child weren't running. She plunged into the woods, struggling through the snow. Although the trees blocked her view, she knew the human figure made of thick fog was still chasing her. She dared not stop, she had to keep running, until her strength was exhausted, and she could run no more. The clearing, warm as ever, once again gave Serena courage. She broke off a branch, leaned against a tree, and prepared to fight the figure. Closer, the figure was getting closer and closer. Branches swayed, snow fell from them, and a dark shadow emerged from between the trees. "Chris!" Serena cried out in surprise, "How is it you?" Chris didn't speak, only offered a wry smile. Serena felt her brother looked a bit strange, so she didn't approach him directly. "What's wrong, Chris?" Chris still didn't speak. He pointed to the snow on the side, where an abstract symbol had appeared at some unknown time. The symbol was composed of winding vertical and horizontal lines, and several dots. Serena asked, "What does this mean?" Chris said nothing, but pointed to the sky again. Serena followed his finger and saw a fireplace. Her vision suddenly became distorted. It was indeed a fireplace, and she was back in the reception hall. The difference was that Serena was also sitting on a sofa in the hall, which was filled with people, all asleep. Sitting beside Serena were her mother and sister-in-law, while her father sat on the opposite sofa. Everyone was covered with blankets, waiting for the hunters to return. A slightly confused Serena suddenly remembered that the people who went hunting in the afternoon hadn't returned by evening, and the family was worried about Chris, so they were all waiting in the hall. When they arrived in the hall, they found many people already waiting, whose friends or family members had not returned from hunting. As a result, they all fell asleep while waiting. It was just a dream, Serena sighed in relief. But she quickly noticed something was wrong. Her shoes and her sister-in-law's shoes had mud and snow on them. Most of the snow had already melted, and the carpet was wet in places. "They're back!" someone suddenly exclaimed. This startled everyone awake, and they all rushed to the door. More than a dozen young men and women who had gone hunting had indeed returned, but Serena felt there was something off about them. Leading the way was the furry-looking hunter, whose job was to guide guests from the manor on hunts. "We encountered a grizzly bear." The hunter chuckled, "It's a pity they aren't real hunters, otherwise we could have tried to hunt that grizzly bear. No choice, we had to avoid the grizzly bear, which is why we returned so late." Serena saw a long-haired woman in the group sharing the joy of hunting with her friend. "Oh my goodness, it's my first time encountering a grizzly bear in the wild, it was so thrilling." Serena remembered that she had a round face when she left, but now it was long. Also, a young man in the group had darkened skin, but Serena clearly remembered him as a fair-skinned young man. But Serena was more concerned about her brother. She stared intently at Chris's mouth. Fortunately, Chris smiled and said, "I'm going hunting again tomorrow." "That's more like a vacation." Serena let out a long sigh of relief. He hadn't become a mute. It was just a dream. Mr. Wood said, "Do you know how worried everyone was about you?" Chris stroked his fiancée Vienna's back. "Sorry for making you all worry." Another group is going hunting tomorrow morning, I can go with them. I'm sure I'll be back by the afternoon." Mr. Wood shook his head. All right, since it's a vacation, have some fun." Everyone was already tired and sleepy. After a short chat, they all returned to their respective rooms to rest. Serena had a room to herself. She stared at her dirty shoes for a while, feeling that there was an important hint in the dream she just had. So she decided to write to teacher Hobert tomorrow morning, explain the situation here, and ask him to help her interpret the dream. Lost in thought, Serena, who had been tired all day, quickly fell asleep. When she woke up, the sun had already risen. At breakfast, Serena started talking about her dream from last night. Before she could finish, Vienna smiled and said, "I had a similar dream yesterday. only I was chasing someone who knew important information, rather than being chased. Mrs. Wood joked, could it be that one of you was running and the other was chasing? The whole family burst into laughter, only Serena thoughtfully glanced at her sister-in-law's shoes. After breakfast, Chris went hunting again, and Vienna, worried, went with him. Serena returned to her room, first writing her letter, then getting 3 donuts from the restaurant, and summoning teacher Hobert's messenger. After sending the letter, Serena felt much better and went out into the yard for a walk. Coming out of the reception hall, she recalled her dream from last night. I remember turning there and meeting an adult and a child. Asterisk. Serena walked in that direction, smiling to herself, it was just a dream. Asterisk. Turning the corner, Serena stood there in a daze for a long time. In front of her were 2 snowmen, one large and one small. They both wore hats, had big eyes, carrot noses, and red scarves around their necks. After a long moment, Serena felt a chill run through her. The snowmen came alive. No, 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 it was just a dream, just a dream. Was it really a dream? Why are the snowmen in this position? A coincidence. Asterisk. Serena suddenly remembered the snowmen's hint. She needed to find Mr. Harold. Miss, I see you're trembling. Are you feeling unwell? A kind-faced middle-aged man asked. He held a cigarette between his fingers, apparently having just taken a puff, as the smoke hadn't completely dispersed. I need to find Mr. Harold. The middle-aged man paused slightly. That's me. Serena asked, Mr. Harold, do you know more of the inside story? Harold looked surprised, his cigarette falling to the ground. He took 2 quick steps forward and whispered to Serena, run while you still have your wits about you. Serena was a little panicked. Where do I run? Run out of the manor. Run to where? See that pine forest? Climb over a mountain from there, and there's a small village. You'll be safe once you reach that village. Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert received a reply from Bishop Simpson early in the morning. In the letter, Bishop Simpson said, regarding the cooperation with the Gnostic Society, His Grace the Archbishop made no comments. That meant tacit approval. The Archbishop, of course, wouldn't make any comments, as he would still have to slaughter the donkey after it grinds the mill, later. However, once Hobert and Bishop Simpson were bound together, there would be much more room for maneuver in how the donkey was slaughtered. After sending away the big dog and eating breakfast, Hobert finished teaching Freya her words for the day before asking Alan to invite Helen over. When the beautiful and elegant Helen arrived in the study, Hobert got straight to the point. Help me inform Monica or President Jonathan that the Earth Mother Church has agreed to my cooperation plan. However, they have given one condition. The Gnostic Society must assist us in killing a demigod across the river, and that demigod's extraordinary characteristic must be given to the Earth Mother Church for us to fully reach an agreement. PFF'd. Dennis, who was cleaning the study, lost his grip, and the book in his hand fell to the floor, The Insidious Baron. Asterisk. Helen didn't pay attention to the male servant's mistake. In her opinion, since it was a cooperation, both sides should naturally put forward their conditions, and cooperation could only be achieved if both had an intention. However, what Helen didn't expect was that the Earth Mother Church actually had an intention to cooperate. As far as she knew, this was the Gnostic Society's first time cooperating with an Orthodox church. Helen knew very well that she was just a messenger. She agreed and immediately went to inform Ms. Monica. Hobert glanced at Dennis beside him. Were you just thinking, this Baron is truly insidious? PFF'd. Another book fell to the floor. Hobert looked at the somewhat surprised Dennis. When I can no longer read your thoughts from your expression, you won't have to clean the study every day. He paused, then said, whether to Freya or Dennis, politics is about mixing mud. With water and soil, you can mix it, but it's always just mud. Only by adding some sand, grass, and other sundries, can it get harder and harder, eventually becoming a solid whole. If you don't have this ability, mud will always just be mud. After waiting 7 or 8 seconds, he said to Dennis, who was deep in thought, go, bring me my tea. After Dennis left, Alan came in from the doorway and whispered, "Lord, what if he reveals your—" Hobert waved his hand. "This kid doesn't seem to have much depth, but he's very clever. He wouldn't joke with his family's lives." Alan nodded and said no more. Hobert then said to Seal outside, "You keep a closer eye on military matters. Just come here and stay for about an hour each day, you don't need to guard here every day. Also, bring Grov's eldest and second sons into the army. Two big oafs, clumsy and awkward, they could flatten a watering can just by watering flowers." Seal smiled. "Yes. The name of the potion you took is Hunter," Hobert said. "From now on, I'll give you 3 days off each week to learn how to be a true hunter with the hunters in the territory." Seal was slightly stunned. Yes. Although he didn't understand the Lord's purpose, he knew that obeying the Lord's orders would not be wrong. Hobert returned to his room, just about to use travel to ask Apton about the progress of material purchases, when he felt something and saw with his spirit vision that the space in the room became illusory. A messenger emerged from the spirit world, and a letter popped out of the coffin, landing directly in Hobert's hand. Hobert opened the letter and was slightly startled. There wasn't a single legible sentence on it. He felt something and turned the letter upside down. Viewed upside down, the letters formed a ferocious wolf's face. Seeing that the messenger hadn't left, Hobert asked, "Who sent this letter?" "The little girl who likes mysticism," the messenger said. "The donut she paid with was an overnight donut." Hobert smiled. "Next time you send a letter, I'll give you 3 extra." He looked at the letter again. "Serena's prank. Do you still want to graduate from me?" "She was contaminated," the messenger said. "Contaminated? Did she provoke the Aurora Order again?" "No, a more serious contamination than that." Since he was Serena's mentor, he naturally couldn't ignore it, so Hobert asked, "Did she send this letter from home?" "East Chester County, Bocklung Manor." Hobert asked again, "Do you know what the source of the contamination is?" Messenger: "I received very contradictory information. I felt a familiar aura, but at the same time, it felt very strange. What is certain is that there is the smell of a diviner." Smell. Hobert thought of the big dog that delivered the letter that morning. He smiled, "Thank you." "You're welcome, 3 donuts." Hobert smiled and shook his head. "No problem. Also, be careful with this oil painting, it's not the same as before." Hobert was slightly startled and thanked him again. Messenger: "You're welcome, 3 donuts. You owe me 9 donuts in total." After the messenger left, Hobert finally realized, is it actively promoting now? And it seems a bit like forced buying and selling. Hobert shook his head helplessly, but then thought that 9 donuts were all he could afford. He didn't immediately go to rescue her, but instead folded his arms and pondered a rescue plan before changing into ruined-style clothes and carefully bringing along magical items and sealed artifacts. This time, he covered the oil painting on the wall with a thick cloth and carried it on his back. Firstly, it was an excellent shield, and secondly, he wanted to try to involve Fabuti to share some of the risk. Most importantly, Hobert wanted to see what changes had occurred in this oil painting. Since the messenger had warned him, the oil painting must have undergone some changes, but Hobert didn't dare to take it into the country of disorder again, so he could only pay attention to the oil painting's changes during battle. If it was too dangerous, he would just throw the oil painting away. "Brother Fabuti, I didn't want to just throw away the oil painting like this, but the battle was too fierce, and to save my life, I had no choice but to do so." Hobert smiled and first changed his appearance, then used travel to arrive in Backland, where he found a travel agency and inquired about Bocklung Manor. After getting detailed information about the manor, Hobert sighed. A manor deep in the mountains, deep mountains covered in ice and snow. It easily makes one think of The Shining. Or rather, this is the standard setting for a ghost story. While letting his thoughts wander, Hobert came to a deserted corner and used travel to arrive in East Chester County. He stood on a high mountain, looking at Bocklung Manor, which was shrouded in mist in the distance, and could see guests entering and leaving the manor. This lively scene was not as Hobert had imagined, with only Serena and a few friends or family members. Hobert folded his arms and pondered for a moment, then took out the letter Serena had just written, preparing to use it as a medium to navigate with the faceless man necklace to find Serena. But the necklace hung there motionless. Hobert, divination failed. No, the messenger said there was the smell of a diviner here, so there might be anti-divination power nearby. He checked the magical items and sealed artifacts on him again, then used travel once more, arriving near the manor. After walking only a few steps, Hobert saw a hand on the road, or more precisely, a hand gripping a cane. The hand was cleanly severed from the forearm, and a black gemstone bracelet was on its wrist. It floated in midair, tightly gripping the cane. Seeing that this hand was not aggressive, Hobert prepared to go around it and continue walking. Unexpectedly, the hand pulled up the cane stuck in the ground and, as if hopping on one leg, blocked Hobert's path. Hobert, who had considerable adventure experience, calmly asked, "Do you need my help? My medical skills are very good, I can reattach severed limbs. Or I could reattach you to a corpse." The hand propped the cane on the ground, then released it and waved at Hobert. Hobert asked, "You don't need my help." The hand waved again, then pointed in the direction of the manor. Hobert understood, "You don't want me to go to the manor." The hand re-gripped the cane, as if to say, "That's exactly what I mean." "Thank you for the warning," Hobert said. "I also know there's danger there, but my student is in the manor, and I must save her." The hand paused as if stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, then suddenly the bracelet on its wrist seemed to come alive, retreating from the direction of the severed wrist and flying towards Hobert. As soon as Hobert caught the bracelet, the hand and cane also fell to the ground. Hobert held the bracelet, slightly stunned. This was a sealed artifact. He bowed slightly to the hand. "Thank you for your blessing and gift." He buried the hand, still clutching the cane, in the woods by the roadside, to prevent it from being run over by passing carriages. While burying it, Hobert noticed that it was a right hand. To be safe, Hobert still used travel to return to the mountain opposite the manor. He simply set up an altar and sacrificed the bracelet to the country of disorder for inspection. Using the authority of the country of disorder, he learned the ability of this sealed artifact. It can silently put an opponent into a deep sleep and enter the enemy's dream, creating monsters to attack the opponent in the dream. If the opponent is injured in the dream, they are truly injured. If they die in the dream, it is true death. The negative effect is, the holder is prone to sleepwalking. During sleepwalking, they will completely transform into another person and do things that normal people cannot understand. If they die while wearing this necklace, it will seal a part of the holder's spirituality and will in their body, turning the holder into an intelligent living corpse. However, the holder will also miss the opportunity to enter the underworld and will eventually become a malevolent spirit after their physical body decays. Hobert pondered for a moment. The holder of the necklace must have encountered an irresistible attack, and one hand was cleanly severed. The negative effect of the necklace, however, preserved a part of the holder's will, giving the hand a certain intelligence to block guests who wanted to enter Baklung Manor. Following this line of thought, Hobert believed this should be a sealed artifact of the Church of the Black Night Goddess. Its owner might have been a member of a Night Watcher squad who had sacrificed or escaped with a severed arm. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Hobert decided that if he had the chance, he would investigate the situation at the manor and then report it to the Church of the Black Night Goddess. Returning to the real world, Hobert once again used travel to approach the manor. This time, he encountered no obstacles and entered the reception hall while watching the tourists playing in the snow. The manager enthusiastically greeted him, "Welcome to Baklung Manor, how may I help you? Your smile is too ugly, not smiling is the best help." "All right, go ahead and smile then, a poker face is even uglier," Hobert said, taking out the police ID he had received from the Church of the Black Night Goddess earlier. According to a witness, a con artist has infiltrated the guests at the manor. "I need to investigate the travelers here. Please cooperate with the manor staff." The manager asked with an unnatural smile, "May I ask what the criminal's name is? He has many fake identities. I know of 5 different identities he's used." May I ask what are the criminal's physical characteristics? He is skilled in disguise. It is said that he once impersonated a woman and deceived a pirate general. I even have reason to suspect, could you be him? I apologize, the manager said helplessly. In that case, we may not be able to help at all. I don't need your help, just your assistance with my investigation. Hobert smiled. I've been pursuing him for several months, and after a series of investigations, I can recognize him. The manager nodded. You could also mention the aliases the criminal has used, perhaps he registered under one of them. Hobert nodded. To my knowledge, the most recent alias he used was Gairman Sparrow. A certain adventurer sneezed loudly at sea. The lobby manager, of course, couldn't find that name. Hobert smiled and said, I'll conduct an investigation in the reception hall. Please get me a cup of tea. Hobert's so-called investigation involved looking at the people around him, one by one, very carefully. He noticed that the smiles on everyone's faces were all somewhat unnatural or exaggerated. Just seeing this, Hobert felt that there must be something wrong with this manner, but he didn't immediately inquire about Serena. He simply observed quietly. As for the contamination mentioned by the messenger, that was the least of Hobert's worries, because the order clock could break all contaminations. The waiter brought Hobert tea, but Hobert didn't drink a single sip. Finally, Hobert saw a middle-aged man with a normal expression, smoking a cigarette on a chair outside, seemingly contemplating something. Among a crowd of abnormal people, suddenly finding someone with no signs of abnormality at all means that person must be problematic. Hobert got up and went out to chat with the smoking middle-aged man. Hello, sir. The middle-aged man glanced at Hobert. Hello, may I help you? Hobert, with a smile and a relaxed expression, sat down next to the middle-aged man. I just saw that you seemed to be thinking about something, and I was a little curious. Of course, the more important reason is that I'm on vacation alone and wanted to find someone to chat with. Sorry, the middle-aged man stood up and said, I'm not in the mood for small talk. Have some strange things been happening here recently? Hobert probed. The middle-aged man indeed sat down, looking surprised, and quietly asked in return, you noticed it too? Hobert nodded. Yes, may I ask your name? My name is Harold. And you? Everyone calls me Jeffrey. Harold whispered, then, Mr. Jeffrey, why are you carrying an oil painting on your back? Would you believe me if I told you it's not an oil painting, but a bomb? Hobert knew he had found the right person, because the oil painting was wrapped in thick cloth, and it would be difficult for an ordinary person to guess it was an oil painting at first glance. That's my drawing board, Hobert said. Actually, I'm an art student, here to gather inspiration. Harold nodded and didn't continue the topic. Do you have any ideas about the problems with this manner? Hobert spread his hands. No clue at all. I can only feel that something seems off, but I don't know what to do. Harold's voice grew even softer. Listen to me, Mr. Jeffrey, run away quickly while you still have your sanity. Hobert asked, where should I run to? Run out of the manor. Run where? Do you see that pine forest? Climb over a mountain from there, and there's a small village. Once you reach that village, you'll be safe. Hobert, however, showed no intention of getting up and leaving. Mr. Harold, let's escape together. No, I still need to investigate what's going on here. Hobert mused, I also want to find out what's going on. Is there anything I can help with? Harold looked at Hobert, then smiled and said, few people have your courage. As far as I know, there seems to be a problem in the public hot springs. You can go and check there. Hobert said, oh, then added, but, I'm sorry, I'm allergic to hot springs. Allergic to hot springs? Yes. Hobert said very sincerely, at least he felt he was sincere. Harold nodded. All right then, do you see that forest outside the manor? Yes, right there. It's said that forest elves appear there. You can ask the forest elves for some information. The direction he pointed was precisely the direction he had just told Hobert to flee. Excuse me, I'm allergic to pine needles, and it's all pine trees there. Allergic to pine needles? Hobert said sincerely. I feel uncomfortable all over when I see pine needles. Harold scrutinized Hobert seriously. Then go and look at the lake outside the manor. It's said that a talking monster appears there. Go and ask that monster if it knows any information. There are no hot springs on the lakeside, no pine trees. To make it convenient for tourists to walk, all vegetation has been cleared. There's nothing around, only a small lake. Hobert opened his mouth. Wait a moment. Let me think, should I be allergic to the lake? Or to water? Just as Hobert was in a difficult position, a horse's neigh suddenly rang out from the entrance of the manor, and 2 carriages with the Black Knight Goddess's holy emblem entered the estate. Hobert smiled and said, "The people in the carriages are very good helpers. We can ask them to help at the lake." At some point, Mr. Harold had already disappeared. Hobert's eyes narrowed. He hadn't even noticed when the other person had vanished. This guy really had a big problem. However, Hobert did not take further action. Based on the hand with the crutch he had encountered earlier, Hobert guessed that the Night Watcher squad had already conducted at least one round of investigation at the manor. But that investigation had obviously failed, so now the Night Watchers were entering so fearlessly. It must be because they had enough confidence to solve the problem here. Hobert planned to observe how the Night Watcher squad investigated while also searching for Serena. So far, Hobert had not found any trace of Serena. He guessed that Serena might have escaped, though this possibility was small. Or Serena was trapped in one of the 3 places Harold had just mentioned and was now severely contaminated. Hobert intended to rescue Serena when the Night Watchers were investigating those 3 places. If the Night Watchers didn't yet know this information, he would find an opportunity to tell them. As they spoke, the carriage with the Black Knight Goddess's holy emblem approached. The door opened, and the first person to alight was a woman of enchanting beauty with emerald-like eyes, Miss Daly. Hobert smiled. He had met an acquaintance. It was Miss Daly. Then, he saw the red gloves on Miss Daly's left hand. Hobert, who was quite familiar with the Beander system of the Night Watchers, understood that the red gloves must have taken over this case from the Night Watchers. Daly didn't notice Hobert. Surrounded by her subordinates, she began to examine the surroundings. At this moment, the door of the second carriage opened, and Hobert, as if sensing something, saw that the first person to alight was none other than the unkempt, romantically poetic Leonard. And after Leonard got off the carriage, he looked directly at Hobert. Hobert was a little helpless. The old man's nose is sharp enough. I wonder if he smelled my scent. Or smelled the oil painting. This was an opportunity. Hobert thought he could use Leonard's subsequent probing of him to convey the information he had gathered to the Red Gloves. Watching 8 or 9 Red Gloves members enter the reception hall, Hobert sat for a while longer, then also went to the lobby and said to the lobby manager, "After a preliminary investigation, I have some clues, but I'm a bit tired now. Please arrange a room for me. I'll rest first, and then continue the investigation later." "No problem, sir." The lobby manager whispered, "Have you already identified the fraudster?" "Yes, I've found quite a few clues." Hobert glanced at the 2 Red Gloves members in the sofa area out of the corner of his eye. Hobert followed the waiter to a small room, which had a warm stove, a bed, a table, and other common furnishings found in a hotel. Outside the window was a snowy landscape. The view was quite good, and the room was relatively warm. Hobert locked the door, took off the oil painting, offered a simple prayer to himself, and then entered the country of disorder. Upon entering the country of disorder, a small wisp of white mist emerged from Hobert's spirit body, and this mist immediately dissipated in the country of disorder. Unbeknownst to him, Hobert had already been secretly contaminated. Then Hobert frowned. He remembered the contamination from the fallen mother goddess he had experienced before. It seemed like an extra personality had appeared in his spirit body. The order clock rang, and the contamination was eliminated. However, this contamination was just a small wisp of white mist, which didn't seem as severe as the fallen mother goddess. What puzzled Hobert was why the country of disorder showed no reaction at all. The white mist, as a contamination, actually dissipated on its own in the country of disorder. Was this contamination source very weak? Or was this contamination source special? But now was not the time to think about this problem. Hobert began to consider when he had been contaminated. Was it when he was talking to Harold? Or was he contaminated as soon as he entered the manor? While thinking, he covered his own star with spirituality, using true sight to observe his surroundings. Hobert noticed a faint wisp of white mist in the direction of the door. He was certain that this wisp of white mist wasn't there before he entered the country of disorder. The white mist seemed to be alive, churning, and a tentacle seemed to be enveloped within it. Although that tentacle didn't reach out to him, the contamination should have been spread by it. After advancing to sequence 5, the range of true sight was already very large. Hobert raised his vision and found that the entire manor was covered in a thin white mist, with tentacles emitting white mist everywhere. When he entered the manor, Hobert had also seen a lot of mist around the manor, but that was normal water mist, clearly different from these white mists. What is this? It can't even be seen with spiritual vision. Hobert looked towards the forest outside the manor, in the direction of the deep part of the tentacles. The white mist there was even more severe, but unfortunately, the range of true sight was limited, and he couldn't clearly see the situation there. Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, realized that the contamination here was even more complex than he had previously imagined. Hobert had no intention of continuing to explore. He planned to find Serena in the 3 places Harold had hinted at, then leave immediately, leaving the rest to the official Beyonders to solve. Additionally, since the contamination was spread throughout the entire manor, he would have to enter the country of disorder for disinfection every hour. Having made up his mind, Hobert returned to the real world. He looked towards the door, and indeed saw nothing. Knock knock knock. The knocking startled Hobert. Who is it? A colleague. Leonard's relaxed voice sounded from outside. Hobert opened the door. What colleague? Outside was the poet, who, like Hobert, liked to wear a trench coat. I think we should talk inside. Leonard smiled. Hobert invited him in, and Leonard took out the police identification. See, I told you I'm a colleague. Hobert smiled. Please sit. After sitting down, Leonard asked, I heard the lobby manager say you're investigating a swindler. That's right. What are you investigating? We're investigating a murderer. Hobert laughed. The lobby manager must have been startled. What's going on with these guests? First a swindler, then a murderer. Leonard asked in a relaxed tone, do you have any clues? Yes, I believe Mr. Harold has. Harold, does he like to smoke? Hobert thought back, he seemed to always have a cigarette between his fingers. Do you know him? He's one of my companions. Leonard gripped his cane tightly, leaning back in his chair, the smile on his face gradually fading, and he's currently on Mount York. Hobert was stunned. Mount York. Leonard's answer exceeded his expectations. As far as he knew, the Black Knight Goddess's divine kingdom, the deep dark heaven, was on Mount York in the Ananda Mountains, and the headquarters of the Church of the Night Goddess was also there. The poet spread his hands. All right, let's stop these meaningless probes. We know you have a problem, and you should have figured out our identities. Hobert nodded, thinking, Leonard mistook my words just now as a probe. He didn't intend to explain, they were already probing each other. Leonard asked, do you have anything to say? One of my students is trapped here, and I'm here to rescue her. Hobert, frankly, said, also, I've learned that the public hot spring, the pine forest outside the manor, and the lake outside all have problems. Anything else? I just arrived too. Hobert also spread his hands like Leonard. That's all I know. Leonard suddenly asked, what's that on the table? An oil painting. Just an oil painting. You could say that. Then, Leonard stood up and said, my 2 colleagues will first take you to. Hobert waved his hand. You should solve the manor's problem first. Leonard, perhaps, you are the root of the problem. Hobert then understood. This was a reminder from Grandpa. It seems we'll have to cooperate in a different way. Hobert gripped the oil painting with one hand and said, you'll only realize how terribly wrong you were when this is all over. Although Leonard had made some preparations, he could only watch Hobert disappear before his eyes. Old man, didn't you say he wasn't very strong? Is having the ability to travel very strong? A voice only Leonard could hear said, that oil painting interfered with me. Leonard ungentlemanly curled his lips. So, he's gone. Is the source of pollution still here? Still here. The voice said, I advise you to evacuate the manor quickly. This is a very high-level pollution. How high level? So high level that if you're too severely polluted, even your Black Knight goddess might not be able to save you. Leonard unconsciously frowned, wondering how to warn Miss Daly, the commander of this operation. On the mountaintop opposite Baklung Manor, Hobert smiled helplessly. Grandpa's help isn't working this time. He slung the oil painting on his back, changed his face, and prepared to re-enter the manor to observe the night watcher's actions. Just as he was about to leave, Hobert's spirituality sensed something. He saw a team of over a dozen people on the mountainside. Rather than a team of a dozen people, it was more like a dozen monsters. Hobert saw a lady in the team who was over 2 meters tall. It wasn't that she was tall, but that her head occupied 1/3 of her body. There was also a shiny black young man in the team, his eyes turned orange-red, glowing with a flame-like radiance. Some people were covered in cracked, hard skin, others were covered in sharp thorns like caltrops. One young man and one young woman were covered in scales, and each time they spoke, they flicked their snake-like tongues. Hobert suddenly realized, these people were severely polluted. He used travel to get to their inevitable path, and soon waited for them. Are you guests of the manor? At the front of the team was a grizzly bear. Hobert initially thought it was a pet trained by Baklung Manor, but then the grizzly bear spoke. We are the manor's hunting team. May I ask who you are? I am a tourist at the manor. Hobert pointed to the oil painting on his back. I went too deep into the forest while sketching and got lost. He immediately understood that these people hadn't noticed that their teammates had turned into monsters. Then come with us, the grizzly bear said. We are looking for a grizzly bear. If we don't find it by 11 o'clock, we plan to return to the manor. Hobert was stunned. Are you looking for yourself? Or are you looking for a female bear? Hobert joined this team of monsters, and soon he noticed the conversation between the snake man and snake woman behind him. The snake man said, My dear, that was just a dream. How could I not talk to you? The snake woman, but that dream was too real. I chased and chased, into a forest, and then I saw you, but you didn't speak, you just hinted for me to look at the tracks in the snow. The snake man hissed and flicked his tongue, laughing. Didn't Serena also have a dream where she was chased into the forest? Hobert listened to their conversation for a while longer, but unfortunately, they didn't continue discussing Serena, so he turned back and smiled. The Serena you mentioned, is she Miss Serena from Tingan City? The snake man asked somewhat surprised. Do you know her? Yes. Hobert smiled. I met her yesterday when I was painting in the backyard. She is a very beautiful and lively girl. Through conversation, Hobert learned that the snake man was Chris, Serena's brother, and the snake woman was Vienna. Hobert then asked about Serena's and Vienna's dreams. Hobert could basically confirm that Vienna and Serena were chasing each other at that time. Their spirituality must have sensed danger, so they tried to escape in a semi-conscious state, but unfortunately, they were still pulled back by some force. In the manor, after learning of Leonard's clue, Daly decided to investigate separately. Leonard and a male colleague went to the public hot spring together. The two tried to act like ordinary tourists, changed into their clothes, and came to the hot spring, looking around warily. This was an indoor hot spring as large as a large conference room, tiled all around, with waiters moving through it, offering wine or snacks and fruit to guests. There were many guests in the hot spring, chatting and laughing freely. Everything seemed normal. After a full half hour, just as Leonard and his colleague were about to leave the hot spring to rest, suddenly, the entire hot spring became silent. The two red gloves then noticed that everyone's movements had frozen. They stood there motionless like statues. A person covered in something like seaweed slowly emerged from the depths of the hot spring. The monster's appearance and gender were unclear. Leonard and his colleague were about to react but found their bodies paralyzed, every movement extremely difficult. Fortunately, Leonard had the distress whistle close at hand. He immediately blew the whistle, then calmed down and looked at the strange person who suddenly appeared in the hot spring. "Who are you?" "Of course, I'm a guest enjoying the hot spring." It could communicate. Leonard asked again, "Why have you become like this? What have you done to us and the other guests?" "That's the toxin in my body. I released it into the hot spring, and you all can't move, all becoming my prey." At this moment, 2 red gloves who were ready to support in the lobby rushed in. Seeing the monster approaching Leonard and the others, they raised their guns and repeatedly pulled the triggers. Whoosh! The strange person disappeared into the hot spring. The red gloves regrouped in the lobby. Dai Li and another team member went to explore the lakeside but found nothing. Another group of red gloves had not returned. Just then, someone shouted, "The hunting team is back." Hobert gripped his black knife tightly, quietly watching the scene before him. The members of the hunting squad were covered in a thick layer of gray moths. If he hadn't just been chatting with them, Hobert would have thought these gray moths were clinging to humanoid wooden stakes. The reason Hobert only observed and didn't drive away these gray moths was because they seemed to be feeding on the pollution on the hunting squad members. Previously, the team members who had turned into monsters gradually returned to human form. However, the long-faced girl's face was still a bit long, and the dark-skinned young man's skin was still a bit dark. Beep! Hobert heard a sharp whistle, the distress whistle of the night watchers. He immediately followed the whistle but found nothing, only 2 large cocoons on a pine tree. Wait, pine tree. Hobert suddenly realized that he had entered the forest that Harold had mentioned, the one with forest spirits. An extra chapter for reaching 2,000 average subscriptions. Hobert, while keeping an eye on his surroundings, cut open 2 cocoons with his knife. As expected, 2 unconscious Red Gloves members fell out. Hobert put on his gloves and examined the 2 members. They weren't severely contaminated, so Hobert picked them up, 1 in each hand, and returned to the hunting party. All the gray moths had flown away, and the team members seemed to suddenly wake up, completely unaware of what had just happened. Some even mentioned seeing a grizzly bear again. Hobert glanced at the leader at the very front of the team, who gave off a furry impression, and was momentarily speechless. He pretended nothing had happened and falsely claimed to have found 2 unconscious people in the snow. Everyone then scrambled to carry the 2 individuals back to the manor. The hunting party is back. Amidst the shouts of a few guests playing in the snow, Hobert and his group returned. Mr. Wood and Mrs. Wood rushed out, and Mr. Wood said to Chris, "Serena is missing. We've searched the entire manor and can't find her." Hobert, standing nearby, perked up his ears and listened to Mr. Wood's description, quickly forming a judgment. "Serena disappeared not long before I arrived." Meanwhile, Leonard, who was in the hall, saw a young man in the hunting party carrying an oil painting. Without the old man's reminder, his intuition told him that the oil painting was the one that had vanished before his eyes earlier. And the person carrying the oil painting must also be the same person as before, just with a different appearance. The other Red Gloves, upon seeing the 2 carried in teammates, learned that the young man carrying the easel had saved their companions. Dai Li stepped forward to express her gratitude. Once the Red Gloves were reunited, Dai Li whispered, "The young man who saved our teammates just now, his easel is problematic." Leonard hesitated for a second or 2 before saying, "That's the person who gave me information about 3 suspicious locations earlier. He changed his appearance, but I recognize the oil painting he's carrying." Everyone was stunned, then looked at Dai Li. Dai Li deliberated. The situation here is clearly more complex than Harold's report suggested. Since the other party has shown sufficient goodwill towards us, we can cooperate. Leonard, please invite him over. At this point, we should set aside our prejudices and prioritize saving the tourists here. When Hobert saw Leonard greet him and sit beside him, he knew Dai Li had made the most rational choice. "Sorry." Leonard smiled, "We always have to investigate the most obvious points of suspicion." Hobert asked, and now? Now we'd like to invite you to discuss solutions to the problem with us. Sorry, Hobert said, mimicking Leonard's tone with a smile, I've already provided you with such important intelligence, but the reward I received was almost being arrested. Leonard was slightly taken aback before realizing Hobert's meaning. He immediately went back to report to Dai Li. Soon, Leonard returned. The conditions we can offer are that you have priority in choosing any extraordinary gains from this mission. Even if there are no extraordinary gains, you will not be treated unfairly. Hobert then nodded. It seems some official beyonders are quite reasonable. He then sat among the red gloves, first listening to their investigation, then said, Gentlemen, I have a question. Why don't you quickly evacuate these tourists before trying to solve the problem? A previous group of colleagues tried that, Dai Li replied. But after the tourists left the manor for a certain distance, they would return here on their own. Evacuating the tourists is completely ineffective and easily disturbs the source of pollution here. Harold was the captain of the first group of night watchers to arrive here, but their operation failed, and all their team members sacrificed themselves here. Only Harold, severely injured, escaped and boarded a train heading east at the stop before Baklung Manor, warning people on the train not to go to Baklung Manor for vacation while heading to York Mountain. Thus, the Church of the Night Goddess dispatched Dai Li and others, who were reporting on the Backland smog event at headquarters, to investigate and eliminate the pollution here. Hobert nodded. My suggestion is to still investigate those 3 suspicious locations, but they all seem quite dangerous. I recommend investigating them one by one. How about Mr. Leonard and I go for another soak in the hot springs? You all wait outside the hot springs, and no matter what happens inside, only come to assist after hearing a whistle. He realized that the Red Gloves didn't know much more information than he did, and their investigation progress was too slow. If they waited any longer, Serena's fate would be grim, so Hobert decided to take action himself. Finally, Hobert said to Dai Li, I believe that with our current strength, it will be very difficult to solve the problem here. Dai Li nodded. I've already sent people to call for reinforcements. Hobert hummed, stood up, and went with Leonard to the public hot springs. At this moment, outside the reception hall, 2 team members sent for reinforcements, along with the 2 newly rescued and still unconscious teammates, prepared to take a carriage to the nearest church to request assistance from headquarters. As the 2 unconscious teammates were being lifted into the carriage, a faint crack appeared on their foreheads. However, the 2 team members responsible for seeking help did not notice this in time. In the public hot springs, Hobert inquired about the entire process of the monster's appearance. Leonard also explained in detail, finally saying, as soon as one gets out of the hot springs, that numb feeling quickly disappears. Yet, the tourists in the hot springs didn't even notice that they had been motionless like statues just now. At this point, the Red Gloves had sealed off the area, and there were no tourists left in the hot springs. Hobert, holding a set of cutlery, sat into the pool. You come down too. Since we're trying to lure the opponent out, we definitely need to do something to weaken ourselves. Leonard hesitated for a moment but still followed and sat in the pool. Hobert chatted, you must have noticed, right? The people in the manor are more or less contaminated, becoming a bit abnormal. But the problem is, if they were severely contaminated, they would have turned into monsters long ago, but they haven't. Don't you think it's strange? Leonard no longer had the confident tone of their last conversation. Do you have any theories about this? I heard Harold say there's another village over that mountain, Hobert said. Do you think the severely contaminated people might all be in that village? It's very possible. Also, I've noticed, Hobert continued, that the hunting party's contamination is generally more severe than that of the tourists inside the manor. Leonard wasn't stupid and immediately guessed, the hunting party is closer to the source of pollution. He then said, then we should investigate the hunting parties. Halfway through his sentence, he negated himself. Acting rashly before getting enough information is very dangerous. Hobert nodded, exactly. As the 2 chatted, half an hour passed in a blink of an eye, and the monster emerged from the depths of the hot springs again. If there were ordinary people here, they would again stand motionless, as if they had fainted. However, beyonders like Hobert and Leonard were merely paralyzed, their movements difficult. Hobert frowned and asked the monster in the hot springs, "I'm very curious, why are you wrapped in seaweed? Is it because you can't afford clothes?" "Idiot. This isn't seaweed," the monster said. "All right, if you say it's not, Hobert readily agreed. "Did something happen here that made you like this?" "Yes, it all started with that evil mist," the monster said. Hobert asked, "Evil mist? You ask too many questions." The monster was already very close to Hobert. "But your physique looks very sturdy. That mist makes me constantly seek new bodies. You're a good choice." At this moment, a milky white light fell, healing art. Hobert immediately recovered his combat ability. He jumped ashore and drew the knife from the cane nearby. The monster turned to flee, but Hobert quickly stepped forward and used the back of his knife to flick it onto the shore. The seaweed on the monster's body was like a snake, instantly trying to burrow into the hot springs. Without the seaweed wrapping, only a severely decomposed corpse remained on the shore. Hobert, quick with his eyes and hands, pinned the head of the seaweed to the shore with a single strike, then extended a foot to step on the seaweed's tail. After a careful look, Hobert could roughly confirm that this should be a strip of human skin. Hobert said to it, "Answer a few questions for me." The front part of the human skin opened a small slit. "Let me go after I answer your questions." All right. Hobert readily agreed. "What was that evil mist you mentioned just now?" "I don't know either. Anyway, that night, a strange mist blew in, and then many people became grotesquely distorted, and I also became like this." "What was in the mist?" "I don't know. I only know that after some people around me disappeared, they reappeared, completely different from before. They also said they went to the village over the mountain." "What's in the village over the mountain?" "I don't know." Hobert asked a few more questions, and seeing that he couldn't get any more information, he pulled out the knife stuck in the ground. The human skin breathed a sigh of relief and was about to slip away when Hobert suddenly said, "Wait a moment. Human skin, do you have any more questions? I want to sincerely apologize to you, I lied just now." With that, Hobert chopped the opponent in half with one stroke, then, holding the knife horizontally, cut it into two halves vertically. The human skin didn't even leave a last word, twitched a few times on the ground, and soon became still. Hobert had never intended to let the human skin go from the start. Regardless of the reason, it was no longer a human, but a monster that constantly devoured life. At this moment, Leonard in the public hot springs weakly extended his hand. "Pull me up." Hobert pulled him up and draped a bath towel over him. Leonard asked, "You had a way to save yourself from the beginning, didn't you?" "Of course." Hobert smiled. "I only said half of what I meant earlier. Since we're trying to lure the opponent out, we definitely need to do something to weaken ourselves, but we must have enough confidence to escape danger, otherwise, it's just seeking death." As he spoke, he put his cutlery back into the fabric loops reserved in his clothes. Leonard sat on the shore, feeling somewhat cheated. After reuniting with the other Red Gloves members and recounting the information just obtained, the group headed to their second target, the lake outside the manor. Hobert and Leonard walked at the front, quietly discussing the new intelligence they had gathered. Leonard suddenly said, could this pollution come from a saint or an angel of the diviner pathway? It, became contaminated by something unknown, and so it hid outside the manor, using spirituality threads to transfer its own pollution to other people or creatures. Hobert could confirm that this was definitely a reminder from the old man. He then thought of the messenger's reminder and considered it entirely possible, because the operation range of an ancient scholar's spirituality threads seemed to reach several hundred meters, and the distance it could influence reached 5 kilometers. There was enough space for him to hide in the dark and quietly transfer his pollution. Hobert hadn't thought of this before because he had seen many tentacles wrapped in white mist with true sight, and he naturally assumed the source of pollution was a monster. But now Hobert wondered, was that the spirituality threads under true sight? The country of disorder does not possess the corresponding characteristics of the diviner pathway, so are spirituality threads somewhat abstract in the country of disorder's vision. Thinking of these things, Hobert smiled helplessly. We can only thoroughly solve the problem after your reinforcements arrive. Before that, we'll try our best to gather information. The key is, do not engage in direct conflict with the source of pollution. Arriving at the lakeside, it was unremarkable, just an ordinary, semi-naturally formed and semi-man-made lake. Because the water in the lake came from hot springs and mountain springs, the mist over the lake was very dense. Even though it was noon, visibility only extended to about the center of the lake. The roads along the lake were paved with flagstones, making it very suitable for walking. The only thing that seemed out of place was a warning sign on the shore that read, "Do not throw stones into the water. Very dangerous." Dai Li said, "When we came here earlier, this sign wasn't here." "Then that makes it easy," Hobert said, picking up a pebble and throwing it into the lake. There was no reaction, so he found a fist-sized stone and threw it into the lake. Still no reaction. Hobert then found a head-sized stone and threw it into the lake. Everyone watched as the stone disappeared into the mist. Splash! After waiting for 2 or 3 seconds, there was still no reaction. Just as Hobert was looking for a larger stone, a child's voice suddenly echoed from within the mist, "Help! I can't swim." It sounded as if he could be submerged at any moment. Everyone could hear splashing sounds and could even see a child's figure in the mist. But no one went to rescue him, because the voice appeared too suddenly. Even ordinary members of the Red Gloves had experienced many extraordinary cases and knew that sometimes a cry for help wasn't a genuine cry for help. Hobert pondered for a moment and asked, "How should we save you?" "Of course, by swimming over to save me." It was a little boy's voice. "Can I fly over?" "Fly, fly." "No, no." Before everyone could react, Hobert had already flown over, entering the mist. He saw that there was indeed a small boy struggling in the water. But beneath the little boy's feet was a huge figure. Circling the little boy, Hobert finally saw clearly. There was a strange fish underwater, and on the strange fish's head, a little boy was growing. Thank you all for your continued support. The average subscription is expected to reach 2,000 today, so I'm adding an extra chapter as a token of my gratitude, ********. Hobert frowned, unsure if the little boy had been corrupted to become like this, or if the strange fish had been corrupted to become like this. Seeing that Hobert could fly, the little boy immediately began to dive. Hobert plunged into the water, giving chase. Because he was wearing the ocean pendant, he quickly caught the strange fish. But the strange fish was too slippery. Hobert had no choice but to dig his hands into its flesh. With the ocean pendant on, even a fish living underwater was no match for Hobert. He dragged the strange fish, swimming vigorously towards the shore, then threw it onto the land. Even the Red Gloves, who frequently dealt with extraordinary cases, were surprised after clearly seeing the strange fish's appearance. The fish resembled a grouper about a person's length, but behind its 2 eyes, the upper half of a 7 or 8-year-old boy's body had grown out. At this moment, the little boy cried out, "I can't leave the water. I'm suffocating. I'm suffocating." It was clear that the little boy seemed to have no bones. His 2 arms were limp, but in the water, it was enough to fool anyone. Leonard pulled Hobert, who was coming ashore, and whispered, "I didn't expect you to have so many magical items on you. Without an extraordinary item from the sailor pathway, it would have been difficult to catch this strange fish." Hobert smiled. "Not many, just 1 or 2. Leonard ungentlemanly curled his lips, indicating he didn't believe such nonsense. Dai Li immediately began to interrogate the strange fish. "Answer my questions properly, and I'll put you back in the water." This strange fish probably only had the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old child and immediately cried out, ask quickly, ask quickly." I'm about to suffocate. How did you become like this?" "It's all because of that evil white mist a few days ago." Hobert followed up, "What was in the white mist?" I think I saw the shadow of a wolf." Hobert was stunned. Do you know what a wolf is? I have fragments of memories from the people I ate. Hobert pondered for a moment. I remember that high-level extraordinary beings of the diviner pathway are basically wolf-shaped. Hobert didn't know if this was due to inheriting Flegray's genes, or if, in the very first season, it was a pack of wolves that accommodated the extraordinary characteristic of the diviner. He then recalled that the pattern formed by the letters in Serena's letter to him was a wolf's head. At this moment, Leonard suddenly said, "Mist Wolf." Hobert was startled. This must be another reminder from the old man. Dai Li, who had access to relevant information, explained to the other team members, the Mist Wolf is an extraordinary being known for its weird and variability. It is said to be above demigod level. It has the ability to control marionettes and possesses extremely strong anti-divination and anti-reconnaissance capabilities. Hobert recalled, but he had no impression of Kay's process of obtaining this main material. The intelligence is becoming clearer. Dai Li said, the source of pollution is a mist wolf. Its current state might be very bad, close to losing control. Dai Li pondered for a moment. We need to find a way to get the tourists here out of danger as soon as possible. While identifying the source of pollution, Dai Li also determined that this was not a problem that the Red Gloves members in the manor could solve, so her mission completely shifted from solving the pollution source to rescuing the tourists here. At this moment, screams came from the direction of the manor. Dai Li immediately ordered everyone to return and check. The monster on the ground cried out, "Hey, hey, hey, you promised to put me back in the water. I forgot about you." Dai Li grabbed the strange fish, which shrieked and quickly lost its life. Dai Li kicked the fish into the water. "I kept my promise, I put you back in the water. But I didn't say whether I'd put you back alive or dead." Hobert, walking at the very back, smiled. At least he had told Seaweed that he was lying, but Dai Li had intended to fulfill the promise in another way, from the start. Still some distance from the manor, everyone saw a giant moth flying in the air above the manor. Its wings scattered a lot of gray dust, and people in the manor's courtyard who inhaled the dust fell to the ground as if asleep. Additionally, there was another giant moth flying at low flight, which was very strong and could throw a person a great distance. Soon, those in the courtyard who were not injured and had not inhaled the gray dust fled into the hall. The two moths then targeted Dai Li and the others who had just entered the manor. They all pulled out their revolvers, about to shoot, when Leonard suddenly shouted, that's Hant." Only then did everyone realize that beneath the moth's long antennae and large compound eyes on its head was a human face. Hobert vaguely distinguished that their appearances seemed to be one of the two Red Gloves members he had saved earlier. "Shoot!" Dai Li commanded. Bang, bang, bang. Under the attack of demon-hunting bullets, the two moths fell to the ground, emitting painful sizzling sounds. The Red Gloves members aimed their guns at one of the moths. They hesitated for a moment but ultimately pulled the triggers together. Only then did everyone step forward to check, finally confirming that these were indeed the two teammates Hobert had rescued earlier, who had fainted and couldn't be woken up. Dai Li asked Hobert, "You said before that you rescued them from cocoons, right?" "Yes," Hobert said. "They must have suffered severe pollution at that time, but this pollution seems very difficult to detect." Not only Hobert, but even Dai Li and the others hadn't noticed any signs of pollution in their two companions. With the companions Hobert had rescued turning out like this, the other two teammates who had gone for help were likely in grave danger. Dai Li again ordered two teammates to take another carriage for assistance. At this point, Leonard suggested, "Should we all retreat and wait for higher level assistance?" Dai Li shook her head. "I brought 1068. Even if we encounter the source of pollution, we still have the strength to fight. But it's best to avoid direct conflict if possible." After two more teammates left, the Red Gloves members in the manor were only Dai Li, Leonard, and a Sequence 7 named Jess. At this moment, the tourists who had fled into the hall earlier came out to check the situation. Seeing such large moths, they all found it incredible. Dai Li asked Jess to deal with these tourists and organize them to rescue the injured. She Leonard and Hobert rested briefly, then headed to the third suspicious location. At this point, Hobert held no hope for saving Serena. She might have entered the pine forest, or she might be in the village on the other side of the mountain. In any case, she was either already a moth or severely polluted. However, since they had already checked 2 suspicious locations, it wouldn't hurt to check the last one to gather more information. Entering the pine forest, the surroundings seemed to immediately quiet down, or rather, there was no longer any sign of life here. On and under the trees, there were many cocoons of varying sizes. Hobert cut open 2 with his knife. Inside the cocoons were either people or wild beasts. Logically, these bodies should have lost their lives in the past few days, but without exception, they were all highly decomposed, and numerous dense gray moth larvae were crawling out from under their grayish-brown skin. Hobert suddenly thought of the gray moths that had once landed on the hunting team, and he felt a wave of nausea. Suddenly, Hobert's scalp tingled, sensing extreme danger. He thrust his knife into the air but hit nothing. Then he looked up and saw a pair of giant eyes. Hobert immediately felt a bit dizzy, as if he saw a strange, dazzling, and charming light from the dense tree canopy, which almost captured all of Hobert's attention. With his last shred of concentration, Hobert injected his spirituality into the order crystal on his staff. A black shield immediately appeared around him. In that instant, Hobert seemed to lose all his vision. Almost instinctively, Hobert dove to the ground and rolled, and his vision became dim again. A gray moth the size of a rhinoceros landed beside the 3 people. Its tail had a structure like a scorpion's tail, which had just been striking at Hobert. Fortunately, Hobert, using the order crystal, leveraged the power of the country of disorder to free himself from the state of illusion. Seeing Hobert about to wake up, the moth quickly flapped its wings to take off. Hobert rushed over in 3 strides, cutting off its scorpion tail with a single slash. Then, with an upward sweep of his blade, he carved a hole in its belly. Amidst the moth's sizzling cries, Hobert again used lightning strike, hitting the moth directly in the head. The moth fell to the ground, but it was still not dead. Immediately, a chilling, buzzing sound echoed around. Hobert, along with Dai Li and Leonard who had woken from the illusion, found themselves surrounded by countless moths. Some of these moths were normal size, while others were as big as cats or dogs. Golden yellow clouds drift over the silent earth, the vast, noiseless fields shimmer with the light of dewdrops. As Leonard recited the poem in a melodious voice, invisible waves of tranquility spread around, and most of the gray moths became calm or folded their wings, falling from the air to the ground. Hobert seized the opportunity and chopped off the head of the giant gray moth that had been struck by lightning. The gray moth's 6 legs and wings struggled desperately, as if its vitality had become even stronger. Hobert once again saw that pair of wings with giant eyes. These eyes were on a pair of hind wings. Even with psychological preparation, Hobert felt a bit disoriented. He quickly used his knife to cut off this pair of wings, turning the wing pattern towards the ground. Many times I marvel at the resilience of life. A voice suddenly appeared on a tree branch behind Hobert and the others. That was Harold, though the 3 people below all knew this must be a fake Harold. Then Hobert began to doubt his spirituality and abilities. The illusion attack from that giant gray moth had affected both Sequence 5 Beyonders. Now, a person had suddenly appeared behind them, and Hobert and Dai Li hadn't noticed. Harold said, that was originally an ordinary gray moth, which, with a 1 in 100,000 or even 1 in a million chance, survived the initial stage of being polluted. Later, I discovered that it possessed the ability to absorb pollution, and its descendants also had this ability. So I simply tricked some people into coming to this forest to raise them and absorb the pollution from my body. As a result, it later developed the ability to create illusions. It didn't possess an extraordinary characteristic, but its wings were like a magic array that could make people hallucinate. And the power it used to drive this magic array was the pollution it absorbed from my body, which was of a very high sequence. Anyone below an angel would be affected by this illusionary magic array. He paused, then smiled again. You've helped me a great deal. otherwise I wouldn't have known how to deal with it. Leonard looked at Hobert, clearly interested in whatever Hobert had that could block such high-level pollution. Hobert guessed, "Are you that polluted Mist Wolf? It seems you've already obtained a lot of information about me." Harold openly admitted, "That's right, it's me." Hobert asked, "Do you know Serena from Tingen City? She's a little girl with high spirituality." Harold, or rather, the Mist Wolf, said, "I told her to run into this forest, but she didn't fully believe me and chose to escape in another direction. She's been wandering on the mountain, but she still hasn't escaped my control and has been suffering from my pollution." Hobert didn't expect this little girl to be quite clever. "Why didn't you turn everyone here into marionettes? And just simply lure them? If they became my marionettes, they would have a close connection with me, and that pollution might return." Harold said, "So I would only briefly link your spiritual lines to transfer the pollution to you." Hobert then asked, "Did this method succeed?" "Very successful." Harold smiled, "The pollution on my body has basically been transferred out." "How did you get polluted?" "I don't know." Hobert was stunned. "You don't know? Even with your sequence and abilities, you don't know?" "I've received some revelations, but I can't decipher them." Harold shook his head, "But I can be sure this is a very high-level pollution." Harold thought for a moment and then said, "Before I was polluted, I received a small bottle of white mist. It was said to contain the ultimate secret of the Terenzost Empire. But the next day, the mist in the bottle disappeared, and I was polluted. Thinking about it now, I should have been polluted because of this." Hobert showed a very interested expression. "The ultimate secret of the Terenzost Empire." Harold chuckled. "Although your chances of survival are slim, I still can't tell you the details." "How do you plan to kill us?" "I don't have to do anything. This pollution will soon cause you to show signs of losing control." Harold said, "The people you sent for help, they can't leave the barrier I set." "You're definitely going to say that you have a colleague named Harold who escaped from here." Seeing Harold talk about Harold's situation, everyone felt a bit awkward. Harold sneered, "I let him go on purpose. If not a single person escaped, the Church of the Black Knight Goddess would definitely organize a stronger team to deal with me, and it's very likely they would send a demigod. But if someone escapes, they will only send a relatively elite Red Gloves team. This way I can buy some time. By the time the people from the Church of the Black Knight Goddess realize something is wrong and send a second wave of reinforcements, it will be at least 2 days later. And within these 2 days, Hobert and the others would have already turned into monsters due to the pollution." This made Hobert sigh, as expected of the thief pathway. This was just a magical beast of that pathway, yet it was so skilled at schemes and tricks. Then Hobert probed, "I have the ability of travel, you can't trap me." Harold chuckled, "Didn't you notice? Since you approached the manor, your 2 subsequent uses of travel only appeared on the mountain opposite the manor, and you didn't leave beyond 5 kilometers. You've already been polluted, which is equivalent to having psychological suggestion planted, you can't escape." Hobert then asked, "What about that village you mentioned on the other side of the mountain?" As he asked questions, he moved his wrist, as if he had been injured during the battle with the giant gray moth. "Not bad, not bad, you actually noticed the matter of that village." Harold laughed, "If your condition was normal, I would have planned to turn you into my marionette." Hobert understood. "That's your marionette village." "Not anymore, they started to worship a god from deep in the cosmos during this pollution." Harold said, "I have severed all ties with all the marionettes. They have become living corpses with a certain level of intelligence, but their remaining intelligence is limited to believing in that evil god. Preying on living corpses is their nature. After losing my restraint, they will go find food themselves. And for those living corpses, Baklung Manor was the largest food garden in the vicinity." Hobert nodded. "So, you won't turn me into a marionette, right?" Harold raised his head. "I should say, you no longer have the qualification to become my marionette." "Then I'm relieved." Hobert smiled. "Let me show you something good." He suddenly lifted the oil painting. Just now, when Hobert was moving his wrist, his other hand was untying the rope on the oil painting. Dai Li and Leonard, who were closer, also noticed this, so as Hobert lifted the oil painting, Dai Li already had a necklace with a huge black pearl in her hand. The surroundings instantly darkened, as if it had suddenly become deep night, and the Mist Wolf fell into a dazed, half-asleep, half-awake state. The Mist Wolf originally had time to switch positions with a marionette, even under the attack of a Sequence 1 sealed artifact, which is why it was so confidently standing there, boasting about its masterpiece. But what it didn't expect was that the moment it was about to switch with a marionette, its mind suddenly went blank, and the thought of switching positions with the marionette seemed to have been stolen. If it had been before, it wouldn't have met Hobert and the others in its true form, but today it had just severed ties with its previous marionettes, and was in a phase where it didn't have any normal marionettes that could be turned into human form. By the time the Mist Wolf recovered, it had already been affected by 1068. Its heart had become very peaceful, and it would almost immediately fall into a deep sleep. The Mist Wolf was also very strange. There were clearly no Beyonders of the Thief pathway among these three people, nor any sealed artifacts of that pathway, so how could its thoughts have disappeared just now? Hobert, however, already understood that this was K, the old man within Leonard, making a move, because he also hadn't brought 1-101, the demigod-level thief pathway sealed artifact. In its half-asleep, half-awake state, the Mist Wolf saw a beautiful landscape, which made it exclaim, "What a wonderful view!" The monster with eyes on its chest appeared. Hobert noticed its skin had turned black, and the curses it emitted were significantly stronger. It seemed that Fabuti had only descended into this dream once, yet it had already strengthened the oil painting to a certain extent. The Mist Wolf finally sobered up a bit. It tried its best to use its abilities, and its position finally swapped with a flying gray moth marionette several hundred meters away. Ultimately, the monster's curse fell on a gray moth, and the Mist Wolf that was originally on the tree branch vanished without a trace. Hobert quickly stepped forward and killed the monster with a single strike, its shadow turning into nothingness. As he picked up the oil painting, he said, "Guys from the Diviner pathway are just that hard to kill." He wrapped the two wings into the oil painting as well. Hobert hadn't expected to kill the Mist Wolf in one blow. Being able to successfully mark the Mist Wolf's spirituality was already a great blessing. He would settle accounts with this magical wolf when he had the chance. Dai Li also knew that now was not the time to pursue the Mist Wolf. We must make some preparations before the Mist Wolf's marionettes reach the manor. Hobert nodded. "You all go back first, I'll go look for Serena." Without waiting for Dai Li and the others to respond, Hobert had already used his low flight ability to fly out of the tree canopy, searching the mountain for Serena's figure. About 10 minutes later, Hobert finally found Serena, who was exhausted and resting on a rock. Seeing Hobert, who had returned to his original appearance, descend from the sky, Serena happily said, "Teacher, I knew you would come to save me." Hobert smiled. His main purpose for coming to Ruin had finally been achieved. Just as he was about to use travel to take Serena away, Hobert suddenly saw an abstract symbol drawn in the snow. The symbol was composed of winding vertical and horizontal lines, and several dots. Hobert's eyes narrowed. He was very familiar with this symbol, but he couldn't recall any related information. Serena noticed that Hobert's gaze was different from before. She explained, "That's a symbol I saw in a dream. I don't know why the impression was so deep, I couldn't help but draw it a few times." "Wait here." Hobert used Flash twice to hide behind a large tree, and then, after entering the country of disorder, Hobert instantly recalled the relevant memory, the uncertain mist. Hobert finally understood. It turned out that the uncertain mist had polluted the Mist Wolf, and the source of the pollution was that bottle of white mist. No wonder even the Mist Wolf, at its sequence, couldn't divine the source of the pollution, only knowing that the pollution was of a very high sequence. Hobert also finally understood why the white mist that polluted his spiritual body would directly integrate into the country of disorder, because the uncertain mist controlled the part of the country of disorder in the starry sky, and it was of the same origin as the country of disorder that Hobert controlled. Therefore, that pollution was just some nourishment for the country of disorder. Hobert, whose appearance had changed again, returned to the villa with Serena. The Wood family quickly came forward to inquire about the situation. Serena introduced Hobert to her family. "This is my mysticism tutor. Fortunately, thanks to him, I was saved. You don't have to worry either. As long as my tutor is here, we won't be in danger again." The two giant gray moths just now had given the family a considerable psychological shadow. If it weren't for some plainclothes police, red gloves, stopping them, they would have rushed out to find Serena and then left the villa. Of course, that's if they could leave. Hobert said to Serena, "I'll talk to you properly later." He went to find Dai Li. "How about we make a deal?" Dai Li, who was already flustered, casually asked, "What deal?" She didn't know how many puppets the Mist Wolf had, but since it could form a village, it was estimated that there shouldn't be few. But now she only had 2 subordinates, and the 2 people sent for reinforcements hadn't returned yet, so she didn't know what their situation was like. "I'll go block those puppets myself, but the condition is." Dai Li glanced at Hobert. "What?" She originally thought Hobert was joking, but seeing his serious expression, it didn't seem like it. Hobert said again, "I can block those puppets, but the condition is that all the extraordinary characteristics on them belong to me." After learning about the source of pollution, Hobert had a way to deal with the enemy. If it were pollution from other old ones, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, but for the pollution of the uncertain mist, Hobert now held the country of disorder, and was within the Earth's barrier. This bit of pollution was nothing to him. Dai Li re-examined Hobert. "Don't overexert yourself." Hobert smiled. "Just tell me if you're willing to make this deal with me." Dai Li pondered for a moment before saying, "Deal." She wasn't confident in leading the tourists away. Not to mention whether they could leave the barrier mentioned by the Mist Wolf. Just encountering those puppets during the transfer of tourists would be a slaughter. Since this young man carrying an oil painting was so confident, she might as well let him try. It was just some extraordinary characteristics, which was not a loss for the Church of the Black Night Goddess. After the deal was made, Hobert jumped onto the roof, observing the surrounding situation. Dai Li, meanwhile, was still trying to set up a defense line, in case Hobert failed to stop those puppets. Finally, Dai Li settled everyone in the reception hall. The space here was large enough, and they only needed to block the side doors and focus on guarding the main entrance. Just a few minutes after everyone was settled, a man in his 30s suddenly appeared in the courtyard. He was expressionless, and there was no sign of life on him. Many tourists thought they were seeing things, because there was nothing in the courtyard before, and this man suddenly appeared in the snow. Immediately, everyone felt that there was something wrong with him. Even an ordinary person's intuition could sense that this was not a normal human being. The man flashed again and had already arrived at the window, scaring many curious tourists into retreating repeatedly. Just as the man was about to flash again, he suddenly looked up at the roof. Hobert jumped down from the roof. Chaos. The man immediately used flash to dodge, but chaos had already locked onto its target, and even with flash, he couldn't escape. The man simply disappeared from the courtyard, using travel to evade chaos. Chaos also had an effective range. As long as he left the effective range, he would avoid Hobert's attack. After this brief exchange, Hobert understood the state of these puppets. They didn't have much intelligence, basically fighting by instinct, and their intuition wasn't very strong, only noticing his ambush on the roof from tens of meters away. This exchange seemed to be the prelude to the puppets' attack. Soon, more than a dozen figures rushed into the courtyard, some in human form, others as beasts. Lightning, divine light, curses, and other attacks all came crashing down on Hobert in the courtyard. Even with their limited remaining intelligence, Hobert, Dai Li, and the other 4 were definitely not their opponents. Dai Li and Leonard in the reception hall were both staring intently at Hobert, ready to launch a rescue immediately if Hobert was in danger. Serena also held her breath for her teacher, as the enemies seemed very difficult to deal with. A black shield appeared around Hobert, blocking the first round of extraordinary attacks from the enemies. Then everyone saw that Hobert actually lowered his head and began to pray, and seemed to subconsciously take a few steps back. After sequence 5, Hobert only needed to take 3 or 4 procedural steps back to enter the country of disorder, no longer needing such large movements as he did at first. Immediately following, a huge mental pressure appeared in midair. Even ordinary tourists without spiritual vision subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look outside. And Dai Li and others saw the figure sitting among the sharp swords. He radiated a sacred glow, and an awe-inspiring aura spread through the air, making people subconsciously lower their heads and instinctively want to submit. Even Dai Li subconsciously lowered her head. Leonard heard a voice that only he could hear exclaim, "Solomon." That was Pales's old boss. However, that voice then said, "It can't be him." Transust. Because Hobert didn't use his original face, he wasn't afraid of Dai Li and the others knowing that he could pray for the Creator's gaze. Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, had just used his starlight to project his power when he immediately saw the white mist swirling around the puppets. Without Hobert's intervention, these white mists actually flowed towards the Creator on their own. The puppets also seemed to sense something and turned to run back. Hobert reached out and grabbed, and the mist flowed towards him even faster. Those mists were like the puppets' life force. As the mists gradually disappeared, their movements became slower and slower, eventually falling to the ground, turning into truly abandoned puppets, which were simply corpses. Hobert withdrew his power. As if sensing something, the hall he had constructed split open in the middle. He saw the white mist he had absorbed into the country of disorder condensing in midair. It formed an illusory wheel-shaped object. Its outer circle was a black ring, and in the center of the ring were chaotic yet orderly small black cylinders. Some of these small cylinders intersected, while others did not intersect with any other cylinders. The wheel-shaped object gave a sense of solidity and antiquity, as if it had existed for a very, very long time, as if it was full of mystery and the unknown. Its shape was somewhat similar to the wheel-type space city Hobert had seen in the Ad era, but Hobert, through his spirituality, sensed that this was not a high-tech product of aliens, this was the true form of the uncertain mist. However, what was in the country of disorder now was only a projection. Even if it was just a projection, Hobert felt a huge threat, and his control over the country of disorder seemed to be shaking. So Hobert immediately mobilized the greatest power he could to entangle the projection of the uncertain mist. With his efforts, the projection, which didn't have much actual power, was crushed and melted into the country of disorder. The moment the opponent dissolved, Hobert saw 2 scenes. The first scene was the uncertain mist's true form appearing on the ocean of a certain planet. The true form, of course, was not as illusory as the projection, but very solid. Dense white mist continuously swirled and flowed around the uncertain mist, giving a mysterious and powerful feeling. Even just a scene gave Hobert immense pressure. This was the pressure brought by the difference in status, making him almost kneel before the Iron Throne. This scene flashed by, followed by a second scene. The second scene was a beautiful valley with snow on the high peaks, a magnificent hall on the mountainside, and birds singing and flowers fragrant in the valley. Some villas and residences were scattered throughout the picturesque valley. A grand ritual of sacrifice to the uncertain mist was being held in the magnificent hall. In the front row were 3 people who looked somewhat similar. The person in the middle had strictly symmetrical body parts, gray eyes, and black hair, looking like a wax figure. On the left was a woman with gray eyes and black hair, her expression elusive, as if she had difficulty concentrating. On the right was a young man with black hair, who looked somewhat rebellious, as if he was unwilling to participate in such a ceremony. This scene also flashed by. Hobert only clearly saw these 3 people before the scene disappeared. Hobert checked the situation in the country of disorder, and there were no traces of the uncertain mist left. Immediately after, he closed the hall he had built, and first speculated about the scene he had just seen. It was equivalent to the projection sending its coordinates to its true form before dissolving, but it ended up being sent to Hobert. The scene he had just seen was a fragment of the true form's memory held by the projection. This should be an alarm mechanism similar to a projection, telling the true form that there is danger here, or an opportunity here. However, in a special environment like the country of disorder, such an alarm could not be sent out at all. Even in the real world, similar alarms, after being blocked by the barrier, would make it very difficult for the uncertain mist to pinpoint Hobert. Hobert could have such a guess based on Fabuti's experience in fighting the Desire Mother Tree. If every action of Fabuti could be under the gaze of the Desire Mother Tree, then the demon monarch would have long fallen. And those two scenes were also very crucial pieces of information, but now was not the time to consider these. Many people outside were still looking at him eagerly, so Hobert immediately returned to the real world and said, pretendingly, "Praise the Creator." Then he used the psychic wine glass to arrange more than a dozen puppets, which had almost turned into corpses, and then accelerated the rate at which their extraordinary characteristics precipitated from their bodies. 4 or 5 seconds later, these puppets lined up to deliver extraordinary characteristics or extraordinary materials into Hobert's hands. There were a total of 10 extraordinary characteristics and 4 extraordinary materials. The 4 extraordinary creatures that had been turned into puppets by the Mist Wolf basically had their extraordinary characteristics in a certain part. Hobert could easily use his spirituality to sense the part with the extraordinary characteristic and make them dig out the characteristic part themselves. The only minor drawback was that Hobert didn't have enough containers today and couldn't collect some of the spiritual materials from their bodies. After Hobert had put away all the spoils, Diley and Leonard came out of the hall. This was to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Hobert smiled. "I told you, I can deal with these puppets myself." Diley smiled. Who would have thought that this young man carrying an oil painting could pray for the help of a godlike existence? According to our previous agreement, if there is no extraordinary gain in this mission, we will also give you a reward. Hobert was not greedy. "No, I have already gotten what I wanted just now, and I don't need your reward. These are two different matters. What you gained just now was our transaction and does not belong to the mission we agreed upon before." Diley was so generous to win over this young man. If possible, she would attract him with a reward and then deal with him after their demigod arrived. After all, in the eyes of official Beyonders, all hidden existences, except for the 7 orthodox gods, were evil gods. And those hidden existences did not disappoint the official Beyonders, often showing enough madness and evil. So Diley planned to arrest the young man in front of her when she was confident. Hobert smiled. "No reward. You all go about your business. I need to have a private talk with my student." Diley secretly sighed in regret. "All right, the Church of the Night will remember your contribution today." For Hobert, this problem was easily solvable, but for Diley and the others, it was very difficult. They had even prepared to sacrifice themselves here. After all, that was a puppet of a Mist Wolf, and there was a high possibility of a demigod-level opponent among them. Just then, a scream came from the crowd. A person suddenly fell to the ground. The water in his limbs quickly drained, but his belly rapidly swelled. Finally, his limbs became shriveled like dead wood, while his torso and head resembled a fat insect, rolling back and forth on the ground, constantly shouting, "Save me, save me." Leonard, seeing that the person's mutation was irreversible, directly shot and killed him, ending his suffering. The process of ordinary people being polluted and turning into monsters is irreversible. Killing him was a release for him. The surrounding people were so scared that they were about to scatter and flee. Diley immediately said, "Gather around me. I will pray for the goddess's power to dispel the evil forces within you." Only then did everyone seem to find their backbone and gathered around Diley. With Leonard's assistance, Diley quickly prepared the altar and then prayed for the goddess's power. "Black Night Goddess, more sublime than the starry sky, more ancient than eternity, your scarlet dominance, mother of concealment, empress of calamity and fear, lord of slumber and silence. Your devout follower implores your gaze. I pray that you rescue these innocent people around the altar and eliminate the pollution within us." As she recited the prayer, She burned corresponding essential oils and herbs, and a sense of tranquility filled the area around the altar. After the prayer, a surge of profound tranquility descended, making the surrounding tourists feel as if they were in the deep night, as if they could fall asleep very soon. A cup of coffee by the altar suddenly tipped over, and the coffee-colored liquid flowed like it was alive to the center of the altar, forming letters one by one. Dai Li had performed so many rituals, but this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. The coffee eventually formed a sentence: "Let Hobert eliminate your pollution. He has already received my blessing in advance." It was written very compactly, but in the end, I still couldn't finish this dungeon. I can only complete the last part in tomorrow's chapter. Dai Li stared at the words on the altar for a full 10 seconds. Usually, rituals were performed to pray to the Black Knight goddess to heal companions, create talismans, or seek the power of fate, the power of darkness, and so on. No matter how they prayed, they would finish the prayer and then wait for the Black Knight goddess's response. Generally, the Black Knight goddess would respond to the Night Watcher's prayers. But that response was only the Black Knight goddess bestowing some power. Never before had a response appeared on the altar as a sentence. As the surging sense of peaceful sleep disappeared, Dai Li came back to her senses. Hobert, who is Hobert? Which Hobert? Finally, she looked at the young man with the oil painting on his back, who was talking to Serena in the courtyard. Hobert called Serena in front of the two large moths. They were two beyonders before, but because they were polluted by a high-level power, they became like this. Serena had seen them just now but hadn't looked closely. At this moment, she felt a little shocked. "Teacher, is this the true face of this world?" "Yes," Hobert said. "What I said in the letter recently about needing to talk to you was about this matter. You and Elizabeth both have high spirituality. Relatively speaking, you are more likely to encounter extraordinary events. The Aurora Order, which was your former divination teacher, wanted to develop you into one of their peripheral members precisely because they valued your spirituality." Serena felt a huge sense of crisis for the first time. "Teacher, what should I do?" "Either pretend nothing happened, and try to warn yourself not to come into contact with extraordinary events, or things that seem or sound strange." Hobert scrutinized the moths in front of him. "Or, quickly become a Beyander and have the ability to protect yourself. The extraordinary world and extraordinary powers won't give you time to spend more time with your family and then become a Beyander without any worries. Sometimes, the closer you are to your loved ones, the easier it is to bring disaster to them." Serena lowered her head, her eyes welling up with tears, and said, "I understand, teacher. I will say goodbye to my family and then follow you. Enjoy your New Year's holiday," Hobert said. "When the New Year's holiday ends, I will come to pick you up." Serena wiped the corners of her eyes. "Thank you, teacher." At this moment, Hobert saw Dai Li and Leonard walking quickly towards him. He stepped forward. "I'll help her clear the pollution in Serena's body. You two go about your business." "Hobert Jeffrey." Dai Li looked at him with certainty. Hobert scratched his head and laughed. "You've got the wrong person. My name is Gehrman Sparrow." Dai Li shook her head. "The Black Knight goddess has given instructions for you to help eliminate the pollution in our bodies. She said you have already received the gift in advance. Go." Hobert saw Dai Li and Leonard's faces fall, and he immediately changed his words. Don't worry, I will help you solve the problem." Note 1. Then he thought seriously. When did I ever receive a gift from the Black Knight Goddess or the Church of the Night Goddess? Suddenly, Hobert recalled the hand he encountered before entering the manor, and the bracelet on that hand. Now that bracelet was lying on the stone platform in the Country of Disorder. As Hobert followed Dai Li to the reception hall, he gasped, "Is this the Black Knight Goddess's authority related to fate?" Serena's family were all devout followers of the Black Knight Goddess. Hobert found it hard to believe that there was no manipulation by the Black Knight Goddess in this. For a moment, Hobert also felt that his actions this time seemed to have been arranged. "Why did you arrange me? I haven't been hanging out with you in Source Castle for all those years. We're not that close, are we? You asked me to eliminate pollution, aren't you afraid of losing prestige in front of the Red Gloves? Hobert glanced at Dai Li and the others, finding that none of them had any doubts about the Black Knight Goddess. Instead, they looked reverent, believing that everything was under the Black Knight Goddess's control. He smiled helplessly. Well, regarding being a god, I still have a lot of room for improvement. Immediately after, Hobert also guessed that the Black Knight Goddess had probably marked him. After all, when he had just become a lawyer, he had twice prayed to the Black Knight Goddess for help. Moreover, the help he received during the first prayer was clearly a bit off. The power descended by the Black Knight Goddess seemed a bit too strong, and he fell into a deep sleep before he even had time to lie down in bed. Having figured out this problem, Hobert also came among the crowd. He once again pretended to pray, seeking help from the Creator. Because the pollution on the travelers was not as severe as on the marionettes, there was no need for the Creator's image to appear this time. The pollution of the uncertain mist could be absorbed simply through the star representing Hobert himself. After the pollution in their bodies was absorbed, everyone felt refreshed and expressed their gratitude to Hobert. Then Hobert went to the forest with moths. He repeated the same operation, absorbing all the pollution absorbed by the moths in the forest. This pollution might have undergone a transfer, so it was not as pure as the mist wolf and those marionettes. It did not form the image of the uncertain mist again in the country of disorder, but rather silently dissolved into the country of disorder. Dozens of kilometers away from Baklung Manor, a demonic wolf, about the size of a rhinoceros, suddenly stopped while traversing the snow and forest. Its body was surrounded by thick, rolling mist. From dozens of meters away, only a dense fog could be seen, at most the silhouette of a giant wolf within the fog. From hundreds of meters away, only a dense fog could be seen. The mist wolf looked in the direction of Baklung Manor. The pollution there has actually disappeared. He shook his head thoughtfully and continued to flee. In Baklung Manor, Hobert sat opposite Dai Li and Leonard. Hobert spoke first. I didn't expect us to meet again here. As you know, I have a bounty on my head and cannot use my true appearance in the ruined kingdom. Dai Li smiled. Then you can also reveal your identity. Are you afraid that I will arrest you for the bounty? I'm doing this to avoid causing trouble for you. Hobert said shamelessly, and at the same time, he looked at Dai Li's subordinates over there, as if to say, I don't distrust you, but I distrust your subordinates. In fact, he had no intention of acknowledging Dai Li and Leonard. This way, everyone would avoid trouble. Leonard suddenly recalled something Dai Li had said a long time ago. Although the royal family says you are a traitor, the Church of the Night Goddess has never issued a similar statement. Hobert thought about it, and it was indeed true. In that case, can I continue to trade with you? I had previously agreed with Captain Thomas that he would acquire some of the extraordinary characteristics I possess. Especially those extraordinary characteristics that are difficult to sell, such as the criminal pathway, which is also the abyss pathway, and the secret supplicant pathway. Hobert was only willing to sell these extraordinary characteristics to the Orthodox churches, otherwise, they could easily return to the blood worship sector the Aurora Order through multiple transactions. Dai Li said, I can report this matter upwards. I don't think there will be any problem. However, the trading party will change from the Night Watcher squad to the Red Gloves. Hobert, that's wonderful. This was another huge gain from his trip. He then asked, does the remuneration you mentioned earlier still count? Dai Li smiled elegantly, didn't you say you didn't want remuneration? Then was then, now is now. Hobert smiled. He had also once been a semi-official Beander, and of course, he knew that Dai Li had just been using the remuneration as bait to find an opportunity to control or investigate him. Dai Li took a sip of the tea served by the waiter and said, you are still an official member of the Night Watcher squad. Saving the Black Knight Goddess's followers is what you should do. Why do you need any remuneration? Hobert sighed. As expected, talking about feelings hurts money. Discussing such matters with acquaintances was not as straightforward as with strangers. The three of them chatted for a while. Hobert left the method to summon his messenger, confirmed the time to pick up Serena, and then left using travel. The barrier set by the Mist Wolf was a dense fog that could make people get lost. Such a dense fog could not stop abilities like travel. Hobert had been polluted before, and that pollution would have made him choose to remain near the manor. Now that the pollution was basically eliminated, at most, a few of the Mist Wolf's marionettes were still wandering in the deep mountains, which no longer affected Hobert's use of travel. As for how Dai Li and the others would leave, Hobert believed that with the pollution gone, the Red Gloves should have a way to cross the barrier set by the Mist Wolf. Returning to his territory, Hobert first ate a late lunch, then returned to his room and offered all the newly acquired extraordinary characteristics and extraordinary materials to the country of disorder. Hobert sat on the Iron Throne and first examined the 10 extraordinary characteristics, among which there was actually a demigod-level extraordinary characteristic from the warrior pathway. In other words, among the Mist Wolf's marionettes, there was a demon hunter. Only then did Hobert realize that the Mist Wolf was actually very powerful in its prime, and even demigods were not its match. The demon hunter marionette should have charged at the forefront during the Mist Wolf's battles with enemies, to compensate for the Mist Wolf's shortcomings in close combat and defensive abilities. The other extraordinary characteristics were mostly sequence 5. In terms of offense, there were Priest of Light, Ocean Songster, and Reaper. In terms of covert attacks, there were Wraith and Dream Stealer. In terms of recovery, there was Druid, and in terms of escape, there was Traveler. Additionally, there was a Necromancer Mentor and a Rose Bishop, which were even more versatile than the equipment Hobert had carefully managed. This should have been the Mist Wolf's accumulation over a long period, perhaps decades or even a century, to gather so many marionettes that could cooperate with each other. Let alone a demigod, even a sequence 3 facing the attacks of 10 marionettes might not be a match for the Mist Wolf. And those 4 extraordinary creatures also had their own uses, one of which should be one of the main materials needed by a law enforcer. Because it was in the country of disorder, Hobert's spirituality could give a clear judgment. Hobert currently couldn't judge the other main materials, but they were all sequence 5 level main materials. Hobert looked at the dazzling array of spoils in front of him and felt as if the Mist Wolf's decades, or even a century, of accumulation had been harvested by him all at once. If all of this was truly the Black Knight Goddess's arrangement, then she might as well arrange it a few more times. The last trophy was a pair of wings that Hobert had casually brought back, capable of causing hallucinations. He briefly studied them and, indeed, as the Mist Wolf had said, they somewhat resembled a naturally formed magic circle. Hobert hadn't yet figured out their specific use. Hobert once again materialized a stone platform, placed all the trophies from this expedition onto it, and then seriously considered the issue of the Black Knight Goddess. The only explanation he could think of was, the pollution from an old one like the Uncertain Mist was quite troublesome for the current Black Knight Goddess to resolve. The Black Knight Goddess might have known that I was the creator for a long time, as if she had marked me, she could often peep. Or perhaps the Black Knight Goddess simply knew that I was a favored one of the creator, which is why she arranged for me to be involved in this matter, to help resolve the pollution of the Uncertain Mist. As for the Black Knight Goddess's peeping issue, Hobert didn't feel too strongly about it. After all, he often peeped before, and the Black Knight Goddess didn't feel embarrassed. Why should he, a young man, feel embarrassed? Moreover, based on Hobert's experience with peeping, after he advanced to demigod, he could use the power of the country of disorder to briefly avoid being peeped at. After becoming an angel, unless he invited the Black Knight Goddess to watch, even if she wanted to, she would only see blurry images. Hobert smiled. That sounds like she wants to peek at me taking a bath. And regarding the Black Knight Goddess knowing that Hobert is the creator, Hobert didn't think it was a big problem. After all, he had always shown sufficient goodwill towards the Church of the Night Goddess. The most crucial point was that his path didn't conflict with the Black Knight Goddess's path. Unless it involved transactions at the level of a true god, he shouldn't be suppressed by the Black Knight Goddess. The reason was simple, lack of motivation. If the status quo was maintained, Hobert would still be a member of the Night Watcher squad, and, the creator, would also be a secret ally of the Black Knight goddess. But if this strategy were to change, Hobert would have a very difficult time. If she could kill him, then all would be well. If she couldn't kill him, the Black Knight goddess would lose a potential ally and gain an enemy. In terms of cost, maintaining the status quo was most beneficial for the Black Knight goddess. After reaching a certain conclusion on this matter, Hobert recalled the two scenes from when the projection of the uncertain mist disappeared. The first scene brought Hobert considerable shock. It was his first contact with the main body of the uncertain mist, and also Hobert's first time feeling the power of the uncertain mist. Previously, Hobert had always thought that the uncertain mist was not a pillar among the outer gods, and its power should rank behind the Desire Mother tree. Crucially, it had always lacked any sense of presence, so it shouldn't be very strong. Today, Hobert had a complete change of perspective on this self-righteous feeling. After all, it was an old one possessing part of the source material. Even without the support of any sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic, it was still an extremely powerful existence. At least below a true god, no one could hope to harm it. Hobert then remembered that he had planned to seek trouble with the uncertain mist after becoming an angel king. That would have been purely giving away extraordinary characteristic. Then Hobert recalled the second scene, that valley of birdsong and fragrant flowers, which Hobert had seen in a very old channeling session. That was the settlement of the Tamara family. And among the 3 people at the very front of the sacrificial ritual, it was highly likely that one of them was Tamara herself. At that time, among the 5 great nobles of the Tudor family, besides the Abraham family, the Amun family, and the Antigonus family, these 3 families had angel king level existences. The other 2 families were the Jacob family and the Tamara family. At that time, to become a great noble of the empire, one had to be at least a sequence 2 angel. The Tamara family initially controlled the judge pathway, and only later, through intermarriage with the Abraham family, did they gain control of some traveler potions and extraordinary characteristic. Hobert had previously speculated that the ancestor of the Tamara family should have been a sequence 2 inches balancer of the judge pathway, because at that time, all 3 sequence 1s were with the Night Emperor. However, after the Blood Emperor Tudor fell, there was no definite intelligence proving that Tamara also fell with him. Hobert suspected that Tamara herself should still be alive. At the angel level, as long as they didn't die in the 4 Emperors' War, in the 5th epoch, unless they died of old age, almost no one could kill them in the absence of true gods on the north-south continent. Later, after the Night Emperor fell, Augustus and Castile, who betrayed their old employer, each obtained a sequence 1 hand of order extraordinary characteristic. Similar history had played out before. Tudor and Trensused obtained sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic by betraying their old employer, Solomon. The uniqueness of the judge pathway is currently with Castile, but according to Adam, it seems that the War God Church gave it to him not long ago. And another sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic of the judge pathway is most likely with one of the Orthodox churches, as the 6 gods jointly killed the Night Emperor back then. The War God Church should also have obtained the Trentost Bronze Book at that time. Tamara should not have had the courage or ability to take a sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic under the gaze of the 6 gods, unless there was some unknown transaction involved. So Hobert guessed that if Tamara is still alive, she should still be a sequence 2 inches balancer. As for the exact location of that sequence 1, Hobert also had some guesses. From the perspective of dividing the spoils, the War God Church already had the uniqueness, so it shouldn't have another sequence 1. The Church of the Night Goddess, the Storm Church, and the Earth Mother Church are also unlikely to possess that sequence 1. The former 2 churches supported the founding of Ruin, and the latter supported the founding of Fenaport. More than 600 years ago, in the Oathbreakers' War, where the various countries of the North Continent nearly tore each other apart, it is believed that if any of these 3 churches had a sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic, they would have given it to the secular powers they supported to achieve greater results and more followers. Then the Knowledge and Wisdom God Church and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church have a higher possibility of possessing that sequence 1, and the probability for the Eternal Blazing Sun is greater than for the Knowledge and Wisdom God Church. Because the Knowledge and Wisdom God Church also supported the Phenoport Kingdom in the early 5th epoch. Although they later fell out with the Earth Mother Church, they at least supported it once. From the perspective of strategy and division of spoils, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church has a greater chance of obtaining that sequence 1. Hobert reviewed that period of history and could roughly perceive that after the 6 gods jointly killed the Night Emperor, they likely split into 3 to 4 factions. Since the Black Night Goddess and the Lord of Storms jointly sealed door Mr. during the 4 Emperors' War, it shows that their relationship was already quite close at that time, and they were one faction. Therefore, the War God, Eternal Blazing Sun, and God of Knowledge and Wisdom were certainly hostile to this faction. In the early 5th epoch, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Earth Mother were basically in the same faction, and they jointly supported the founding of Phenoport. The War God and Eternal Blazing Sun did not seem to have a very close cooperative relationship. They could be seen as non-aligned, or 2 different factions. Then, from the perspective of the gods, game, the War God, Eternal Blazing Sun, and God of Knowledge and Wisdom would not allow the Black Night Goddess and Storm of Lord faction to hold another sequence 1 of the Judge pathway. Similarly, the Lord of Storms and Eternal Blazing Sun would not allow the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and Earth Mother faction to hold another sequence 1. The best outcome would be for each of the 4 factions to have one, so the Eternal Blazing Sun has the highest probability of obtaining the last sequence 1. Going back to the 4th epoch, after Abraham was jointly sealed by the Black Night Goddess and the Lord of Storms, many forces of the Abraham family should have defected to the Tamara family, as they were relatives who often intermarried. So, after the 4 Emperors' War, the strength of the Tamara family should have increased, and they might even have directly gained another traveler. Or, over the long 1,000 years, it's not impossible for the Tamara family to have cultivated an angel of the door pathway themselves. These 2 forces should be the backbone of the Tamara family today. In addition, based on the law of adjacent pathway interchange, the Tamara family also controlled a certain amount of extraordinary characteristic of the Black Emperor pathway. This pathway started the latest, and its highest-ranking Deander might only be a demigod or a sequence 3 saint. The possibility of a sequence 2 angel is not high. Hobert guessed that these 3 pathways were not very united, which is why in the second scene, the 3 main efficients in front of the altar seemed to be at odds. The reason, too, was obvious. Angels of the door pathway could basically be equated with the pollution of the fallen Mother Goddess. And the Tamara family also seemed to have an unclear relationship with the uncertain mist. 8 or 9 times out of 10, Tamara herself obtained something with the uncertain mist's mark from her old employer, and thus established contact with the uncertain mist. Now that he thought about it, the Tamara family seemed very much like an advance base for an outer god. Hobert even considered whether to report them to the Black Night Goddess. Thus, the 3 people in the second scene Hobert obtained were likely the highest level forces of the Tamara family, a sequence 2 inches balancer, a sequence 2 inches traveler, and at most a sequence 3 inches mad mage. Among the angel families that failed to become rulers of the North-South continent, such strength should be relatively high. After organizing his gains and intelligence from this operation, Hobert returned to the real world. Not long after, he received a notification from the fool that the little sons, debt and remuneration to the emperor, had been received. Note 1. Author also knows that the pronunciation of fart and rest assured in an alphabet-based language must be different from the pronunciation of Chinese characters. However, if seeing this can bring a knowing smile, it's better than anything, and the author believes this small detail can be ignored. Hobert looked at the 17 dazzling extraordinary materials on the altar. The harvest season had arrived. He put away the materials, then sacrificed the provocation warhammer to the fool, and waited for the other 15 extraordinary materials. Just then, Hobert thought of a very serious problem. These 17 materials, consisting of 5 different types, made it difficult for him to distinguish their names and the pathways they belonged to. His first thought was, who should he ask for guidance? At this moment, the messenger suddenly appeared in Hobert's room, and a letter flew precisely into Hobert's raised hand. Hobert glanced at the wax seal on the envelope. It was an abstract design of a book and an eye, which was unfamiliar to him. Upon opening it, he found it was a letter from Iceberg Vice Admiral Edwina. The letter was very short, simply informing Hobert that pirates had discovered Twilight Admiral's flagship in the southwestern raging sea. Edwina promised that she would continue to send people to investigate Twilight Admiral's exact location. There was also a drawing in the letter, a neatly hand-drawn sea chart, no less detailed than a printed version. It had delicate handwriting simply marking the positions of several islands, and also indicated where Twilight Admiral had been found. Hobert compared it with the sea chart he had previously bought from Feniport, and easily determined Twilight Admiral's approximate location. Putting down the sea chart, Hobert suddenly realized, wasn't there a ready-made teacher right here? So he began to write a reply, first thanking Edwina for the intelligence, and then, with both text and illustrations, asking about the 5 types of extraordinary materials he had obtained this time. In the God-forsaken land, Silver City. Chad, the old man in charge of logistics, brought Derek to the chief's room at the top of the round tower. Your Excellency, look quickly. Derek, during an outing to collect materials, actually luckily obtained an extraordinary weapon. Chad handed over the extraordinary weapon, which had some bloodstains and smudges, and looked very old. Chief Colin took the provocation warhammer, and examined it. As a former weapon master, he roughly knew the weapon's abilities upon touching it. He ultimately concluded, it is very suitable for use when facing monsters. Colin, who was always rigorous, even showed a slight smile on his face. He casually asked Derek, how did you obtain it? Derek, who had matured during this period, had long prepared his explanation. Chief, due to a transaction with a companion, I owed him a pair of mirror dragon's eyes, so I went to try to hunt a mirror dragon today, and on the way. Derek vividly described how he encountered a powerful monster, how his abilities restrained it, and how, after a fierce battle, he unexpectedly obtained this warhammer. Very good, Colin said to Chad. Give him some more merit points. As he spoke, he gave Chad a look. Chad understood, and took the provocation warhammer back from the chief with both hands. Yes. Derek secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His previous excuse was originally meant for Chad, but he hadn't expected to report to the chief. After the two of them left the round tower together, Chad indeed exchanged more merit points for Derek. Derek collected his merit points, exchanged them for materials, and happily returned. Because he had met the chief, Derek was more cautious this time and did not immediately exchange the extraordinary materials that needed to be paid to the Emperor, as he had planned. He only exchanged one main material for a Sun Divine official. After Derek left, Chad took the provocation warhammer and returned to the chief's room. Colin picked up the provocation warhammer from the wooden box. What did Derek exchange with his merit points? One main material for a Sun Divine official. Chad reported. After returning from this exploration mission, he has already exchanged one main material for a Sun Divine official. I heard he also exchanged some unused main materials in the black market. Colin was startled. Unused main materials. Yes, they are all main materials that are not used in the potion pathways we currently possess. You can exchange quite a few for very few merit points. Colin pondered for a moment and then asked, were mirror dragon's eyes not among the items he exchanged? I'm not sure about that. Chad said, but I heard that everything he exchanged was sequence 8 level main materials. He recalled for a moment and then added, about 20-odd days ago, he did come to exchange for mirror dragon's eyes, but there happened to be no stock then. Colin nodded. In that case, apart from Derek exchanging unused main materials, which was a bit unusual, there wasn't much else to be suspicious of. He stared at the provocation warhammer for more than 10 seconds, then suddenly had an idea. He found a damp cloth, wiped the parts of the weapon that looked old, and after several repeated wipes, it became completely clean. Wiping other areas yielded the same result, and soon the weapon in Colin's hand became as good as new. Chad also noticed something was amiss, because weapons seized from monsters had never been so clean. The stains on them couldn't be simply wiped away. "Chief, should we have someone keep an eye on him?" Colin raised a hand. "No need. Give Derek some freedom, perhaps he can still bring us some surprises." Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert learned that, Little Son, would only be able to pay for the weapon in a few days to avoid being suspected by the chief. Hobert first sacrificed the 17 extraordinary materials he had obtained to the country of disorder, and waited until evening, finally receiving Edwina's reply. As Hobert had expected, Edwina indeed recognized all 5 main materials and provided relatively detailed explanations of the monsters from which the 5 materials were obtained. This gave Hobert a better understanding, making it easier to price them when selling them later. Next, Hobert pondered what return gift to send Edwina to thank her for her answers. Although Hobert knew she enjoyed being a teacher, he still had to express his gratitude so that it would be easier to ask her questions next time. After thinking for a while, Hobert remembered that he had a notebook from Duke Sevilla from the 4th epoch, which recorded many interesting humanistic anecdotes from the mid and late 4th epoch. For Hobert, only a few paragraphs in this notebook were important, and Cress had already made excerpts. In fact, for those who didn't know about 005 and the Jinn, those conversations that were important to Hobert were merely some anecdotes about the Night Emperor. Hobert went to the country of disorder and searched for a long time, finally finding the notebook. He reread it, and simply tore out some parts that might contain important information, preparing to falsely claim that he only possessed a portion of this notebook. Such ancient books were just gathering dust with Hobert. It was better to give them to Edwina, who had a fondness for such things. After the second batch of donuts from the kitchen was ready, Hobert wrapped the reply letter and the notebook full of 4th epoch humanistic anecdotes into a package and gave it to the messenger. In the evening, it was time for the foot-washing ritual again. After Dennis put down the foot-washing water, he quickly answered, "Lord, you asked me to fetch your foot-washing water because you hope I'll exercise my arm's strength and waist while doing so, right?" Hobert looked at Dennis, whose eyes were shining. "If you think I'm that shallow, I think you'll have to fetch foot-washing water for another 50 years. Dennis was slightly stunned and began to ponder again. Before falling asleep, Hobert received another reply from Edwina. She expressed her great liking for the notebook and had read it cover to cover upon receiving it. Hobert smiled. "It's good that you like it." Hobert fell into a dream, contemplating how to hunt Twilight Admiral. Early the next morning, Hobert was sleeping soundly when a letter floated onto his face. By the time he took the letter, the messenger had already entered the spirit world, as if to express dissatisfaction with starting work so early. Hobert yawned. "Who sent me a letter so early?" To his surprise, it was a letter from Leonard. In the letter, Leonard briefly described their process of leaving Baklung Manor with the tourists. They also found 2 or 3 escaped marionettes on the mountain. However, the corruption on those marionettes didn't seem to be severe, and they resolved the issue relatively soberly. Then Leonard reminded Hobert that the hidden existence who dealt with those marionettes should be a powerful figure from the 4th epoch who had not truly died, and he urged Hobert to be extremely careful and not fully trust such a deity in a compromised state. Hobert smiled helplessly. Should I remind him to pay attention to the old man inside him? But thinking that Leonard's intentions were good, he wrote a reply expressing his thanks. The Lord's Manor's kitchen had to start making donuts at dawn. Calling the messenger again, the messenger took the letter and said, "You've been very busy lately. Sending letters so frequently, I don't get much rest." Hobert immediately said, "I'll give you 3 extra donuts this time. Being busy is good." After receiving 6 donuts, the messenger quickly disappeared into the spirit world. Hobert smiled, took the remaining donuts to the dining room, and shared them with Donna and Furs. After breakfast, Hobert began his work for the day. First, The land distribution, which had lasted a week, was basically completed, and Conrad came to report the progress of this work to Hobert. At the same time, over the past 2 days, Hobert's potion had indeed digested another portion, though the extent of digestion was not as obvious as last time. Such formal official business, of course, had to be discussed in the main hall. Hobert knew the amount of cultivated land, orchard land, and so on in the territory like the back of his hand, and had a clear understanding of Conrad's report. The cultivated land in the territory was very ample. After all the land was distributed, a significant portion still belonged to the Lord's manor. After reporting on the land distribution, Conrad added, "Lord, I noticed a phenomenon when distributing the land: each village has many more people." Hobert was surprised. "When we did household registration before, was there false reporting of the population?" "No, that's not it," Conrad smiled. "I've done some research. The extra people are residents from surrounding territories. They heard we don't collect taxes here, so they came to seek refuge with relatives and friends." Hobert nodded and asked, "How many extra people are there?" "According to my preliminary understanding, there are over 300 people who have relatives and friends to rely on." Conrad said, "There are about 800 people who don't have relatives or friends but just want to rent land here to farm." Hobert pondered for a moment. "Didn't you just say that a lot of land still belongs to the Lord's manor? If that land were distributed, how many people would it be enough for?" "About 400 people." "Then distribute them." Hobert smiled, "But be careful, the land allocated to these people should be slightly less than that of the original residents. Prioritize allocating it to the relatives and friends of the original residents, to show preferential treatment to them and to create a slight sense of superiority for them. I suggest that the extra land can be distributed to about 500 people. You can decide the specific situation." Conrad immediately opened his notebook and said, "Yes," while making notes. "Since these people are going to live in this territory, 3 things must be done. First, household registration. Second, household division by family unit. Third, obey the scheduling of the Lord's manor." Conrad immediately said, "I will do a good job of publicity." As for the housing problem of this group of people, Hobert continued, "The Lord's manor will rent tents to them for free and sell them building materials at a fair price on credit. They can repay for the building materials with gold leathers or with agricultural products. The tents rented to them are only free for 1 year, and the building materials sold to them on credit can be repaid at a fair price within 1 year. After 1 year, a portion of interest must be paid." Those tents were seized by the Jeffrey army from Shipyard Island and were piled up molding in the Lord's Manor's warehouse. As for building materials, in the future, Jeffrey territory will not lack building materials. The note-taking Conrad marveled that the Lord was a political expert he had never seen before, always able to turn waste into treasure. No matter what problem came his way, it was not a problem. As for the remaining 600+ people, they cannot be abandoned either. Hobert said, "Their housing problem can also be solved by renting tents and selling them building materials on credit. The food problem can be solved by the construction sites that are currently in urgent need of manpower. If one person in a family works on the construction site, they can provide food for other family members. But the food will be deducted from the working person's salary. If the salary is not enough to cover the family member's food, then another person in the family must work on the construction site." Hobert paused and added, "This will bring a considerable burden to the territory's accounting work. Go call Philip and Roy, we will discuss and come up with a standard." This discussion lasted for more than 2 hours. Now, the written work in the territory was increasing, and any resident with even a little grammatical foundation was assigned to the corresponding clerical work. Hobert asked the teachers of the territory's school to open a night school to give these clerical workers supplementary lessons. And it was stipulated that only those who had completed the night school, passed the corresponding exams, and graduated could receive their full salary. At the end of this meeting, Hobert made another major personnel appointment. "I plan to make Conrad the mayor of Jeffrey Town." In the main hall, these 3 people, who had already been trained to a certain level of governance and political skill, were slightly stunned. With the Lord present, did Jeffrey Town still need a mayor? Once the town government is built, Conrad will take your team there to work. Hobert was both explaining and making arrangements. You recommend a few candidates from your subordinates to me, and I will reappoint a household registration knight, who will report to the mayor in the future. Roy will be the construction knight, from now on, reporting to the mayor. When Albert returns, as the judicial knight, he will also report to the mayor. And there is Wayne, the newly conferred shipping knight, and Donna, the taxation knight, who is about to be conferred. They will all report to you. In the future, after the hospital and school are built, there will also be a medical education knight. After the territory's tourism industry develops, there will also be a tourism and culture knight, an agriculture and animal husbandry knight, and so on. All of these will report to the mayor. A wave of joy surged in Conrad's heart. This was equivalent to being the second most important person in Jeffrey territory. At this moment, he also understood the Lord's intention in establishing the mayor position, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "What a stroke of luck! I seized this opportunity, otherwise my life would have been wasted in mediocrity." Hobert glanced at Philip. "From now on, you will be the financial knight, reporting to me. When Corwin returns from out of town, he will be the human resources knight, in charge of talent acquisition and the promotion of staff. The promotion of knight-level personnel will be personally reviewed and handled by me. From now on, Corwin will also report to me." Philip smiled and bowed slightly. "Yes. Then, will I concurrently hold the butler's position, or?" Of course he was happy. Although his and his son's rank was not as high as Conrad's, both father and son controlled crucial departments, especially the financial knight, who was clearly the Lord's confidant. This arrangement was clearly more favored by the Lord than Albert and Corwin, the original father-son knight duo. Alan is quite meticulous, the butler's work can be entrusted to him. Hobert had already planned the subsequent arrangements. Alan, standing at the door, immediately broke into a smile. Although he didn't become a knight, as a butler, he was certainly trusted by the Lord. Finally, Hobert said, "These personnel arrangements are to be kept confidential for now. We will implement them step by step after the town government is built." Hobert expended a lot of energy during the midday meeting, which made him take a nap at noon. He only taught Freya words in the afternoon. Rosted Archipelago, Biome. Lawfight Pound passed the final round of assessment and finally became a tutor at Tony Manor. It is said that Tony Manor is one of the largest manors in the entire colony. Some say it is 1/3 the size of Masick, but after a few days of observation, Lawfight felt this statement was a bit exaggerated. However, 1/5 of the mountainous region in the central part of Blue Mountain Island belonged to Tony Manor. Nearly 1/4 of the most fertile land on Blue Mountain Island belonged to Tony Manor. It also included a large amount of rainforest, beaches, lakes, etc. Tony Manor even built its own railway to transport its products out of the manor. As for the background of Tony Manor, there are many speculations. Some believe it is the king's property because the largest manor in the Rosted Archipelago is actually the king's manor. The royal family found it inconvenient to acquire another manor of similar size, so they simply named it Tony Manor. Others believe that the power behind Tony Manor is the family of Valentine Tony, the first governor of the Rosted Archipelago. Although Governor Valentine had achieved illustrious military exploits, the Tony family currently had almost no influence in Backland. Some say Governor Valentine exchanged all his military achievements for land in the colony. Regardless of the power behind it, ordinary people could not afford to offend them. Now that Tony Manor was recruiting a tutor, Raft intended to use the identity of a tutor to cover his illicit activities in Biome. Yes, he planned to establish his own gang forces in Biome, then gain a certain level of development by bribing the governor's mansion, and thereby digest the briber potion. However, doing so carried great risks. He could easily be targeted by official Beyonders or other Beyonder organizations coming to Pan for gold. Therefore, he needed an identity that could always keep him out of trouble. At the same time, he also needed to prepare for the future corrupted Baron. If he could do well in Tony Manor and become the manager of a certain area within the manor, he could seize the opportunity to digest the Sequence 6 potion. If things didn't go well, Raft planned to take the forces he had built to the South Continent to seek opportunities. There, the influence of the North Continent countries was even weaker, and warlords were everywhere. He had the same idea as Hobert back then: he could raise his own army. With his Sequence 6 strength, it would be enough to occupy a territory and become a small warlord. It was no surprise that Raft passed the assessment, as he had a pure Backland accent, understood noble etiquette and noble dances, and most importantly, he knew a lot of real-time noble information. Additionally, Raft never forgot to play the role of a briber, and he also bribed the examiner for this assessment, adding an extra layer of insurance to the assessment. Thus, Raft traveled by carriage to Tony Manor, which resembled a small royal palace. This manor was actually not far from Byam. It took only an hour's drive to reach Byam's port from here. Led by the butler, Raft met Lord Tony, who had blood-red hair, a two-pronged mustache, and black pupils. For some reason, Raft always felt that Lord Tony looked familiar. Lord Tony also smiled and said, "You look very much like one of my nephews." Raft immediately climbed up the pole, directly calling Lord Tony, who was 7 or 8 years his senior, uncle. After leaving Backland, Raft completely let go. His former noble etiquette and dignity had long been cast aside. He now just wanted to quickly advance and become a Chaos Mentor. This was the first step to restoring his family's glory. After receiving Lord Tony's approval, Raft finally settled into this enormous manor. The treatment here was excellent. He had his own set of rooms with a study and a living room, which gave him enough free space. However, the butler specifically reminded him that after 8 p.m., Raft's activity range was limited to the courtyard of his residence. Raft solemnly agreed on the surface, but in reality, he didn't take it too seriously. In the afternoon, he met 5 school-aged students, all of whom appeared to be very well-mannered. There was more than one tutor in the entire manor. It was just that the Tony family had 5 school-aged children, which was why they needed a new tutor. The other tutors each had their own students to be responsible for. At night, Raft secretly got up, preparing to return to Byam to find suitable gang forces that could be secretly brought under his control. After carefully observing the situation outside, he found that there were hardly any patrols. He leapt onto the top of the wall and suddenly froze. Why am I jumping onto the wall instead of sleeping soundly at night? So he returned to his room and changed into his pajamas. It was at this moment that Raft suddenly realized, how did I come back again? He changed back into his neat clothes again, and just as he jumped onto the wall, the moon tonight is truly beautiful. After admiring the moon, Raft returned to his room again, changed into his pajamas, and lay down on the bed. How the FCK did I come back again? Seriously, I have to change clothes again. He always felt that something was wrong, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out what it was. Raft went to the wall again. Byam at night is truly beautiful. He returned to his room again, changed into his pajamas, and lay on the bed, wide-eyed, without a hint of sleepiness. Although he still couldn't figure out what was wrong, he was certain that tonight was definitely very strange. Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. It was time for Hobert's foot bath. Dennis placed the foot bath down and, instead of immediately answering Hobert's previous question, asked, "Lord, you are already the Lord, why do you still need to appoint a town head?" Hobert smiled and nodded slightly. "Good, you're making progress." He explained, "Facts have proven that the system of a chief executive officer is a very practical and advanced system. For a small town undergoing large-scale construction, daily work is extremely complex and tedious. According to the advanced experience of various countries on the North Continent, these tedious tasks should be handed over to bureaucratic agencies. And I should focus all my energy on outlining the future blueprint of the territory and guiding the town government." Dennis's mouth hung open. This was knowledge he had never encountered before. as if a new door had opened for him. After pondering for a long time, he asked again, "Lord, what if, after a long time, the town government no longer follows the direction you set?" Good, good, you can even perceive that the town head's power is too great. Hobert smiled. That's why I must keep financial power and personnel appointments in my hands. Dennis's eyes lit up. An advanced power framework began to form in his mind. No matter what the town government wanted to do, it would need financial support. And as long as the power to appoint the main officials of the town government remained in the Lord's hands, this bureaucratic agency could not escape the Lord's control. While washing his feet, Hobert asked, "What do you think this structure is still missing?" Although Dennis was intelligent, his experience was ultimately insufficient, and he thought for a long time without fully understanding. A supervisory body. Hobert said, "All right, the water's cold, take it away." Suddenly, Hobert once again felt signs of the potion in his body being digested. Although it wasn't as much as when he was lecturing Freya before, the 3 digestions combined had already consumed 1/5 of it. Hobert couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the higher the sequence, the slower the digestion. Then he realized that the system of chief executive officers on the entire North Continent was not yet perfect. Otherwise, explaining these things to Dennis just now would not have caused the potion to digest. In the courtyard, Dennis only remembered when he was pouring out the water that he had forgotten to answer the Lord's previous question. However, he was already very satisfied with the knowledge he had gained tonight, and that question could wait until tomorrow. Suddenly, Dennis seemed to understand something. At this moment, a few snowflakes fell on the spot where he had just poured the water, melting quickly. Dennis looked up. It's snowing. The snow fell all night and showed no signs of stopping the next day. Construction sites in the territory had to take a day off. On this snowy morning, Hobert's cousin, Angus, returned. With him were 8 Tudor family beyonders and a family elder. Hobert first met Angus in the study, asking about his trip home. "The family is very supportive of your endeavors in South Coulson," Angus said cautiously. It was more than just support. Members wanting to join the official Beyonders had packed Angus's living room, and there were even some Sequence 6 Beyonders who wanted to come with Angus. Finally, Angus had to use a lottery to decide who would accompany him. Then he brought one Sequence 6, in fact, he could have brought more Sequence 6 Beyonders, but Angus was afraid of affecting his status, so he only brought one who was willing to follow arrangements: 4 Sequence 7 Beyonders, 2 Sequence 8 Beyonders, and 1 Sequence 9 Beyonder. Hobert was very satisfied with this combat power and asked, "How have the family elders considered the trade I proposed earlier?" "A representative has been sent to discuss it with you, but what? It's just that this elder has a bad temper." Hobert smiled. "I'll meet him in the afternoon. You can subtly remind him that it's fine to test me, but don't go too far, or I'll turn hostile." This method of testing was something Hobert had long since mastered. It could be said that the initial few meetings would lay the foundation for future interactions and status. Of course, the Tudor family would first send someone a bit arrogant. Angus nodded. "Understood." As for the treatment of the team members, Hobert said, "It will be on par with regular official Beyonders. There are 2 payment methods. One is gold leathers plus merit, and the other is pure merit. The so-called gold leathers plus merit is like ordinary official Beyonders, receiving weekly salaries regularly and accumulating merit only after making achievements. The pure merit payment method is that not only do they get merit after making achievements, but their regular salary is also issued in merit. Merit can be exchanged for gold leathers, but gold leathers cannot be exchanged for merit. Merit can be exchanged for extraordinary potions, talismans, main ingredients for potions, extraordinary characteristics, and even sealed artifacts. I have a list here with the specific exchange standards, you can take a look." Angus took it and looked. 300 merit could be exchanged for an arbitrator extraordinary characteristic. A Sequence 6 judge extraordinary characteristic required 3,500 merit. Angus immediately asked, "If the weekly salary is settled in merit, how much merit can be received in a week?" A sequence 9 Beander can receive 4 merit per week, which can be exchanged for 4.8 gold leathers. A sequence 8 Beander receives double, 8 merit. A sequence 7 Beander receives 20 merit per week, and a sequence 6 Beander receives 45 merit. Hobert had long thought out the exchange ratio and the amount of merit to be issued. Angus was thrilled. In other words, he could exchange for an arbitrator extraordinary characteristic in 7 weeks. Seeing the other party's excited expression, Hobert knew that this plan was very practical. It wasn't that this plan was fraudulent, but it easily made people overlook the fact that a sequence 6 Beander could only earn £300 in 7 weeks. Hobert himself was unwilling to do such a job. Even as a bodyguard, a sequence 6 Beander would earn more than this. If any team member questioned this, Hobert would explain it like this: but you are a respected, honorable official Beander. And you can also exchange for extraordinary characteristics at almost the basic price. These are all your benefits. How can ordinary Beanders have such benefits? They might pay a premium of £7,000 or £8,000 for a sequence 6 extraordinary characteristic, and that also depends on luck. It's not something you can buy whenever you want. Believing this explanation, even those who had doubts would think they had overlooked this point and continue to work for Hobert. After settling the terms, Hobert had Philip arrange accommodation for Angus and the other team members. Their office and living quarters had already been prepared, located in Jeffrey Town, in the area closest to the Lord's Manor. No sooner had Angus been sent off than Alan reported that Wayne had returned, bringing a whole ship full of renovation materials that would be needed later. This time, Wayne could finally rest in the territory for a few days. Along with Wayne, Captain Dean also brought 2 ships of construction materials. After inspection, Philip paid the freight on the spot. Dean made a huge profit and treated the crews of both ships to a big feast at a restaurant on shore. As long as these 2 ships returned, Hobert wouldn't need to place advertisements or do any further promotion. People would frequently transport construction materials to Jeffrey territory thereafter. The lower section of the Tadigea River was now fully open. However, Wayne reported to Hobert that there were still some bandits following along the way, who seemed to still want to rob if they had the chance. This caught Hobert's attention. He planned to take the soldiers in the territory on a training exercise downstream after they had trained for a while longer. As if by prior arrangement, the Beanders dispatched by the Gnostic Society also arrived on this snowy day. According to Jonathan's previous agreement, the Gnostic Society sent 2 sequence 7 Beanders, 4 sequence 8 Beanders, and 3 sequence 9 Beanders. Compared to the Tudor family's strength, their power was much weaker, and most of them were Beanders of the door pathway, whose direct combat ability was not very strong. Hobert also gave Helen a copy of the list for exchanging merit for extraordinary characteristics. After explaining it to her, he asked her to go back and explain it to the team members. From the Mist Wolf, Hobert had just obtained a Traveler extraordinary characteristic, which made him confident in making promises to Beanders of the door pathway. Although Hobert currently did not have any extraordinary characteristics of the witch pathway, it did not prevent him from making promises first. In the afternoon, Hobert finally received the sequence 5 Beander dispatched by the Tudor family to discuss the extraordinary characteristic business in the main hall. The other party not only had a bad temper but also acted very arrogant. As soon as he entered the main hall, he said, "According to seniority, you should call me grandfather." Hobert ignored him and instead asked Angus, "Who is this?" Angus quickly said, "This is." The other party interrupted Angus, "According to seniority. I am your grandfather's generation." Hobert again said to Angus, "Help me introduce, who the TMD is this?" Angus, "This is." The other party again interrupted Angus, "I am your grandfather's generation." Hobert sneered, "Help me TND introduce. Who the TMD is this TMD?" Angus waited for a moment, and seeing that the elder was red-faced with anger, he quickly said, "This is Mr. Bounier." Only then did Hobert smile and stand up, saying, "Welcome, welcome. Mr. Bounier, please sit." As he spoke, he pointed to the seat below the main one. Bounier had no intention of sitting down. After trying to suppress his anger, he said proudly, "I heard you have a batch of extraordinary characteristics that you want us to buy." Hobert sat casually in his own seat. "I do have a batch of extraordinary characteristics, and out of kinship, I am selling them to you." Bounier sneered, "How many? And what sequences are they?" Hobert calmly said, 17 arbitrators, 15 sheriffs, 4 inquisitors, 3 judges, and 1 punishment knight. In fact, Hobert had 5 inquisitor extraordinary characteristics, but he had reserved one for Hugh, who was preparing for advancement. When he heard 17 arbitrators, Angus's mouth dropped open. At first, he thought Hobert only had a few extraordinary characteristics to sell, but he didn't expect him to offer over a dozen at once. Bounier also clearly froze for a second or two. He cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment before asking, "How much do you plan to sell each for?" Hobert said, "An arbitrator is 400 gold leathers, a sheriff is 1,000 gold leathers, an inquisitor is 3,000 gold leathers, a judge is 7,000 gold leathers, and a punishment knight is 14,000 gold leathers." This was the most ruthless price Hobert had ever demanded. He felt that given the other party's attitude, they would definitely haggle, so he inflated the price significantly. However, even with the significant markup, it was still a reluctantly acceptable price in the outside world. Especially for extraordinary characteristics above Sequence 7, the royal families of Rouen and Fenaport controlled them so tightly that they were often unobtainable even with money. Hobert guessed that this should also be the predicament faced by this branch of the Tudor family. After all, the extraordinary characteristics of the lawyer pathway were not so scarce. What neither Hobert nor Angus expected was for Bounier to sneer, "I'll only give you half the price for each sequence's extraordinary characteristic." On the way here, I guessed that in this poor mountainous region, even if you had extraordinary characteristics, it would be difficult to sell them. Now it seems that is indeed the case. Otherwise, you wouldn't have accumulated so many extraordinary characteristics in your hands. Hobert was stunned for a long time before saying, You. Are you sick?" Seeing Hobert's surprised expression, Bounier smiled triumphantly, "I guessed right, didn't I? Don't worry, although you two, father and son, have let the family down, the family." Hobert said bluntly, "Alan, see this guest out. Let him go outside and cool down." Bounier was slightly taken aback. "You need to think clearly, no one but the family will want your. I have many sales channels." Hobert also sneered unceremoniously, for example, the royal family of Fenaport, or the Solomon family. He said to Angus beside him, "Tell your elders that if they want to facilitate this transaction, send someone with a normal brain to negotiate." No wonder Christine wanted to leave the Tudor family. It turns out there are people with such sick minds in these Beander families now. It was only then that Bounier realized he had completely guessed wrong, but as an elder, he still wanted to save face. However, Hobert didn't give him the chance. He drew the staff from his waist and said, "You wouldn't think that the punishment knight extraordinary characteristic was given to me by someone else, would you? Get out. If you appear in my territory again, you will certainly appear as a punishment knight extraordinary characteristic." Bounier immediately realized that what Hobert held was a grade 1 sealed artifact. He was sick in the head, but that didn't mean he was stupid, so he immediately scurried away. Hobert asked Angus, "Is this the kind of people the Tudor family consists of now? No wonder they've almost been forgotten by the world." He, of course, knew this was the Tudor family patriarch trying to put him in his place. Angus gave a wry smile. He also couldn't understand why the patriarch would still use such an old trick when Hobert and his son clearly weren't falling for it. This intimidation clearly failed again. Before, Hobert used to say, "Our Tudor family," but now he simply said, "The Tudor family," or, "Your family." It was clear that any goodwill Hobert had just built towards the family instantly vanished. After Hobert left the main hall, the anger on his face quickly disappeared. In fact, he wasn't as angry as he appeared. As the saying goes, life is all about acting. He was just expressing his angry emotions to Angus earlier. Now that there was no audience, he naturally didn't need to continue acting. He went to the study to continue teaching Freya words. This time, halfway through the lesson, the messenger suddenly appeared, placed a long package on Hobert's desk, and then disappeared from the study. Hobert continued teaching Freya words as if nothing had happened. Freya had seen the messenger a few times and didn't pay much attention. Dennis, who was becoming more and more professional as a valet, was startled. Why did he suddenly feel a surge of fear just now? And then something suddenly appeared on the desk. But seeing Hobert and Freya act as if nothing had happened, Dennis also suppressed his curiosity, glancing at the package on the desk and then at Hobert. Only after he finished teaching Freya words did Hobert take the package back to his room. Although Dennis was itching with curiosity, this time he held back from asking. After taking a few deep breaths, he realized that patience was a form of training for his inner world. Hobert, back in his room, was unaware of Dennis's mental activity, but he did deliberately not give Dennis a chance to ask. Keeping quiet was often a form of inner cultivation. He opened the package and saw that it was sent by Jessica. Inside the long box was an extraordinary weapon Kelly had just finished. It was a black sword, looking sharp and radiating a chilling light. Jessica's letter first expressed an apology. They had gone to Intersea for a few days during the new year, so the weapon's production cycle was a bit longer. Following that was a detailed description of the weapon. The first ability is to become sharper when cutting into the enemy's flesh, and there is a 3% chance in battle that even without direct contact, the enemy can be cut. The second ability is that when facing non-human opponents like beasts or monsters, the wielder can exude a certain aura that frightens beasts or monsters, and there is a 5% chance of making beasts or monsters give up resistance. The last part of the letter was Jessica relaying Kelly's recent research findings. Extraordinary materials are more likely to imbue extraordinary weapons with extraordinary abilities, and generally acquire two abilities, making extraordinary weapons made from them more powerful than those made from spiritual materials. Kelly suggested that Hobert could sell this weapon for £1,300 to £1,500, as she was always mindful of Hobert's cost issues. In her opinion, if it could be sold for £1,500, Hobert would not only break even but also make a small profit from this transaction. While extraordinary weapons had no negative side effects, their abilities were probabilistic and full of uncertainty, so even with two abilities and being relatively rare, they could only fetch this price. Actually, this new weapon was quite good. Even without the 3% and 5% probabilistic abilities, it would become sharper when attacking enemies, and it also had the ability to enhance the wielder's aura. The second ability also seemed tailor-made for the God-forsaken land. However, Hobert planned to sell it to Little Sun later. He already had quite a few extraordinary materials in hand, but he didn't have a stable sales channel yet. The package from Jessica also contained two failed weapons. Hobert smiled. If Kelly's extraordinary weapons could be mass-produced, he would definitely make a killing. Hobert first asked the kitchen to make donuts, then wrote back to Jessica, expressing his satisfaction with the weapon and enclosing £200 for material costs in the envelope. Hobert then said he had found a way to extract extraordinary materials from failed weapons and included two Hunter Pathway Sequence 8 main material extraordinary characteristics in the returned package for Kelly to see if they could be used. If they could, he wouldn't have to worry about cost issues in the future. For this matter, Hobert only partially concealed it. After all, even if he didn't explain it to Jessica, Kelly would probably discover or think of this point, so it was better to openly tell her his trade secret. At the same time, Hobert provided three Assassin Pathway, which Pathway Sequence 8 main materials, hoping Kelly could try to create an extraordinary weapon. These three main materials came from Little Sun's recently paid debt. The reason he knew so clearly what pathway the materials belonged to was because he had just consulted Iceberg Vice Admiral. After writing the reply, Hobert named the new weapon Black Jade Sword, because the sword looked as beautiful as black jade. Then he simply sacrificed the two failed weapons to the country of disorder, and took the extraordinary materials and characteristics to be sent to Jessica from the country of disorder. Then Hobert selected a portion of extraordinary characteristics and several sealed artifacts from his stone platform where he stored his spoils, and brought them to the real world. After mailing the letter, Hobert, carrying the black jade sword, and a dozen wooden boxes, arrived at the courtyard where the Tudor family and Gnostic Society Beyonders were settled. A sign for the Special Operations Department had already been hung at the entrance of the courtyard. Starting tomorrow, this place would be officially open for business, though no one currently knew what they did. The courtyard had just been renovated and looked brand new. Each Beyonder was assigned a separate room, each team was assigned 3 offices, and there were shared lounges and a large conference room. Except for the captains of both sides, everyone was here for the first day. After settling in, they gathered in the conference room to chat. The team members on both sides were quite excited. Previously, one side was an ancient family that had hidden for over 1,000 years, and the other was an evil secret organization that had existed for about 1,000 years. Suddenly, they became official Beyonders, and official Beyonders recognized by the True God Church. This made them feel both novel and excited, like college students who had just settled into their dorms. Just as everyone was chatting happily, Helen suddenly stood up and said, "Our Lord has arrived." Everyone looked towards the courtyard gate and indeed saw a young man in a noble's cloak entering the courtyard. The 2 captains stood up to greet him, and although some of the others didn't quite take the so-called Lord seriously, they also followed suit. After a few polite words, Hobert entered the room and sat at the head of the conference table. "I'm here to talk to everyone about the mission of the Special Operations Department, and your authority. Of course, most importantly, I'm here to show you my ability to fulfill your promises." He arranged 10 small wooden boxes on the conference table and opened them one by one. Everyone's breathing immediately became heavy. Each wooden box contained an extraordinary characteristic, from Arbitrator to Punishment Knight, from Apprentice to Traveler. Those Beyonders who had previously shown some disrespect because they didn't know Hobert's strength and thought he was a baron from a poor, remote area, immediately became submissive. After a few seconds of silence in the conference room, Helen finally asked Hobert, "My goodness, how did you get the Traveler's extraordinary characteristic?" Hobert casually explained, he was in a very bad state at the time. That was true, he had become a marionette, so how could his state be good? Helen smiled, "You're so lucky." As Hobert closed the wooden boxes one by one, he said, "Your captain should have explained the purpose of merits to you. I'm showing you these extraordinary characteristics just to tell you not to think there's no future here just because it's a mountainous area. In 3 months at most, this place will become the most important port on a bustling shipping lane. And the rewards we offer you far exceed your imagination. For example, I even have a law enforcer's main material." The Tudor family members gasped, especially Angus, whose eyes were full of eagerness. This meant there was hope of becoming a demigod here. Hobert said to Helen, "I don't currently have any extraordinary characteristics from the witch pathway, but if there are corresponding materials you need, I will definitely help you buy them." Helen showed a charming but not vulgar smile. "You promise?" "Of course." Hobert smiled and opened the rectangular wooden box in front of him again. "This is the Black Jade Sword, an extraordinary weapon. Its ability is..." After reiterating the Black Jade Sword's ability, Hobert added, "The detailed rules for exchanging extraordinary weapons are also in the list given to your captain. I think they should have explained them to you." In fact, they hadn't. Even Helen and Angus had only glanced at the exchange details beyond the extraordinary characteristics and hadn't taken them seriously at all. At that moment, they had no choice but to awkwardly take out the merits exchange list Hobert had given them, look at it, and then explain it to their team members. Exchanging an extraordinary weapon required 1,800 to 2,000 merits. A member bravely asked, "Lord, do you only have this one extraordinary weapon?" Hobert smiled and replied, "I know an artisan who is good at making extraordinary weapons." Everyone looked at each other, which meant he could buy new extraordinary weapons at any time, making many people envious. Then Hobert took out another wooden box and introduced the 2 tubes of potions inside. This one can quickly restore strength, and this one can quickly restore spirituality. Because we will have deep cooperation with the Earth Mother Church, exchanging such potions won't cost much merits, and some will even be distributed to you for free before the battle begins. Hobert took out several small wooden boxes. Finally, an introduction to the sealed artifacts of our Special Operations Department. Although our Special Operations Department has just been established, this new department still has 6 Level 2 sealed artifacts and 5 Level 3 sealed artifacts. Everyone was surprised again. This was comparable to the number of sealed artifacts held by the official Beyonders of a medium-sized city. Then Hobert briefly introduced the abilities of 2 Level 2 sealed artifacts and 2 Level 3 sealed artifacts. These sealed artifacts were all spoils of war from the previous extraordinary war with the Rose School. Hobert continued, because everyone comes from different factions, if the spoils of war in a battle are obtained entirely through your own efforts, these spoils can be distributed by the captain within the team or handed over to your respective organizations. If you choose not to hand over the spoils to the Special Operations Department, even if you have rendered meritorious service, the Special Operations Department will not issue merits. If the spoils are obtained while holding a sealed artifact provided by the Special Operations Department, the Special Operations Department has the right to share the spoils. If the spoils are obtained through the cooperation of 2 teams, and you cannot negotiate a solution, I have the corresponding right of distribution. If you have spoils that you cannot process, you can exchange them for merits or gold leathers, but the amount of merits and gold leathers exchanged will depend on the actual item's valuation. Hobert's method of distributing spoils was quite reasonable, leaving no one in the room with any objections. Finally, regarding the application rules for sealed artifacts, the 5 Level 3 sealed artifacts would be stored in the Special Operations Department. 2 or more team members could apply, and they could be used after the captain's approval. Level 2 sealed artifacts were stored in the Lord's Manor. The captain would take the application form to the Lord's Manor to collect them, and they could only be used after Hobert's approval. After discussing the sealed artifacts, everyone finally came to their senses. Sealed artifacts, application forms, this was how official Beyonders should operate. At this point, they realized that Hobert's strength and ambition had far exceeded their understanding of a baron. This was quickly confirmed, as Hobert then said, "You might be wondering, how large is the specific jurisdiction of the Special Operations Department? I want to tell you that the entire South Colson is under the jurisdiction of the Special Operations Department." Helen really wanted to remind Hobert, "You are just a baron on one side of Full Moon Lake." Even the Gnostic Society wouldn't dare to boast like this. Hobert, however, seemed not to notice Helen's captivating gaze. Or rather, in the entire South Colson, apart from the extraordinary power of the Earth Mother Church, the Special Operations Department is the only legitimate official Beyonder organization. If we don't manage the extraordinary cases here, who will? Then he changed the subject. Besides handling extraordinary cases, you also have the responsibility to supervise the officials, knights, and staff of the Lord's Manor. If you discover dereliction of duty or violations of law and discipline, you must immediately report it to the Lord's Manor. Hobert had long intended for the Special Operations Department to act as a supervisory body. These people had no local background and would not be constrained by the local network of relatives. And while the team members felt the gravity of their responsibilities, they also felt the respect the Lord's Manor had for them, which made them very happy. Even Helen and Angus hadn't expected Hobert to be so generous in granting them such great power. Actually, this understanding was due to their lack of political literacy, because Hobert had just made it very clear that they only had supervisory power, not investigative power, let alone judicial power. Finally, Hobert got to the point. As the only official Beyonder organization in this area, how can we tolerate the existence of demons and those lunatics from the Aurora Order within our jurisdiction? So, the Archbishop of the Fenaport City Diocese of the Earth Mother Church and I are going to cooperate to eradicate these scourges entrenched within our jurisdiction. This operation will be a three-party collaboration. Once the forces of the Earth Mother Church arrive, we will immediately launch a series of actions to drive the enemy out of South Colson. With the previous groundwork, everyone had already developed a certain sense of ownership. Driven by Hobert's words, they wished they could immediately go and strike at those demons and Aurora Order members, to make this territory peaceful and harmonious. Overall, Hobert was very satisfied with his mobilization, which gave everyone ample motivation to fight. He, of course, knew that the so-called official Beyonders were just a cover. Everyone was actually moved by the benefits he displayed. Back at the Lord's Manor, Hobert saw Albert, who had been waiting at the door for a while. This time, Albert had made a trip to Fenaport City and even met the king, feeling that he had broadened his horizons. Upon his return, his attitude towards Hobert became even more obsequious, and his resolve to pledge allegiance became increasingly clear. Hobert simply asked a few questions about the Fenaport City trip, focusing on Albert's upcoming work responsibilities. Now, whatever Hobert said, Albert agreed to, without the slightest doubt. The conversation continued until evening, when Albert finally left. Hobert had planned to check on the Mist Wolf tonight. If the timing was right, he intended to turn the Mist Wolf into extraordinary materials and high-level spiritual materials. He first used the oil painting as a medium and divined with the Faceless Man necklace. As Hobert expected, all divinations failed. So Hobert simply took out the sealed artifact he had just obtained from the Church of the Black Night Goddess from the country of disorder. This sealed artifact had the ability to enter dreams, and he could use it to enter the dream within the oil painting. Hobert, holding the sealed artifact in one hand and supporting the oil painting with the other, once again arrived at the serene grassland and quickly reached the entrance of the oppressive Grand Hall. The last time Fabuti pulled Hobert into the dream, it was similar to an ordinary Grand Hall. But when Hobert entered by himself, it was like when he entered with Christine. The hall became very deep, and the walls and ceiling were painted with murals of monsters. Hobert was about to search for the wooden statue belonging to the Mist Wolf, but his legs suddenly seemed to move uncontrollably, taking large strides forward, each step covering a great distance. Fortunately, this was in a dream, otherwise, Hobert would have worried about tearing his balls. Hobert was a bit surprised. That's not right. I'm using a sealed artifact from the Sleepless Pathway. I should have sufficient self-control in a dream. Then Hobert seemed to understand. I'm using a sealed artifact from the Sleepless Pathway. And it's a sealed artifact that came into my hands through the Black Night Goddess's arrangement. So, the Black Night Goddess's purpose in giving me this sealed artifact is very likely to enter Fabuti's dream with me. Thinking this, Hobert simply stopped trying to regain control of his legs. He strode past the location of the Mist Wolf's wooden statue, through fields of swaying flowers, and arrived at the deepest part of the Grand Hall. The monsters in the murals seemed to ignore Hobert's presence and did not appear in the hall to obstruct him. Not only that, but the demons in the murals, upon seeing Hobert, all hid away. Hobert finally stopped in front of the throne. Then, on the high stone backrest of the throne, a string of vertical words appeared. Your arrangements on the tactile plane have been destroyed by me. After these words appeared, Hobert felt he had control over his legs again. Did the Black Night Goddess enter Fabuti's dream just to leave a message for Fabuti? Hobert looked at the content of the message again. The tactile plane was the Great Plain in the central part of the Ruin Kingdom, spanning East Tack County, South Wales County, North Wales County, and Dissy County. It was the largest grain-producing area in the Ruin Kingdom, and even the entire North Continent. Who did you refer to? Hobert pondered for a moment. Could it be Fabuti and Flegre? What arrangements did they have there? Hobert thought for a while, and in the end could only guess that this should be a game between the Black Night Goddess and the ancient gods. With such an experience, Hobert simply exited the dream. As for the plan to use a portion of the Mist Wolf's spirituality to track its whereabouts, that could wait. After sitting idly in his room for a while, Hobert finally gave a helpless smile. I'm just a runner, why am I taking this so seriously? He looked at his watch, it was only a little past 7 in the evening, still early. So Hobert moved the tasks he had planned for tomorrow to today. He once again had the kitchen bake a batch of donuts and wrote a letter to Apton in Connaught City, inquiring about the progress of his building material purchases. Around 8:30 p.m., the letter was sent out, and a little after 9 p.m., Hobert received a reply. In the reply, Apton roughly described the process of purchasing building materials, stating that all purchasing tasks had been completed. At the same time, he said in the letter that because he had recently sold a large amount of gold, he had been targeted by a Beander organization. He sensed that he was being watched by them, so he requested the help of the God Blessed. Hobert smiled slightly, he seemed to see some walking extraordinary characteristics again. Since Apton's wording wasn't very urgent, Hobert decided to visit him tomorrow. As for tonight, he planned to rest early, but he thought that the snow on the construction site was already very thick. If the snow wasn't cleared, the site would become very muddy, which would affect the construction progress. So the creator worked overtime again, using the country of disorder to provide power and the ocean pendant's ability to blow all the snow off the construction site. After completing these tasks, Hobert lay down on the bed and used the power of meditation to fall asleep quickly. As he expected, in the middle of the night, he was pulled into a dream by a force and once again arrived in the grand hall full of flowers. Fabut, in the image of a tall, thin middle-aged man, was already seated on the throne. Almost as soon as Hobert stood firm, the other party asked somewhat eagerly, "The fool who just appeared recently, is not Flegre?" Hobert answered definitively, "No." "Ha ha ha." Fabut showed intense emotional changes in front of Hobert for the first time. He opened his mouth, and only then did Hobert see that Fabut had no tongue in his mouth, only a fleshy red cavity. He didn't know how he was making sounds. This made Hobert visibly uncomfortable. He was very curious about what the true appearance of Sequence 0 Inches Abyss looked like. Fabut laughed twice before saying, "You were right. Flegre made a serious error in interpreting an important divination. He divined that the future fool would gain powerful strength and status, and you, Hobert, would provide important assistance to the fool. At that time, Flegre believed that the current fool was his identity after resurrection. It's hard to imagine he could be so wrong. An extra chapter for everyone's monthly votes." Hobert didn't mock Flegre like Fabut did. For a diviner, misinterpreting some divinations was inevitable. After all, fate was not so easy to interpret, and it was very easy to get interpretations that were contrary to the actual situation. Flegre might have divined that someone would ascend to the fool's godhood in the future, and that person was also someone not belonging to this era. Flegre would naturally assume it was his resurrected self. After all, both the fool and not belonging to this era seemed to be descriptions aimed at him. What Hobert was curious about was, what arrangements did you and Flegre make in Tacville Plain? Of course, arrangements for Flegre's resurrection. Hobert nodded. This made sense. The Black Knight goddess would definitely disrupt such arrangements. If Flegre, after resurrection, was still as insane as before, he might even try to seize the Sleepless Pathway's uniqueness from the Black Knight goddess. In other words, Flegre had divined that he might fall, and that someone, not belonging to that era, would ascend to the fool's godhood in the future. So he confidently made arrangements for his resurrection, but these were disrupted by the Black Knight goddess at some unknown time. Flegre might have other backup plans, but for now, his hope of resurrection was slim, with the Black Knight goddess watching him from the front and the newly risen the fool blocking him from behind. Moreover, soon after, both the Black Knight goddess and the fool would have the opportunity to become old ones. If Flegre wanted to resurrect from the two pathways he previously possessed, there was no chance at present. Fabut's emotions gradually subsided, and he became expressionless again. "Since that's the case, this item is useless to me here." He raised a hand, and Hobert felt as if something had appeared in his hand, but visually, there was nothing. "Give this to Ammonizes." As he spoke, Fabut extended his hand. Hobert unconsciously reached out to take it. Both of his hands felt a weight, but visually and spiritually, there was nothing in his hands. This, Hobert wondered, is this the authority of secrecy? That's not right. The Black Knight goddess was already a true god of the dark pathway, she should have already mastered the authority of secrecy. Besides, Hobert remembered that in the goddess's image, one hand was empty, as if holding the secrecy authority that resembled empty space. At this moment, Fabuti explained, it comes from the starry sky. With it, one can find the starry sky portion of the river of eternal darkness. Furthermore, holding this item can maximize Ammoniz's state, turning all creatures in the cosmos who worship the starry sky into her anchors. Previously, Phlegre maintained a certain level of sanity by holding this item, even while simultaneously possessing the uniqueness of both the dark and the full pathways. As far as I know, the undying bird Gregare also has a similar item. Hobert's mind boomed. The Black Knight goddess herself possessed the secrecy authority. Did she still need to hold some sealed artifact to master the secrecy authority? Then, during the divine war with the god of war, what the Black Knight goddess held in one hand must have been this thing Fabuti gave me. The Black Knight goddess used it to stabilize her anchor, which is why she was able to maintain a good state in the subsequent war, even when her followers wavered. Thinking of this, Hobert took a deep breath. Counting it, there was still more than half a year before the war broke out on the North Continent, but the pressure of the divine war was already immense. The Black Knight goddess was already preparing for war, and it was believed that the god of war was not idle either, for example, giving the judge pathways uniqueness to Philip I of the Fenaport Kingdom, Castile. Fabuti further instructed, sacrifice it in the dream outside the main hall. If it's brought into the real world, the entire South Colson region will fall into eternal night, and all life in South Colson will fall into an eternal dream. Hobert looked at his empty hands. Okay. Clearly, in this round of games between the Black Knight goddess, Phlegre, and Fabuti, the Black Knight goddess won completely. At this time, Fabuti's condition was not very good, so he had to obediently hand over this special sealed artifact that Phlegre had previously stored with him, or that he had obtained after Phlegre's fall. Of course, the main reason Fabuti handed over what the Black Knight goddess needed, just because of a single word from her, should be that his main body was hiding in a dream. This guy had previously said that the Desire Mother Tree did not have authority related to dreams, and was very confident that he was safe in the dream. But now it was different. If he displeased the Black Knight goddess, and she turned to help the Desire Mother Tree, it would probably be very easy to explode Fabuti's entire set of equipment. When dividing the spoils, the Black Knight goddess would still get what she wanted. Of course, in order to preserve the forces on Earth, it was unlikely that the Black Knight goddess would do so. Hobert certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He asked Fabuti, do you know the uncertain mist? Fabuti was visibly stunned. Today, he also gained some insight. This kid dared to use Ammoniz's influence to get the information he needed. However, this sole surviving ancient god's main characteristic was adaptability. I know. That is also an outer god. As far as I know, he used Solomon and Trensus to briefly descend his power to the North Continent 3 times in succession. Hobert continued to ask, what was the specific process like? Projecting one's will, forming an independent conscious projection under the protection of a certain ritual or sealed artifact. Hobert immediately thought of the projection he had just eliminated a few days ago. That should have been one of the projections. So he asked again, what are the characteristics of such projections? Beyonders or extraordinary creatures are very susceptible to the projection's pollution, becoming a medium for its spread of pollution. Fabuti explained in detail, the more creatures that are polluted, the stronger the projection's power. However, projections have enough wisdom to evade investigations by the Orthodox churches. They sometimes actively hide themselves, quietly influencing a powerful Beander, turning him into a believer who worships them. Fabuti said, the Desire Mother Tree likes to do this. One of Tuorzina's subordinates became a believer of the Desire Mother Tree, and only then did the Desire Mother Tree find a suitable opportunity to capture Tuorzina. Hobert recalled that Tuorzina seemed to be the bound god, an angel king of the prisoner pathway. Currently, there was no accurate intelligence proving his demise, but listening to Fabuti, he should be living a life worse than death right now. Hobert remembered that the current leader of the Rose School, the god of corruption Sua, was born from a sequence one torn from the bound god by the Desire Mother Tree. Then Hobert suspected whether Tamara herself had obtained a projection of the uncertain mist back then, and that was how the entire Tamara family began to worship the uncertain mist. So, was the one who polluted the Mist Wolf also one of the projections? The Mist Wolf was very proud of its pollution transfer operation. Now, in Hobert's view, it was likely that the pollution on the Mist Wolf had not been eliminated, and its transfer process caused more creatures to be polluted. However, the Mist Wolf's transfer was not without effect. It successfully transferred that projection onto the marionettes. This was because the marionettes were once part of the Mist Wolf, and such a transfer could only be completed by extraordinary creatures or beyonders of the diviner pathway. Secondly, the projection of the uncertain mist was also willing to do this, because those marionettes could easily become its believers and were more easily controlled by it. The only thing it hadn't expected was probably encountering Hobert shortly after, who absorbed the main power supporting the projection's existence into the country of disorder, turning the projection into ordinary, old one's pollution. Hobert even believed that if he hadn't intervened, most of the tourists at the manor would gradually become believers of the uncertain mist in the years to come. Thinking of this, Hobert asked again, "Do you know where the 3 projections are specifically?" The answer he received was indeed, "Didn't you just destroy one projection?" "I don't know where the other 2 are either." Hobert slowly nodded. It seemed that as long as the oil painting was used, Fabuti could perceive some things happening around him through the oil painting. Finally, Hobert said, "Thank you for your answer." Fabuti did not respond, but instead disappeared directly from the throne, seemingly expressing his dissatisfaction with Hobert in this way. Hobert didn't take it too seriously either, leaving the main hall with his hands as if holding a ball of air. He felt that if anyone saw him now, they would definitely think he was a big fool, carefully holding a ball of air as if it were a bomb that could explode at any moment. Finding a suitable spot, Hobert carefully placed the item in his hands, then manifested candles, essential oils, and other items in his dream, simply setting up an altar. After lighting the candles, Hobert began to recite the prayer, "Black Night Goddess, more sublime than the starry sky, more ancient than eternity, you are the Scarlet Dominance, the Mother of Secrecy, the Empress of Calamity and Fear, the Lord of Slumber and Silence. Your devout believer implores your gaze. Implores you to accept my offering. Implores you to open the gate of your kingdom." That overwhelming sense of tranquility that made one drowsy descended in the dream. Hobert saw the sacrificial gate open, sparkling with starlight, giving an overall ethereal and dim feeling, like a transparent starry sky. Hobert seized the opportunity to ask, "Great Black Night Goddess, may I ask how long Fabuti's state can be maintained?" This was actually asking if the Black Night Goddess was willing to help Fabuti hide his tracks after receiving the item. The sand around the altar suddenly flowed towards the altar as if alive, forming letters on the altar, eventually forming a sentence, "I will continue to provide him with secrecy, assistance." As the sacrificial gate, resembling the starry sky, closed, Hobert realized that the sacrificial ritual had ended. The altar, which had been empty before, still seemed empty now. It was then that Hobert had time to reflect on the Black Night Goddess's answer and quickly found the key point: to continue providing her with secrecy-related assistance. In other words, Fabuti was already providing assistance in the area of secrecy before. No, Hobert realized, neither Fabuti nor Flegre had allied with other ancient gods. In an era when ancient gods tended to be mad, not an enemy, implied the possibility of a friend. Fabuti must have realized the existence of the Desire Mother Tree very early on and sought some help from Flegre. Hobert guessed. At that time, Phlegre might have divined that he would be resurrected as the fool, who does not belong to this era, in the future, but there were many obstacles on the path to resurrection. There was one person who could help, the fool, who does not belong to this era. Hobert didn't know exactly how to help, but recalling his previous conversation with Fabuti, it seemed he was very crucial to the fool. He speculated that he might help Klein stabilize his state and resist the will of celestial worthies, resurrection in the future, but he would need to become an order shadow at least before he had such an ability. In short, Phlegre must have divined that Hobert would be of great use, so the two ancient gods likely reached an agreement. Fabuti would find opportunities to provide some assistance to Hobert, allowing him to grow faster, while Phlegre would provide some secrecy-related help and store the items sacrificed to the Black Knight goddess today with Fabuti. Therefore, Fabuti, like Phlegre, had always had little sense of presence, especially in the third epic and fourth epic, still having little sense of presence. It is very likely that as time went on, the Black Knight goddess gained control of the secrecy authority in the third epic, and continued to provide Fabuti with secrecy-related assistance. Compared to outer gods like the Desire Mother Tree, the Black Knight goddess should prefer Fabuti to continue to persevere. This means that today, Fabuti did not completely hand over the remnant of the outer god solely due to pressure from the Black Knight goddess. There was also an element of paying rent. However, even if he understood all this, Hobert would not fully trust Fabuti, because even if she had a deal with Phlegre, it would not prevent her from making some sinister arrangements while improving herself. After the sacrifice, Hobert finally exited the dream. Just as he was about to go back to sleep, the image of the fool suddenly appeared in his mind. Then the fool played a video for Hobert, which was the moon, Emlyn reporting through prayer that after several days of discussion, the top brass of the bloodline had agreed to the deal with Emperor. However, the bloodline demanded that they send 2 bloodline viscounts to directly deal with the god blessed of the Creator. The time and place of the transaction would be negotiated by Emlyn and the god blessed of the Creator. Half asleep, Hobert first sighed, "My dream is really busy tonight." Then he muttered to himself, "Is Emlyn sick?" In the middle of the night. Well, vampires seem to be more energetic at night. Hobert tried to wake himself up and prayed to the fool, thanking him for informing him about the transaction in the middle of the night. Finally, Hobert stated that the specific time and place of the transaction would be discussed at the Tarot Club next Monday. Lying back in bed, Hobert looked at the dark ceiling and sighed, "It's not this busy during the day." In fact, as a sequence 5, even if not on the sleepless pathway, sleeping 3 or 4 hours a day is usually enough. However, Hobert felt that sleeping 7 or 8 hours a day was a normal routine, and he would feel very comfortable psychologically. So he usually went to bed around 10 every night and occasionally slept in the next day. So Hobert meditated to sleep again, and this time no one disturbed him. He slept until dawn. On his way to the dining room for breakfast in the morning, Hobert, with his keen hearing, overheard Scora, who worked in the adjacent yard, whispering to Vok again about the haunting in Jeffrey territory. The snow in other places had already reached their ankles, but there was no snow at all on the construction site. They really couldn't understand why this was, and could only assume it was haunted again. It was said that many people knelt and prayed at the construction site this morning, believing it to be a miracle. Hobert shook his head and didn't go to explain to them whether it was a miracle or a haunting. At breakfast, Hobert asked Furs, "What are your plans for a while?" Furs smiled wryly, "Writing a book, but fortunately, I'll be finished in 2 or 3 days. I plan to start with the Baron's large-scale construction, and end with the plan to build the territory into a tourist destination and an important port on the Tati-Gia River waterway." "You decide," Hobert said with a smile, "you've been writing for so many days, it must be boring, right? How about I take you out to earn some extra money today?" Ever since becoming a Sequence 5, Hobert no longer paid much attention to ordinary Beander organizations. So, in Hobert's view, going to help Apton solve a problem today was just going to earn some extra money. Furs felt like she had never had such a strong desire to go out, Great, great. Then I'll just take a break today. If we come back early, I even plan to go see the snow scenery. Hobert, when did I imply I was letting you take a day off? However, seeing Furz's happy expression, Hobert thought for a moment, forget it, one day off is one day off. As long as she can finish writing before the 15th, then there will be time to contact the publisher and proceed with publication. Donna said with a beaming smile, where are you planning to go? Take me with you too, I've been working ever since I arrived in the territory. No. Hobert flatly refused, don't even think about going anywhere until you've sorted out your own work. Donna pouted, stingy. I didn't even want to go. Hobert and Furz exchanged a smile, knowing that Donna's little temper had flared up again. After breakfast, Donna huffed and puffed and continued to work, while Hobert and Furz went to the study together. Hobert briefly explained the upcoming action. Do you still remember Apton, whom we helped before? Good that you do. Yesterday, I received a distress letter from Apton. He was targeted by a Beander organization because he helped me with something. Today, I'm going to investigate. There might be some fighting. I'll lend you this pistol again. When the time comes, you can attack those Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 Beyonders, and I'll buy the extraordinary characteristic you obtain with gold pounds. Today, besides taking Furz out for a change of scenery, he also hoped that Furz could accumulate some practical experience. In the future, if anything happened, he could ask her for help. Especially when she becomes a traveler, she will be a powerful assistant to him. This was part of Hobert's plan to build his Beander power. While cultivating Seal and others, he could also cultivate Miss Magician. After all, Hobert knew how fast she would advance. Furz took the enchanted pistol. This was a magical item she was quite familiar with. With it, ordinary Sequence 8 Beyonders were no match for Furz. This time, Hobert simply didn't wear a mask. After all, the other party already knew his identity, and with Furz by his side, wearing a mask would be meaningless. However, he prepared a mask for Furz, not the kind worn by God Blessed, which has the creator's mysterious symbol on the forehead, but an ordinary mask. Hobert and Furz wore this kind of mask when they first met Apton. With his hand on Furz's shoulder, Hobert used travel to bring her to Apton's office in Connaught City. Apton quickly rose to greet him. He was about to call out, God blessed, but noticed that Hobert wasn't wearing a mask today and there was an extra person. So he simply said nothing and smiled. It's wonderful that you could come in person. He glanced at the person beside Hobert from the corner of his eye and realized she looked very much like one of the female Beyonders who had helped him deal with the Tamara family members before. Hobert said, briefly explain the situation. Apton began to explain. The large amount of gold that was sold some time ago attracted the attention of many gangs. They all thought I had robbed a transport ship carrying gold from some country. He smiled helplessly and continued. Most of the gangs were easily dealt with, but only one gang had a Beander background. I was a little careful when dealing with them. When I negotiated with their boss, he said he wanted to buy a batch of gold from me at a low price, and he threatened me that if I didn't sell it to them, they would plan to rob me. Then I was followed. After investigating, I found out that there was a Beander organization behind this gang. I wasn't confident in solving the problem, so I asked you for help. Hobert asked, what is the name of the Beander organization behind them? I don't know, I only found out that there was such a thing. Hobert nodded. You two wait in the office. After saying that, Hobert left with Flash. Apton enthusiastically entertained Furz. Please sit, coffee or black tea. Anyone brought by Hobert with his true face must be extraordinary, so of course, they should be treated well. However, before his tea was even brewed, Hobert returned. There were a total of 6 people following, and only one of them was a Beander. Through spiritual communication, I already know the hideout of this gang. Let's go and eliminate this gang. Apton opened his mouth. Are we acting immediately? Otherwise, should we keep them for New Year's? It's the end of the month, asking for monthly votes. Apton savored the recent battle. The 3 of them used travel to directly arrive at the gang's headquarters. Hobert didn't waste any words with them, kicking the boss half to death. Hobert had no intention of interrogating him either, finishing him off with a single strike. And that lady was also a ruthless character, firing several shots at a gang leader until her gun was empty. Of course, this wasn't her desecrating a corpse, rather, her marksmanship was poor. 6 bullets failed to kill the target, and a stray bullet ended up killing one of his subordinates. Finally, the lady had to draw her dagger to put the gang leader out of his misery. The other 3 gang members, seeing their boss and leader dead, immediately knelt and begged for mercy, asking Apton to intercede for them. But Apton still drew his short sword and killed them all one by one. This operation absolutely had to be kept secret, he still planned to live in Connaught City. By the time Apton finished killing the 3 gang members, Hobert had already concluded his spiritual communication. The Beander organization behind them is the Judgment Group. Hobert smiled meaningfully, old acquaintances. Apton was startled, you know members of the Judgment Group? Yes, I killed one of their Sequence 6. That should have been a core member of the Judgment Group, Hobert said casually. Hobert still hadn't found a suitable opportunity to deal with the extraordinary characteristic of that Dawn Knight, but the mutated fire rose spider he contributed became the stepping stone for Hobert to establish connections with the Earth Mother Church. Apton, standing by, is this even human language? I'm an old acquaintance with him. You know him. I killed his family. Hobert smiled. According to the intelligence I gathered before, the person in charge of the Judgment Group in Connaught City is a vice leader named Gale. He has at least 1 Sequence 6 and 2 Sequence 7 helpers, as well as at least 6 or 7 Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 subordinates. From my spiritual communication with this gang leader, I learned of a Judgment Group stronghold. It might be difficult to ambush Gale there, but we should be able to eliminate another core member of the opposition. By continuing spiritual communication, we'll find Gale sooner or later. Furs was a little worried, the enemy's power was very strong. That vice leader, named Gale, actually had 3 middle sequence assistants, so Gale was very likely a Sequence 5. However, Furs recalled the battle she participated in last time in Jeffrey territory, against an entire mercenary squad. She was worried, but she didn't show it. Apton pondered for a moment and asked, the Gale you mentioned, could he be the boss of Balin Fisheries Company? Hobert was startled. The stronghold location I obtained through spiritual communication is a fresh fish shop. He paused and then added, Gale, the vice leader of the Judgment Group, is tall and has a horizontal scar across his face, from his left ear, over his nose, all the way to his right ear. Gale's appearance was something Hobert had learned from the Dawn Knight through spiritual communication. Apton nodded repeatedly, that's right. It's him. Then he secretly thought, that was close. Previously, his subordinates had urged him to take over Connaught City's seafood industry as well. At that time, Apton had already obtained the general agency authorization for Rui Machinery Company and was wholeheartedly focusing on contemporary, high-tech products, so he didn't get involved in the seafood business. Fortunately, he didn't get involved, because the actual boss behind the entire Connaught City seafood industry was Gale. After confirming the target, Apton said, I'll immediately send people to investigate. There's no time, Hobert said. Gale will receive news of this gang's demise in 2 or 3 hours at most. While the initiative is still in our hands, you take us to the place most likely to ambush Gale. As for his subordinates, it doesn't matter if a few escape. Apton thought for a moment. Gale should be at his fish business now, but he has many helpers there. Hobert smiled. Prepare for the upcoming battle. If I get entangled with Gale and you're in danger, you can escape from there first. Furs nodded. Okay. She was best at escaping, even if 1 open door wasn't enough. 2 open doors would definitely allow her to get away. After a simple preparation for battle, Hobert and Apton quickly formulated a battle plan. To hide his identity, Hobert changed his appearance when he left Apton. Apton, on the other hand, put on the mask bestowed upon the worshipper by the Creator. With this mask, they wouldn't fear their true identities being divined. The three of them once again used travel to arrive near the Balin Fisheries Company. Apton pointed out the approximate location of Gale's office. Hobert briefly surveyed the terrain and used travel to take them upstairs again, entering the office. However, they found it empty. The ruggedly styled office was deserted. Apton gave an awkward laugh. By all accounts, Gale should indeed be in his office at this time. Hobert flexed his wrists. There should be members of the Judgment Group here. Since we've come, we can't leave empty-handed. His understanding of a surprise attack was to strike wherever possible, not to waste a surprise attack opportunity just because things didn't go according to plan. So Hobert grandly opened the office door and saw two thuggish-looking men standing at the door of another room down the corridor. Without a word, he went up and kicked them both unconscious, one by one. Although separated by a door, Hobert's spirituality was enough to sense enemies inside. However, the people inside should also have similar spiritual warnings, and time was short. To prevent the enemy from making any preparations, Hobert waved his hand, signaling Apton and Furs to keep their distance, then kicked open the door. Just as he was about to rush into the room, Hobert discovered it was a conference room, packed to the brim, with every seat taken. At the head of the table sat a man with a scarred face, none other than Gale. Coincidentally, they were discussing whether to recruit Apton as a member of the Judgment Group or to seize the gold in his possession. Therefore, almost all members of the Judgment Group in Connaught City were present. They didn't react immediately when they saw Hobert. Even Gale was stunned. Even with spiritual warnings, no one expected such audacity. To actually rush in here to cause trouble for the Judgment Group. Hobert smiled. "Excuse me, everyone, I've entered the wrong room." After speaking, he took a step back. Gale was the first to react. "Seize him." Hobert only took one step back. Corrosion. For him, sometimes enemies gathering together wasn't a bad thing. Because Hobert's corrosion this time wasn't brewed for a long time, Gale and a judge were not significantly affected. However, the Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 individuals were affected by corrosion, losing their minds and fighting among themselves. The originally spacious conference room became a scene of chaos. Hobert's estimation of the Judgment Group's lower-ranking personnel had a considerable error. In the conference room, there were at least 6 or 7 Sequence 8s and 7 or 8 Sequence 9s. However, the more enemies like this, the better, because now Hobert could reap their lives like harvesting straw. Gale roared, lifting the huge conference table and smashing it towards Hobert. Hobert kicked the conference table away, knocking out a Sequence 8 and a Sequence 9, while simultaneously releasing the seal on 1 to 103. Although Hobert didn't pay much attention to ordinary extraordinary organizations anymore, he wouldn't underestimate them tactically. Gale lifted the conference table, creating space to draw the greatsword hidden in the cello case he carried. He drew the sword and tossed the scabbard with one hand. But before the scabbard hit the ground, it suddenly flew back and reattached itself to the sword. Gale heard the scabbard say, "I am the scabbard, it is the greatsword, we are a loving couple, don't interrupt our good time." Gale was stunned for a full second. He had used swords for so many years and this was the first time he encountered such a situation, and the first time he was stunned in battle. "Do I have to pull the scabbard back and forth to make you more comfortable?" Both the sword and scabbard made shy sounds. A chair in the conference room suddenly extended a leg, tripping a Sequence 9 who was fighting with a companion. "Ha ha ha, idiot, you can't even dodge that, I'm not playing with you anymore." It then tried to trip a Sequence 7, but that Sequence 7 kicked off its extended chair leg. "Ah, my leg, you broke my leg," the chair shrieked. "Fortunately, I still have 3, I'll trip again." The chairs all came to life, bustling in groups through the battle. Some would extend their legs to trip the fighting people, while others ran around shouting, insisting that the members of the Judgment Group sit on their backs. Under the influence of corrosion, some Beyonders actually went to sit, but just as they were about to sit on the seat, the chair suddenly ran away, leaving the Beyonder to sit on the ground. The table, already broken in the middle, flipped over and completely twisted into 2 halves. "Although I am incomplete, I still long for a warm embrace." With that, It flew towards a Beander, slamming him against the wall and pressing down hard. Someone unknown broke the window, and there was a pile of broken glass on the floor. They flew in a spin like a swarm of bees, shouting, "I'm a scalpel. I'm a scalpel. I think all of you are sick. Stand still, let us perform surgery on you." Any Beyonders who still had some sanity quickly dodged. Those who couldn't dodge were immediately riddled with glass. Through the open window, two thick branches reached in from outside. The branches wrapped around a Beander. "Did you nail nails into me? Are you sick, or just seeing things? My relative, the wooden board, likes nails, I don't." Furs and Apton, who were following behind, were stunned, not knowing how to act for a moment. The conference room was in chaos, but the few core members of the judgment group who were not too affected by corrosion quickly reacted. They all guessed that the opponent must have a very powerful sealed artifact. Gale finally stopped agonizing over the greatsword in his hand. A dawn-light glow emanated from his body, rapidly expanding to radiate dozens of meters around him. Outside, right next to the fishing boat port, many fishermen and dockworkers looked upstairs. They wondered why a different light was emanating from there. To hide his identity, Gale rarely used his abilities. When he actually had to fight, he would use the greatsword he carried, not the condensed dawn sword. After all, this was not the Forsake Empire. If he exposed his extraordinary abilities, it would easily attract the Night Watchers to hunt him down. But this time, he felt a huge threat, so he planned to use dawn light to dispel the surrounding extraordinary effects. However, the chairs, tables, trees, and glass continued to chatter and attack the members of the judgment group. On the other hand, those low-sequence Beyonders affected by corrosion regained some sanity, and the influence of corrosion was rapidly weakening. The other Sequence 6 and Sequence 7 individuals prepared to break through the walls from 3 directions and leave the area affected by the sealed artifact. A werewolf used his steel-like fists to smash a hole in the wall. Just as he was about to enlarge the hole, his arm was caught by the bricks. The wall said, "He, caught you, caught you." The incredibly strong werewolf tried to pull his hand back, but couldn't. The wall said, "Don't try to cheat. If I caught you, I caught you. Now, it's your turn to catch me. Werewolf, you effing let go first, then I'll catch you. This is punishment for you being caught just now." That judge tried to ram the wall in front of him with his shoulder, but the wall moved back, dodging. He, I dodged it. The judge tried to ram again, but the wall moved in another direction. I dodged it again. Judge, you're just a wall, what the hell are you dodging? While 1 to 103 was causing havoc among the judgment group, Hobert wasn't idle, but the negative effect of bloodlust overwhelmed his sanity. He didn't take advantage of this excellent opportunity to kill the opponent's middle sequence, but instead killed a Sequence 8 and a Sequence 9 in front of him. After killing 2 Beyonders, Hobert gradually regained some sanity. He saw the trapped werewolf, raised his knife, and charged towards him. The werewolf also saw Hobert charging towards him, and was extremely anxious, pressing his 2 legs against the wall, trying to pull his trapped arm. Just as Hobert's knife was about to strike the opponent, a dawn sword blocked in front of the werewolf. Gale stepped forward, and swung another sword. Hobert could only take a step back and block with his knife. Although the power of the Chaos Mentor was not as strong as the Guardian, he would not be directly knocked away by the opponent's sword like the previous Sequence 6. Lightning Strike. As Hobert regained more sanity, of course he wouldn't compete in strength with his opponent. Hobert was quite grateful for the training he received from those mercenaries. Before that, he would have found Gale very troublesome. But now, Hobert felt that Gale's reaction was slower than those mercenaries. This didn't seem like too difficult an enemy to deal with. This was natural, after all, mercenaries often had to fight, while Gale often plotted conspiracies. The lightning strike Hobert used made Gale somewhat flustered, and he quickly used the ability of Dawn Bulwark to block. But at this moment, a large bronze door with mysterious patterns appeared beside him. Pale hands grabbed Gale. Hobert seized the opportunity to step forward, continuously striking with his knife, first breaking through the Dawn bulwark, then the Dawn armor, and finally plunging his black knife into Gale's heart. It's the end of the month, adding an extra chapter for monthly votes. The battle for monthly votes at the end of the month has begun early. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.